Your lecturer is Melanie Martin Long. She is a performance coach and part-time assistant professor of acting and directing at Kennesaw State University. A Phi Beta Kappa graduate of the College of William and Mary in theater and English, she has a certificate from the Alliance Theater Acting Program in Atlanta and a Master of Fine Arts in Directing from the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. She has directed more than 30 productions off-Broadway, off-Broadway, regionally, and at the university level, and has appeared as a performer on various Atlanta stages. Among her numerous awards is a coveted finalist rank in the National Endowment for the Arts Theater Communications Group Career Development Program for directors.
You've probably been to hear someone speak, or met someone, or seen an actor on stage and thought to yourself, now that person has something, a certain energy maybe, or warmth, or intensity. That person draws you in, makes you want to watch. You want to know, what are they going to do next? What are they going to say? And you may have gone so far as to say, that person has presence. But have you ever thought about what presence is exactly? And how people get it? I mean, it's not just energy, is it? It's not just warmth or intensity. Presence. Expressing who you are and what you believe when you're at your very best. Going after what you want with clarity and focus. That's what this course is about. The what and the how of presence on stage and in life. This course is about learning to offer your best self to the world by cultivating your self-awareness, your body, and your voice. A class about you. What could be more fun than that? Some of you are probably thinking, oh my gosh, what could be more terrifying? According to Jerry Seinfeld, there are plenty of warm and intense people out there who feel that they're better off lying in the casket than delivering a eulogy. And I sympathize. I really do. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can relish being on stage, whether your stage is a theater, a boardroom, a dinner table, or a classroom. You can share your experiences with other people, and you can do it with passion and clarity, with joy even. Because what you say and how you say it is a powerful expression of who you are and what you believe. Now, for some of us, the idea of taking stock of our thoughts, our habits, our gifts, our limitations, all of that can be scary. The idea of creating new ways of looking at things or new ways of doing everyday activities can be intimidating. The idea of stepping on any stage can feel risky, even dangerous. But consider how important all this is. How important it is for us to connect with each other. How important it is to be able to fully express ourselves. How vital it is to take joy in speaking and communicating and moving. When we perform at our best, we're our own Supermans. We become better than our speeding heart rates. We become more powerful than our terror. We can leap the tall building of the keynote address or the audition or the presentation, maybe not in a single bound, but step by confident step. We can speak our truth effectively. So you may find this course a little different than some of the other ones you've taken through great courses on a number of fronts. First, it's designed to be interactive. There will be moments where this course is going to feel like a conversation. That's by design. We have lots of exercises we can do together and lots of classes that you can review for repeated practice. If you do the exercises, you'll find greater awareness of your body and voice. You'll cultivate a greater ability to make physical and vocal choices about the presence you want to create. If you don't want to follow the exercises, if you just prefer to watch, that's okay too. You can still learn a great deal about performance. Second, this course is designed to encourage you to risk learning in a different way. You see, a lot of us think that we have to process a concept intellectually before we can perform it. We understand it in our heads, and then we have it. We know it. But in the performing arts, sometimes the learning happens actually the other way around. You'll do something, and then you'll understand all the possibilities it opens. So try to join me in venturing just a little bit outside your comfort zone when I ask you to do first and think second. And I promise I'm not going to ask you to jump off a 10-story building or swim the English Channel. These are going to be fun risks. And what better time to try one than right now? I have a little brain and body experiment for us to try. So stand up if you'd like and see if you can do this with me. We're going to do 2 different motions with our arms. With the left arm, we're going to start high and go up, middle, down, middle, like this. Up, middle, down, middle, up, middle, down, middle. Are you trying it with me? Up, middle, down, middle. Once more. Up, middle, down, middle. Okay? So you think you have that? Now let's move on to the other side. On your right side, you're just going to go up and down with your arm. So let's try that. It's a little easier. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, right? So you have that side. Okay, now here comes the fun part. Now we're going to take these 2 movements and put them together. So we'll start with both arms up, and I'm not going to give you any hard and fast directions here while we do this, because I know if I do anything, I'll probably mix us both up. So here we go. Ready? We're going to start slow at first. So we're going to go up. You getting it? See if you can keep it going. See if you can find a pattern for yourself as we go. Oh, and by the way, I had to rehearse to be able to talk to you while I'm doing this. Let's try to pick up our speed a little bit and see if we can handle it. I bet you can. Here we go. Can you go a little faster? It's pretty fun, isn't it? Asymmetry in motion. Okay, good, good. Let's stop now. Now, when you did this exercise, you learned it in a series of steps, right? First, you had to feel safe enough to try it. Then, you had to imagine yourself doing it. Then, you had to commit to trying it. Once you committed, you became aware of what needed to move. Then, you learned one move at a time. And, of course, learning one thing at a time is key, as you're going to see. Finally, you integrated the movements together in one constant motion. You had to start slow, and you probably had to think about it while you were doing it. Then, after you worked on it for a little while, you were able to speed it up a bit, but you still had to think about it. Now, if you were to practice this exercise 5 minutes a day for a week or so, eventually you'd be able to do it without thinking. And this is how people learn almost any new skill. Golf, tennis, piano, drawing, cooking. If I'd learned to sew this way instead of trying to make a dress right out of the box, I could have saved myself a fortune in alterations bills. It may or may not surprise you to know that this is how people learn stage presence, one step at a time. You remember the Greek myth about Athena? How she sprang full-blown from Zeus's head as an adult? Well, there's a similar myth in performance. I call it the you either have it or you don't myth. You've heard that, haven't you? People think sometimes that they should just be able to step on stage and do it. Deliver an amazing speech. Act the role flawlessly. And yes, there are a lucky few with this innate ability. I've actually seen them. But I've seen many, many others who grow into confident performance. You'd be amazed at where people start and how much they can grow. You know, it's easy when we attend a performance to accept it at face value, isn't it? When we sit in the audience, We're not often really aware of everything that's gone into what we're seeing. We don't think about the hours of writing or rehearsal. We don't recall the weeks of careful collaboration. We aren't aware of the years of training or experience the performers have had. Recently I was involved in a theater production that was reviewed by a local paper. The reviewer described the production as simply presented and compellingly performed. And that was high praise, and all of us were very grateful. But we all had to smile too, because we all knew that this production, and most of the productions for that matter on the stage, that this production had been anything but simple. This production had the actors having to master complex music and harmonies. They'd learned and executed precise dance choreography. There was a fencing match in the play that had to be staged and then practiced. The play had multiple settings with lots of props and lots of quick transitions. And then finally it had a final moment that involved using a piece of flash paper to create a spark. So as you can imagine, meeting all of these challenges took quite a bit of doing. So I was delighted that it all looked so simple. Often in a simple performance, we see the confident result of hours and hours of training and rehearsal. Those of us who work in the theater, and those of us who work in any presentational field, often strive for the appearance of simplicity. We want the work to be clear and spontaneous. But the secret we all know is that most of the time, the road to clarity and spontaneity is paved with a good bit of trial and error and a great deal of practice. So most of the time, when you see someone on stage and you think, wow, that person really makes it look easy, it's because they've trained to make it look easy. Most performers train. They learn technique. And just like in golf or tennis or piano or drawing or cooking, learning performance technique involves building one skill on another and then another. So we're going to approach performance in the way you'd build any technique. And since there are 3 basic building blocks we're going to study, it might help to think of performance technique as a triangle. In the center of the triangle is your presence, your performance persona, which is your best self or the character you're playing. The 3 sides of the triangle deal with mental focus, voice and speech, and body. But to create your triangle, you have to build the sides. You start with the base, mental focus. You first make the commitment to train or speak or act or tell a story. You focus on your purpose. And at the very beginning, you want to nurture a sense of safety, because one of the biggest obstacles to growth on stage is the fear of looking silly or appearing vulnerable. That can really hold us back. So you create a physical and mental space where you feel safe, where it's okay to risk and it's definitely okay to fail. How many things are never undertaken because of the fear of failure? A lot. So giving yourself that space to fail actually gives you the courage to take the risks. And sometimes risk leads to unanticipated success. Sometimes it doesn't, but it always leads to growth. We'll talk more about how you create that space in the last part of this lecture. That sense of space allows you to focus on what you want to do and why you want to do it. You start to bring your imagination to the work. You bring your sense of play, your sense of humor. If you plan to act, you might begin to imagine the perspective of a character who might be very different from you. If you plan to speak, you might start to visualize the version of yourself you want to present. You explore the purpose behind whatever kind of performance that you're going to do. You also become more conscious of the self you bring to performance. Your talents, your perceived limitations, your physical and vocal habits. We all have habits, some that work very well for performance and some that don't. You start to understand your personal context, What made you the person you are today? You start to understand how that context impacts how you communicate. You become aware of the learned physical and vocal habits that serve you, and you become aware of the ones that don't. With this new awareness, you begin to build the second side of your performance triangle, your physical life. You begin to consider how you use your body, both as a conduit for your breath and as an interpreter of your intention. Soon, what you thought of as an unavoidable habit now becomes a choice. You find new ways of accessing your energy or conserving it. You exchange old, limiting patterns of movement for new ways of resting, standing still, traveling through space, gesturing, and you begin to understand the difference between tension and freedom, between balance and imbalance. You learn to extend constructive effort to support your purpose, and you start to let go of the holding patterns that get in the way of fully expressing yourself. You find that when you adjust your physical life and cultivate more constructive habits, you can better access the foundation of any performance, your breath. So then we begin to think about breath. As you access your breath, you begin to build the third side of your triangle, your speaking voice. With speaking, we focus both on your sound, your voice, and the way you shape your sound, your speech. So we start just with sound. We learn techniques to support the breath. We experience how sound vibrates and resonates in our bodies. We learn the dynamics of vocal production, tone, pitch, and volume. We exercise our vocal muscles so that we can meet our potential for free and supported sound. We let our voices be heard. Then we turn our attention to speech, to being understood. We begin to see speech as a physical act that shapes our intention and the perception of our intention. We start to shape sound into meaningful communication with our speaking mechanisms, our lips, our teeth, our tongues, our facial muscles. We bring clarity to our speech by knowing and then using all of the sounds of language available to us. And then we experiment with the music of language, the qualities that make up rhythm and cadence, emphasis, pace, and phrasing. And we also look at how different speech patterns develop and what people do to change them. And that's your performance triangle: mind, body, and voice. But you need each side to create a performance. You need practice and repetition. Practice and repetition are the only way I know to achieve true integration, to really digest a new skill. So then we'll practice. We'll integrate the new skills you've learned by walking through the experience of the audition or interview, and then by exploring the rehearsal process. And we'll take that process right up to your first moments of performance and beyond. With repetition and consciousness and focus on the right things, you can gradually become more confident in your performing persona. You stop having to think about every little thing. Your muscle memory takes over. All the conscious work you've done in each area becomes automatic integration. And that's how people learn performance technique. By becoming aware of themselves and their potentials, and making conscious physical and vocal choices, and finally, by practicing those choices over and over until they become second nature. Finally, we'll explore the beauty of performance anxiety. And yes, there's beauty in it, I promise. We'll look at how you can channel your nerves into effective performance. We'll also look at how you can draw an audience in, and just as important, how you keep their attention through the end of your performance. The study of stage presence introduces you to a path of physical freedom and self-awareness. It cultivates a deeper understanding of your breath and how it influences your physical and vocal life. It gives you practical advice about being on stage, both as an actor and a presenter. And it may help you see yourself in a new way. Oh, did I mention it's going to be really fun? Now, if all of what I've just said seems a little overwhelming, like it sounds like a lot of work, I want to remind you of the old joke. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You'd be amazed, absolutely amazed, at how a series of simple but powerful adjustments can help your presence grow. But one bite at a time, one step and then another. We are not Athena after all. Remember when we did our arm exercise? Remember, we didn't learn it all at once. We had to do it step by step. And that's also how we develop stage presence, by building our skills. So, let's get started, shall we? Remember, the first thing a performer needs is a safe space. A space for creating and expanding. It's hard to build confidence. It's hard to risk growing in any way when you don't have a space where you can work and feel safe doing it. So the first thing we do in any kind of performance class is we help people get comfortable. Ensemble building, we call it. We teach people to trust themselves and trust each other because we know that people experience the greatest growth in an atmosphere of support where risk-taking is actually encouraged. We know that the more comfortable you feel, the more confidently you perform. Of course, in our situation, many of you are taking this course on your own, or maybe with a few other people, and it's likely you're in the privacy of your own home. But it's still important to create a space where you feel comfortable working. First, it's important to create a comfortable physical environment. Try and find your own quiet little corner of the world where, at least while you're studying, no one's going to walk through and ask you what you're doing or where they left their gym bag or whether or not you paid the electric bill. All of that can wait for a little while. And you might try turning your phone off or your computer during our time. You might even delineate your space with a piece of rope or a row of chairs or some tape on the floor, a curtain, just something that defines a few square feet of quiet, empty space where you can sit and move around a little. You might want to put in this space a few things that inspire you, that remind you of who you are at your best. These can be almost anything: meaningful words or phrases, an item from your travels, some object of special significance that pleases you when you look at it. Just a few things that make you happy and relaxed. And especially if your space has a hardwood floor, like our space here, you might want a soft mat. We're going to move and lie down sometimes, so you want to be comfortable. We'll use a chair from time to time, so you might want to have one handy to use in your space as well. A full-length mirror also wouldn't hurt for moments when I ask you to check yourself out, but it's not required. And if a mirror makes you feel self-conscious in any way, it's best to skip it. But do try to be conscious about creating a physical space for your work, a space that you enjoy. Also, remember to make space for the work in what you wear. Wear comfortable clothes that are easy to move in. In our physical work, you can be barefoot or in sock feet. You can wear athletic shoes, whatever makes you feel most comfortable. Since we're going to be talking about finding freedom and alignment in our bodies, it's best to save the things that might inhibit freedom and alignment, things like high heels or tight constrictive clothes or heavy jewelry that weights you down. It's best to save those for another time. With our physical work also, please remember to work at your comfort level. Any pushing or strain is completely counter to the purpose of our exercises. So please be mindful with your work. And if you feel any discomfort whatsoever, stop what you're doing. You always have the opportunity to go back to the exercises at a later time. And most of them really aren't all that strenuous. It's also important to be conscious about creating a mental space for your work. You've been in situations, haven't you, where you felt like you were going to be judged, no matter what you did? Where everything you said or did was met with no, or you ought to do it this way. What happens in those situations? You shut down, don't you? You stop extending yourself. You stop trying. You stop risking because you don't want to be squashed, right? It's human nature. Now, sometimes those judgments come from the outside, from a boss or a well-meaning spouse, or an exacting teacher. Luckily, you don't have that kind of teacher here. I've been called many things, even late to dinner, but I've never been called exacting. But often, that naysaying doesn't come from somebody else, does it? It comes from inside. Sometimes it's your own chatter that clutters your space. You tell yourself things like, what do I think I'm doing? I'm not a performer. Or, who am I kidding? What made me think I could do this in the first place? Or, I'm not flexible. I can't move like that. Or, I can't talk like that. I'll sound silly. Stuff like that. There are a myriad of things people tell themselves when they begin this kind of work. My favorite that I've heard is, and someone really said this to me once. They said, if I stand up in front of people, I swear I am going to die. And they really meant it. As that person learned, and as I'll show you in another lecture, I promise you're not going to die if you stand up in front of people. So just like we clean the clutter out of our physical workspace, we clean the clutter out of our mental workspace when we train. When we learn performance technique, we make our minds and bodies ready for expansion. We give ourselves the space to be challenged. We allow ourselves time for earnest, consistent practice. We give ourselves permission to go beyond our limitations and see what's on the other side. And often what's on the other side is something you never thought you could do. Before we begin our voice and movement segments, we'll be exploring a scene from Tennessee Williams' wonderful play, A Streetcar Named Desire. I hope you'll enjoy reading this play or revisiting it if you've read it already. Blanche and Stanley are going to be with us throughout this course and as we go through each unit. As we learn about accessing purpose, we'll explore their contexts and how their contexts inform their actions. As we progress to our study of movement, then we'll look at how we begin to make physical choices for character, and sometimes we'll use them as an example. And then in our voice segment, we'll do the same thing. We'll imagine what kind of vocal choices the actors playing Blanche and Stanley might make when they're working on their characters. We'll also apply some of the principles of performance to real-life situations, meetings, presentations, speaking engagements, even interviews. You might be surprised at how much the principles of performance can inform everyday interactions. Finally, there's one other way this class might not be like some of the others you've taken. You may find your professor a little unorthodox, maybe a little wacky, a little, dare I say it, theatrical. I might ask you to do crazy things. I might act a little crazy myself. But just remember, anyone who works in the theater for 25 years has to be a little crazy. And they have to be extremely passionate. And I am. I passionately believe that as performing artists, what we do is unlock people's potentials and allow them to recognize and celebrate themselves. We hold, in Shakespeare's words, the mirror up to nature. We share with people the experience of being human. We share with people the experience of being alive with all its highs and lows. And this recognition of what draws us all together in this world is important. It's vital work. So welcome. Welcome to this course about you. Welcome to stage presence. I'd say let's begin, but we already have. See you next time. I think everyone should study acting. Everyone, in every walk of life, has something to learn from what we call modern acting technique. We'll talk about how modern acting technique evolved in a minute, but for now, I just want to make the case that you don't have to have aspirations toward being an actor to benefit from the study of acting. First, let's think about this fact. You already act almost all the time. Even if you've never been on a stage in your life, even if you've never spoken in front of a group or had a role in a play, you're already an experienced performer. You may not yet have the performance skills to use in front of an audience, but you already know a lot about acting. Because acting is what we do to survive. It's what we do to cope when we're in tough situations or when we really, really want something. Shakespeare said in his 7 Ages of Man speech that all the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. By the way, remember this line. We're going to come back to it. But Shakespeare was right, wasn't he? We play lots of roles in our lives. Teachers, leaders, students, friends, parents, grandparents. We present ourselves on many stages, whether we're acting a role or just going through our day-to-day lives. And every role we play on every stage requires a knowledge of and a commitment to our purpose. 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 That's what modern acting technique is built around. That what we do on any stage, whether it's a theater or a boardroom or any place else, needs to have a specific purpose. Understanding your purpose and committing the necessary energy to create a strong performance takes some work. And that work is what I'm talking about when I say modern acting technique. So we all act. We all do. We all take action to achieve these purposes, from small, seemingly insignificant choices like what cereal to buy, to giant, life-altering decisions like which job to take or who we're going to marry. We act, we choose, we perform, we do. All of us, to some degree, are actors. So why, you might ask? Why do we do all these things? Why do we act? Wouldn't it just be easier sometimes not to act? Wouldn't it be easier to sit inside with the windows shuttered, the doors locked, owing nothing, requiring nothing, doing nothing? Well, maybe. But you see, human beings, we're not wired that way. Think of some of the studies in motivation during the last 50 years. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, for example, or Deci and Ryan's self-determination theory. These theories say that after our physical needs of health and safety are met, we're primarily concerned by our needs to relate or to feel competent or to be independent. We act because we want. We act because we need. Think about a baby. A baby leans its body and reaches toward its mother because it needs her for food, for comfort, for love. And later on, we reach out to people in other ways, for affirmation, or acceptance, or for respect or encouragement. So we act to control our destinies. We act to connect with each other. We act to prove our worth to the world. Think about it. Most of the time, when we have a conversation with someone, we're primarily concerned with getting what we want. Now, I'm not saying we're all selfish. Often what we want comes from a compassionate impulse. We might want to cheer someone up, or help them, or affirm them. But our purpose grows out of these specific wants and needs. Human behavior is motivated, whether it's conscious or unconscious. We speak and move with some purpose in mind. Our needs inform what we choose to do with our voices and bodies. And if we apply what we know about human motivation to the stage, we see that the same thing is going on in performance. On stage, we're also speaking and moving with some purpose in mind. We're doing what we do in real life, but with one exception. We're doing it on a more expansive, heightened scale. Why? Because on stage, we don't have the benefit of close-ups. We often perform for more than one person at a time. There's room for subtlety, there is, but there's also often a lot of physical room between us and our audience. So it's important that we cover all three sides of our triangle. We want a clear mental understanding of what we're up there to do, our purpose, and then we need the physical and vocal technique to make that purpose clear to our audience. But we start with purpose. Purpose. That's what modern acting technique is built around. That whatever we do on any stage, whether it's a theater or a boardroom, needs to have a specific purpose. And in performance, it helps if you consciously know what your purpose is. So, in this lecture, I'd like to introduce two fundamental approaches to accessing purpose in performance. Performance from the inside out and performance from the outside in. We'll start with inside out. When we talk about performance from the inside out, we're talking about vocal and physical expression that emanates from inner impulses. We connect with our inner purpose. We access our inner psychological experiences and then extend those into our bodies. For example, let's think about Willy Loman in Death of a Salesman. The actor playing Willy Loman might never have had to deliver disappointing news to his wife after a bad sales trip. But he might have had to tell a family member that he didn't get a job, or give a good friend some really disappointing news. So he probably knows what it's like to come home after a long day. And he probably has some idea of the mental and physical strain of working long hours and driving long distances. And if he's lived long enough to be in his 40s or beyond, and most Willies are 40 and above, he probably recalls certain moments of his own life where he didn't live up to his own expectations. He relates all of these experiences, how they made him feel physically and emotionally, to the experiences of being the character. The actor begins to understand why Willy Loman does what he does. And that's working inside out. In the grand scheme of things, this inside-out approach to performance is relatively new. To put it into context, here's a quick thumbnail of Western acting technique up to the present. We're going to begin in 6th century BC, when a Greek poet named Thespis stepped out from the crowd, the chorus, and he spoke all by himself. Now, no one really knows what he said, but I like to think it was something along the lines of, "Hey, why'd everybody else step back?" So Thespis was our first actor, and that's where we get the word thespian. Now, think about a Greek amphitheater. It's outside. It seats about 15,000 people, which means there isn't much room for subtlety. Plus, the Greeks loved big masks and robes and platform shoes and these breast-beating tragedies. So their acting style naturally evolves into a presentational, declamatory way of performing. And then, just after 800 BC, we get the Romans. And they continue this tradition, only they throw in a few more laughs from their body carnivals and religious celebrations. Then there's the rise of Christianity from around 300 BC through the Middle Ages. We lose the body, but we keep the masks and pageantry and the religious plays of the Middle Ages. We get a little of the body back with the Italian commedia dell'arte in the 14th century, which was the early form of improvisational comedy, by the way. And by the time Shakespeare comes along in the late 16th century, we have fewer masks and smaller performance spaces. Even though Shakespeare gives us some really rich and complex characters with very complicated psychologies, like Richard III, like King Lear, like Othello, there's still no formal recognition of the character's interior life, except maybe in Hamlet's Speak the Speech monologue, where he tells the players to suit the action to the word and the word to the action. In other words, not to overact. So all this focus on outward physical expression leads to some pretty large acting, which is what we theater types might call chewing the scenery. The theater moves indoors in the 18th century, but we still have this overblown histrionic acting style until well into the 19th century. You can still see this style today in John Gay's The Beggar's Opera from about 1728. It's not done often, but every once in a while you can catch a production on a college campus. I actually directed that one once upon a time. So the end of the 18th century is where modern acting technique begins. In 1823, this Russian poet named Pushkin has this amazing realization. He discovers that all the classical playwrights, Shakespeare, Racine, Corneille, Calderon, who were not very popular in the 18th century, that they all have one thing in common, an interest in presenting truth in character and situation. And then, in the late 1800s, we get Freud and Jung and the new psychology. So Freud's idea of the subconscious, of the motivating factors beneath the surface, they find their way into acting technique as subtext. Carl Jung's theories of psychological archetypes, the mother, the trickster, the shadow self, all of them, they start to influence the way actors and writers look at character. The Lumiere brothers, remember them? They begin to experiment with film. And that's a closer and more intimate medium than the stage. And then finally, dun-da-da, we get the Russian actor Konstantin Stanislavski. No performance course would be complete without the mention of Stanislavski. Stanislavski applies this search for believable truth, this quest for purpose, to acting technique. So just over 100 years ago, our modern acting method is born. Stanislavski's ideas have spawned a host of acting studios, theater companies, master teachers, and actors. His overreaching idea that purpose is the root of performance is now the basis for most drama programs in the United States. So, there you have it. The history of Western acting in about 4 minutes. Pretty fascinating, don't you think? When you stop to think about how advances in architecture and psychology and technology, how all those things tie into the styles of performance and entertainment. I think it's fascinating. So this organic, purpose-driven approach to acting is still pretty new, but it's had an enormous impact on performance in the 20th and 21st centuries. So now, let's look at another equally valid approach to performance, from the outside in, where physical impulses inform your interior life. Have you ever forced yourself to smile during a really bad day and actually felt a little happier? Or have you ever willed yourself to act confidently when you were secretly scared to death and then found that you actually felt a little more confident? That's working from the outside in. And there's scientific evidence that this approach actually works in life as well as on stage. Psychologist Paul Ekman and his colleagues did multiple studies on facial expressions, emotion, and physiology. And what they found, this is fascinating, was that when they asked subjects to adopt certain facial expressions, such as fear, the subjects actually had physiological responses associated with that emotion. Responses like changes in heart rate, body temperature, even in perspiration. And recently, another social psychologist, Amy Cuddy, made similar discoveries with body positions, which we'll talk about in our lecture on physical relationships. So, when you work outside in, you find the voice, the posture, the gait of the character first, instead of the other way around. And that informs the character's psychology. For example, an actor playing Richard III might begin with a limp or a crooked spine. Or an actor playing Queen Elizabeth might first work with an English accent or with a chemise, that stiff corset that we see in all the pictures of that period. Or you might come up with a rhythm of speaking, or with a series of tasks or gestures that convey character and create emotional response. Or actors may find character through specifically sequencing each tiny physical action. For example, they might say the line, and then sit, and then stir their cup of tea, and then tap the spoon on the cup and put the spoon on the saucer. And that means something to them and informs their character. Or they might stand, sip the tea, stir, and then tap and say the line. And that sequence might mean something different and might punctuate their work in a different way. So how they choose to do these things, how they sequence these actions, informs their emotional life. It informs the life of the character, and it leads them to other choices. So your physical choices can inform your inner life. But notice, though, that working from the outside in still requires you to understand your context, and it doesn't negate an interior life. It's just another effective means to creating purposeful performance. Meryl Streep and Laurence Olivier are two actors who seem inclined to this outside-in approach, which we'll explore further in our classes on physicality and gesture. But first, here's a really fun urban legend of the theater that pokes fun at these two approaches. When Laurence Olivier and Dustin Hoffman were filming Marathon Man in the mid-70s, legend has it that Hoffman, who typically finds organic inner impulses for his outward actions, stayed up for 3 nights in a row so he would have a realistic understanding of what this kind of sleep deprivation might feel like. So when Hoffman arrives on the set, all strung out and exhausted from being awake for 72 hours, Laurence Olivier, who was known for being able to throw a costume on and sort of instantly click into character, asks Hoffman what in the world he's been doing. And Hoffman replies that he's been preparing for their scene. So Olivier says, "My dear boy, why don't you just try acting?" Of course, this story's been told many times and in many incarnations. And finally, in 2003, Hoffman told NPR's Neil Conan that the conversation was, to some degree, taken out of context. So, what can we take from this Marathon Man story? Should we work inside out or outside in? Yes. The answer to that question is yes. Is it a performer's responsibility to understand their purpose? Yes. Is it a performer's responsibility to serve a project or a story by clearly representing a certain perspective? Yes. Is it a performer's obligation to be seen, heard, and understood by the audience? Yes, yes, and yes. But we don't learn to do all of that at once. Remember, one bite at a time. We've created our space, and now we begin to explore purpose. We start with Stanislavski. And here's what he says in his book, An Actor Prepares, published in 1936. He says, "Whatever happens on stage must be for a purpose. Even keeping your seat must be for a purpose, a specific purpose, not merely for the general purpose of being inside of the audience. One must earn one's right to be sitting there, and it is not easy." I love that. I love the idea that a performer or a presenter needs to earn the right to be in front of the audience, and that they earn it by specifically, vitally connecting to their purpose on stage. Now, some of you are probably thinking, how can I possibly earn the right to be in front of other people? I'm not talented. I'm not experienced. But notice, Stanislavski says nothing about talent or experience here. He just says that whatever you do on stage needs to have a specific purpose. In other words, focus on what you're doing instead of how well you're doing it. You'll hear me say this again and again in this course. Focus on what you're doing instead of how well you're doing it. Why? Because self-consciousness is the enemy of connected, spontaneous performance. And it's also behind what's known as stage fright. The clearer and more compelling your purpose is, the less room there is in your brain for stage fright. So there's a great irony in performance study, and it's that as you increase your self-awareness and understanding of technique, you do that only to lose it, only to have it ultimately become second nature in serving your purpose. So when you play someone other than yourself under imaginary circumstances, your character has to know why he or she is there. They have to know why they're in that particular place at that particular time with that particular person. What has your character come there to do? That's purpose. And when you make a presentation, you also have to know why you're there. Why are you at this event, at this time, with this group of people? What have you come there to do? You might introduce someone or explain a product or sell your company's services, but you need to know why you're doing what you're doing. That's purpose. It seems simple, doesn't it? But people miss this first step, no matter what approach they take. They step on stage and they focus on appearing competent and powerful, or they whip themselves into an emotional tizzy just for the sake of showing emotion, or they focus on executing a series of physical gestures without first thinking about why they're doing them. There's nothing wrong with competence and power and emotion and gestures. And there's nothing wrong with focusing on any of these when you're rehearsing. But come performance time, these are the byproducts of understanding and committing to your purpose. If you know specifically what you're there to do, and you set about doing it as effectively as you possibly can, competence, power, and true connected emotion, and your physical life, all of those things will take care of themselves. Think about the situations that require stage presence: acting, public speaking, meetings, interviews, conferences. Every situation presents specific challenges, but all of them share this same foundation first introduced by Stanislavski. All of them require you to deeply connect with your purpose, or, as we say in acting class, your objective or goal. All of them require you to ask, what's the soul of what I'm trying to do? And remember, your answer can't be, in Stanislavski's words, for the general purpose of being inside of the audience. Are you there to convince your boss to give you a raise? Are you there to pull your oldest friend through a devastating loss? Is your character there to force a lying cheat to come clean, or to win back a lover who's about to leave? Your purpose has to be that specific. There's a wonderful public speaking book out there. It's by Scott Birkin. It's called Confessions of a Public Speaker. And in it, he says, good public speaking is based on good private thinking. Amen. The great actress and teacher Uta Hagen, who studied with Stanislavski, says the same thing in her book, Respect for Acting. She says, put your instincts and sense of truth, your understanding of human realities to use while probing and grappling with the content and the roots of the material. So, how do you do this? How do you find your specific purpose on any stage? Well, to find purpose, you first need to connect with your material or context. Think about a play. A well-written play is this satisfying progression of action. And for action to progress, for a play to hold our attention, characters have to change. So your moments in a scene are a series of choices, and your smaller choices add up to a larger change in character. A character needs to start somewhere and end in a different place. So working on dramatic material requires mental and physical focus. To do dramatic material, you've got to do your homework. You've got to be a detective. You've got to find out who your character is, where they've been, why they're here now, and what they want from other people. You need to know your material intimately. You need to understand your context. The same goes for public speaking. Why do we go hear a speaker? We go to hear someone express a particular point of view about a particular subject. We go to be inspired, informed, persuaded. We go to know more, or to understand more, or even to strengthen what we already believe. We go to be changed, at least in some small way. And like a well-written play, the content of any presentation is a series of choices in the service of an overall goal, a purpose. With public speaking, you're often the actor and the playwright, though. If your presentation requires research, you're still a detective. You still need to know your context, but now you're the creator, the playwright. And like a playwright, you need to craft your content carefully. Everything you say, the words you choose, the structure you create, the information you decide to include or leave out, the length of your sentences, your level of formality, your use of detail and anecdotes, all of this reflects your overall purpose as a speaker. So crafting your message and connecting with your material takes time and reflection. For example, at the very least, I spend 3 times the amount of time preparing for a lecture than I do actually delivering it. And for this course, I spent a lot more. So knowing your material doesn't mean just memorizing your lines. Of course, you need to know your lines. You need to have them down cold. But performing requires more than memorization. It requires a clear understanding of and a commitment to pursuing your goal. It's not enough to move beautifully and speak clearly, even though that helps a lot. But audiences will forgive imperfections and maybe even identify with them if you have a deep understanding of what you want to communicate. That is, your purpose. Now, here's an example from my own family. My father-in-law was a well-known Methodist minister in Atlanta. He had a divinity degree from Yale and a doctorate in preaching from Emory University. He also had mild cerebral palsy. His hands shook. He walked with an awkward gait. His voice sometimes cracked, and sometimes he even slurred his words. But in spite of all these challenges with his voice and with his body, he was an incredibly powerful speaker. His sermons were this wonderful blend of humor and heart and philosophy. And my father-in-law preached for 30 years, and he presided over some large churches in and around Atlanta. He was far from the perfect speaker, even though public speaking was a major part of his job. It was his passion, his connection to his purpose that made him such a vital speaker year after year, Sunday after Sunday. So, what do we have to learn from modern acting technique? You need to know the central importance of finding the specific purpose that makes your character tick. We'll discuss how you get to that in our next 2 lectures. We'll explore the tools of arriving at and deepening this purpose, both from a dramatic perspective and from a public speaking standpoint. You may be surprised to learn how little difference there is between them. I'll see you next time. We need to have a specific purpose on stage. Pretty straightforward, yes? And the way we find that purpose is to connect with our material. That's logical, isn't it? But how do we do that? How do we figure out our purpose, and then how do we connect to it? Like many rewarding tasks, it takes time and effort. A fully layered characterization doesn't just happen. Often the simplest, clearest performances come from hours of research and rehearsal. As a performer, you arrive at fully inhabited roles and presentations in steps. In the theater, we often call it building a character. And anyone who's ever waited for a renovation at their home or at their office knows that building takes time. So yes, there's magic and mystery in the act of creation, but there's also a lot of thoughtful work. You see, every character is the hero of his own story. Every speaker has her own point of view. Everybody, even characters or people we don't agree with, have their reasons for doing what they do. So if we're playing a character, it's our job to figure out what makes that character tick. If we're playing some version of ourselves in a public scenario, it's our job to consciously understand our own motivation. As performers, it's our job to understand context, and then it's our job to extend that context into action. So it helps to have some tools. One of the best systems I know for accessing purpose and connecting with material is a series of questions devised by the great actress and teacher Uta Hagen. I use them in my acting classes, but I also use them when I'm coaching professionals who are preparing for important speeches or meetings. So, a little background here. Uta Hagen was a Tony Award-winning actress. She was also devoted to teaching, which kept her in New York and out of Hollywood, which is why a lot of us don't really know who she is. But she's most famous for originating the role of Martha in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf on Broadway in 1962. She also trained generations of actors. She wrote 2 wonderful books, Respect for Acting and A Challenge for the Actor. Both of them are widely used in acting courses today. Uta Hagen taught acting until several months before her death in 2004. She was 84. She was still teaching. She was still giving. Uta Hagen was a powerful, generous actress and an even more generous teacher. She taught her students to pay attention to every moment on stage, to never stop digging. Respect for Acting is filled with exercises to help actors deepen their characterizations by making specific choices based in the text. So, for our next 2 lectures, we're going to roll up our sleeves and explore Uta Hagen's 9 questions. We'll apply them first to a theatrical scene between Blanche and Stanley from Tennessee Williams' Streetcar Named Desire. And we're going to do this just the way we would do it if we were working on a production. And then we'll apply them to a speech. First Lady Barbara Bush's address to the graduating class at Wellesley College in 1990. Are you ready? When we first start to work on a play or a character or speech, we start with the objective truth. We read a play or a situation like a detective, remember? We're looking for psychological artifacts. We find those facts, we dig, we research, we scrutinize. And then once we have the facts, we start to infer, we start to interpret, we start to look at the truth subjectively. We experiment in rehearsal, we listen and respond to our partners. We try different ways of sequencing our lines or sequencing our actions. And then finally, after lots of trial and error, we arrive at our performance. One last comment before we go through Uta Hagen's 9 questions. I want you to notice when I ask these questions that she's using first person. That's by design. If we're going to truly inhabit a character or a speech, it needs to be deeply personal. So whether you're playing a character or some version of yourself on stage, answer these questions in the first person. I'll be answering some of them today in the first person, and then I'll answer others in the third person, just in the interest of time. So here are Uta Hagen's 9 questions. Who am I? What time is it? Where am I? What surrounds me? What are the given circumstances? What's my relationship? What do I want? What's in my way? And what do I do to get what I want? Now, these questions seem pretty straightforward, right? But they're also pretty loaded. We're looking for specific, in-depth information here, stuff that leads to depth and nuance in performance. So unless you consider these questions in great detail and develop complete and thoughtful answers to them, you run the risk of creating a generalized, sometimes misinformed performance. And remember, an actor's job is to play the character, not judge it. For example, think about some of the things that Blanche and Stanley have done or are going to do in the play. Blanche has seduced underage boys. By the end of the play, Stanley is going to force himself on Blanche. Neither one of them makes pretty choices. They're deeply flawed people, but it would be a mistake to play either role as a stereotype. Blanche as the lying vixen or Stanley as the boorish bully. Because the beauty of Streetcar Named Desire is that all the characters, Stanley, Stella, Blanche, Mitch, all of them are complex people. They're all fighting to make their lives better. We all are fighting to make our lives better. And the reason that this play endures is that all the characters are sympathetic in some way, in spite of their choices. So, how do you answer Uta Hagen's questions to build a character? Well, I'm going to guide you in the way I might guide the actors playing each role. Now, keep in mind, I won't really be acting these roles. Neither one of them is in my strike zone at this stage of my life. But you'll hear me flavor my responses with words and details that I choose. And as a director, I often will help an actor with this sort of analysis, particularly one who's inexperienced. So, we'll look at scene 2, where Stanley questions Blanche about the loss of the family home, Belle Reve. So the first question, who am I? Who am I? Who am I is about much more than our names or the name of our character. We're talking about our physical characteristics, our gender, our age, our height, our weight. We're talking about our health. We're talking about our appearance, our posture, our hair and skin and eyes. We're also thinking about who we are sociologically. What's our class? Our occupation? Our religion? What's our race? What's our nationality? Our political affiliations or our standing in the community? All of these things have an effect on who we are psychologically. Our behaviors, our moral standards, our ambitions, our personal habits, our frustrations, our abilities, our intelligence. It has an effect on all of those. It also affects how we want to appear to others. So if we apply this "who am I" question to Blanche in Streetcar Named Desire and take all the details given to us by the play, we might come up with something like this. My name is Blanche Dubois. My name means white woods in French. I wear a white suit with a fluffy bodice, pearls, and gloves. I remind people of a moth or a butterfly. I have to shimmer and glow. I'm 30 years old, ancient as far as men are concerned. I was married once, but the boy died. He shot himself. I teach high school English, but I was recently separated from my job. I love poetry and literature. I love soft light and beauty. I was born and raised in Laurel, Mississippi, just north of Hattiesburg and just over 2 hours from New Orleans. I speak a bit of French. My family descended from French Huguenots, and they owned a plantation called Belle Reve, which means beautiful dream in French. As my parents and relatives died off, our estate dwindled, sold off bit by bit. Now all that's left to show for it are stacks of papers from lawyers and loan officers. My sister Stella left Mississippi for New Orleans a few years ago, but I stayed behind to care for our parents and sick relatives. Laurel was a very social place, a place where class and bloodline were important. I grew up going to deb balls and parties and wearing beautiful dresses and enjoying the attentions of young men. My family instilled in me the importance of keeping up appearances. I learned from them. that beauty is more important than truth. So, as we collect the psychological artifacts, we begin to visualize. We get the facts from the dialogue and stage directions in the script, and we do a little historical research. We start to see why Blanche drinks and why she tells lies and spends money and seduces young men. She has to keep up appearances. She has to keep beauty alive. She's constantly trying to return to a time when there was beauty in her life. Because the way Blanche sees it, the world around her is crumbling. This pit of ugliness and desperation is opening up, and she's going to fall into it unless she can hold on to beauty. Beauty is all she's got left, and it's fading fast. We also began to get some images of how Blanche wants to appear. She wants to appear beautiful, feminine, young, vivacious. She wants to appear innocent and a little helpless, so a man will want to take care of her. She doesn't want to appear too desperate, though, even though she's starting to crack underneath. Then we might feel our way a bit further. If we think about what Blanche values, how she wants to appear, we might experiment with how she moves. If you're working outside in, you might literally try walking around in Blanche's shoes. I doubt that Blanche strides through her life, not in the shoes she has to wear. And I doubt that Blanche often sits with her legs spread. You know, she probably sits in a more demure way. I think it's been bred out of her by culture. And I wonder, when Blanche feels desperate and anxious and uncomfortable, I wonder how often she'll let her back touch a chair when she sits. You might experiment with handling props. What would a set of elegant white gloves mean to Blanche? What about the rhinestone tiara they mention in the script? Blanche is trying to hold on to beauty, to sanity, so she surrounds herself with the things that make her feel beautiful. And if you're working from the inside out, you might remember a time when you lost everything but a few special belongings, or a time where you moved from a small town to a big, bustling city. You might recall a crowded situation where you knew no one. You might remember the anxiety you had in a time when you had no idea what your future held. Tennessee Williams gives us so much to work with, doesn't he? So now let's look at Blanche's partner in this scene, Stanley Kowalski, a formidable adversary. He comes from a very different background than Blanche. If we were to answer the who am I question for Stanley, it might look something like this. My name is Stanley Kowalski. Kowalski is a Polish name, but I'm 100% American and proud of it. I'm 28 years old, about 5'9". I'm solid, strong. During the war, I was promoted to a master sergeant in the engineer corps, which is almost as high as an enlisted man can go. I'm a decorated officer, and that means something. Now, I work for a plant. We build precision parts. I started on the floor, but soon I moved up to traveling, and soon I might move up again. I like women. I size them up fast. I don't go in for glamour or fancy furs or jewelry. People need to be who they are and lay their cards on the table. I like hanging out with the guys. Sometimes I drink too much. I wind up hitting someone. But everyone knows it's just because I'm drunk. I love beer, red meat, cars, poker, bowling. I like bright colored lights. I talk loud. I wear loud clothes. Someone told me my astrological sign is a Capricorn, a goat. I don't go in for that stuff, but if it means I'm stubborn and matter of fact, what can I say? Maybe the shoe fits. I strike some people as the unrefined type, but I'm just after the truth. I want to appear strong, manly, tough, sexy. I want everyone to know I'm the guy in charge. I pay attention to what's going on, and people pay attention to me. So, those are Stanley's facts. Wow, can any two people be any more different? And all these images of Stanley in the script are going to lead you to a very different physical and emotional life than what we just began with Blanche. Stanley has bravado. He has a swagger. The script says he's like a rooster. So an actor working from the outside in might experiment with strutting around a bit. He might see what it feels like to literally lay his cards on the table. For instance, how might Stanley hand someone a package of meat? Maybe he would toss it. How might he hold a cigar? Can you see how putting Blanche and Stanley on stage together is going to lead to a big theatrical conflict? They come from two completely different worlds. So let's move on to question number 2. What time is it? Now again, it seems like a straightforward question, but time means lots of different things. So sure, we have the minute, the hour, the day, the month, but we also have the time period we happen to live in, which may impact our social choices or our risk-taking. We have the time of year, which might affect what we wear or how we move. We have the stage in life we're in, which has a lot to do with how we view the present. So, what time is it for Blanche and Stanley? Well, the script tells us that it's early May 1947. So in New Orleans, it's already pretty hot and humid. And for scene 2, it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Blanche arrived at about that time the day before, so she's been staying with Stanley and Stella for 24 hours. Now let's look at the historical period. May 1947 was exactly 2 years after the Germans surrendered to the Allies. Servicemen were returning home. The social landscape was changing. Women had gone to work. They tasted independence. But there was still a societal expectation that a young woman would be married by at least age 25. Segregation was still the norm in the U.S., especially in the Deep South. But New Orleans, where a streetcar was set, wasn't as segregated as the rest of the United States, and Stanley and Stella's neighborhood is more multicultural. American industry was booming in this period after a long period of war rations. And rations had changed all sorts of things. What technology people could have. Remember, Stanley gets the radio. It changed what they ate, how much fabric they used for their suits and dresses. It changed a lot of different things. So people were finally becoming consumers again after a long period of deprivation. They could buy things again, and that led to more jobs like the one that Stanley has. So Blanche's "What time is it?" might read something like this. It's May 1947. The school year isn't quite over, but I'm finished teaching all the same. It was quick and unexpected. I left Laurel yesterday morning at Mr. Graves', my superintendent's, request. So here I am. It's hot and sticky down here this time of year, especially during the day. I find the heat oppressive, so I take long baths to calm my nerves. While the war was on, my life was on hold. All the eligible young men went off to fight, and the men who were left weren't the sort a girl like me would want to marry. But I had fun with them just the same. Now that the war is over, though, I've got to find someone soon, very soon, or I'll be an old maid school teacher all my life. I liked things the way they were, when I knew what was expected of me, when our kind didn't mix with people like Stanley, when the operator connected your calls instead of you having to dial them yourself. So for Blanche, this new world makes her feel like she's on shaky ground, like her best years are behind her. The social rules are changing. Things like radios and dial-up phones are very unfamiliar. Raw meat is something that Blanche would definitely not handle. And all this humidity in New Orleans makes her feel wilted and sticky. Now, Stanley's "What time is it?" is going to read very differently. Here's how his might sound. It's May 1947. I'm 28 years old, and the future is here. It's mine. I left the Engineer Corps after the war. I got a job with the plant back in my own hometown. Companies need parts now, and in just 2 years, I've worked my way up the ladder. Hopefully I'll move up again, especially since Stella's about to have a baby. The war made a man out of me. Before the war, I was just another Polish kid without a future. But the war gave me skills and confidence. I met Stella when I was in uniform. Before the war, a girl like her might not have looked at me, but after, she couldn't get enough. It's hot here this time of year. A man needs to be able to get into his own home and clean himself up. But Stella's sister Blanche stays in there all the time. And she's not just taking a bath. I see where my liquor goes. So life is just beginning for Stanley, while Blanche sees this time as her last chance at happiness. So let's move on to Uta Hagen's third question. Where am I? So here, we're talking about your geographic location, yes, but we're also talking about the significance of that location. For example, for a singer, Carnegie Hall would mean something completely different than a church basement with an upright piano, right? So place is powerful. There's memory in place. There are feelings of power or inadequacy, feelings of freedom or confinement. How many people leave the tiny town they grew up in and redefine themselves somewhere else? How many people downsize from the frenetic pace of city life to a more tranquil rhythm in a smaller place? So we want to understand the physical size and characteristics of our place or venue, and also look at the conditions they create, the climate, the atmosphere, the sound quality, and most importantly, our sense of ourselves in that place. So Blanche and Stanley are in the exact same place, but where they are means something very different to each of them. Blanche is visiting New Orleans for the first time. It's big and overwhelming. She's in Elysian Fields, a neighborhood between the railroad tracks and the Mississippi River. Remember, she took a streetcar named Desire to get there and then transferred to one called Cemeteries. Now, Elysian Fields is named after a street in Paris, but it was also the land of the dead in Greek mythology, and Blanche would have the education to be aware of this. People from Blanche's background don't find themselves in neighborhoods near the tracks very often. People in search of grace or class don't tend to find it in neighborhoods like this. So Blanche is shocked by what she sees. Her sister Stella had written that she and Stanley were in a quaint cottage, but in reality, they're living in a rundown duplex in a seedy neighborhood. Blanche feels like the streetcar has let her out on another planet. And this planet is Stanley's turf. So his Where Am I paints a completely different picture of the exact same place. For him, Elysian Fields is a place where no one cares what color you are or where you came from. It's a place where a person can be recognized for who he is. He doesn't have to put on airs. He doesn't have to be fancy. He has enough space on the first floor of his duplex to have the guys over for poker, enough room in the bed for him and Stella, and what more could he want? So now that Blanche has come, though, he's tripping over her, and he can't go where he wants in his own home. Isn't it amazing? I think it's absolutely amazing how two different people can have such different perceptions of the same place. And, it doesn't just happen in theater. Understanding background and perception is important in any communication arena. In fact, two expert conflict negotiators, Roger Fisher and William Ury, who wrote the book Getting to Yes, talk a lot about perception and how it relates to negotiation. So context on any stage is important, whether it's a production of a play or a discussion over agreements or union rules or discussion of conflicts overseas. So our next question is, what surrounds me? This requires the performer to specifically understand the space they're in and to endow the set, the props, the walls, with significance that's going to inform the action. Now, sometimes this information is in the script or on the stage, but sometimes we have to use our imagination. So I'll return to first person. What surrounds me for Blanche? Stella and Stanley's apartment is tiny. There is only one bathroom and no privacy, not even a wall between the kitchen and the bedroom. It's cramped and crowded. And all of this noise, these smells, this heat, this closeness, it sets my nerves on edge. I'm surrounded by everything unfamiliar. The smell of bananas or coffee, the sounds of cats yowling, vendors calling out, people screaming and yelling at each other, garish, naked light bulbs, grubby comic books, Stanley's gaudy pajamas wadded on the floor, empty beer bottles, no books, nothing literary, nothing to write on, peeling paint, a fold-up bed, flimsy, grubby curtains between the kitchen and the bedroom. Maybe I can make it pretty. Maybe a coverlet for the bed, maybe a paper lantern to soften the garish light, because the light shows my age. And I brought a few things to comfort me, an old corsage from my first cotillion, letters written to me from a dead boy. And for Stanley, this is my home, my castle, where I'm the king. Those comic books were mine when I was a kid. I bought them with my own money. The pajamas I bought for my wedding night. I hold down a good job. I can afford to buy beer when I want it. Stella moved in here and brought a few lady touches, a picture of herself in a fancy dress on the steps of that plantation, some curtains, a few other things. With one of my first paychecks, I got a radio, so Stella and me can listen to jazz or a show. I like the lights bright, so I can see what I'm looking at. On mine and Stella's wedding night, we had colored lights going. She loved it. Now, typically, I'll ask actors to embellish these facts, to make juicy choices when it comes to detail, choices that really get them going. And different actors might make different choices. For example, an actress playing Blanche might respond most strongly to a dirty undershirt that Stanley leaves on the couch. And another Blanche might just come unglued from hearing all the sounds of the world she's in, or finding a half-eaten piece of meat on the kitchen table. So pay attention to the details. Embellish, expand. There are many more choices Blanche or Stanley could make, but for now, let's just go on to the next question. With all the background of the first 4 questions in mind, now we can answer, what are my given circumstances? In other words, what are the events that led up to the moment when the scene or speech begins, and how do they color how you'll play it? What's the backstory of the situation you're walking into? Blanche's backstory is that she eloped with a boy when she was 16, a poet named Alan, and then she found him in bed with an older man who'd been his friend for years. And when she confronted Alan on the dance floor of the casino, he ran outside and shot himself. And this memory is always with her. Blanche has been on a downward spiral the past 2 years. She lost Belle Reve. She moved into the Flamingo Hotel and uses whiskey and the affections of men to take away her torture. And most recently, she was involved with a 17-year-old boy. And when his father found out, he told the superintendent, and she was fired. So she packed up all she has in the world and rushed down to the only person she has left, her sister Stella. And Blanche is about to crack. In scene 2, it's the end of a hot day. Blanche took a bath to quiet her nerves, and she had a drink. Well, maybe she had 2 drinks. Stanley is having his friends over, though, for poker tonight. So Blanche and Stella are going out to dinner and a show. So Stanley's given circumstances are that he came home from bowling last night to find Blanche here with all her things. Stella didn't tell him Blanche was coming, and judging from her luggage, it looks like Blanche is going to be there a while. She's also been drinking some of his best liquor and then lying about it. So he's noticed that Stella waits on Blanche, hand and foot, and treats her like she's really fragile. And Stella's also told him that the plantation is lost. But when he looks at all the fancy clothes that Blanche brought, he thinks that's where the plantation's gone. So in scene 2, he's going to stay and get the story straight from Blanche. So as we work our way through this, you can see how Blanche and Stanley represent two completely different points of view. Blanche is the old South, caught up in bloodlines and poetry and appearances. And Stanley is the new way of doing things, practical, industrious, passionate. But of course, an actor can't play a symbol. An actor has to play a human being with all the complexity and contradictions that people have. So the details are important. We've analyzed the who, when, where, and why. And in our next lecture, we'll take all our backstory, our given circumstances, and apply them to what's going on in scene 2, the action. We'll continue with Uta Hagen's 9 questions next lecture. Context. Who, when, where, and why. In our last lecture, we saw how context builds perspective, and perspective leads to purposeful, motivated communication. When you understand context, you understand perspective and how it affects action. Before we jump back into Streetcar, I want to relate this to your own life. Consider for a moment your own time, your own place, your own surroundings and circumstances. How much do they influence what you say and how you say it? How do they affect the way you carry yourself, or how you physically go about getting what you want every single day? Ask yourself, how might you behave if you were a different gender? If you were 20 years younger than you are now? If you'd had more money or less? If you'd had more or less education? What I'm getting at here is we respond to the world we're in. We respond to the world we make. And then on stage, we respond to the world we imagine. Context is important, both for creating character and for offering your best self on stage. You want to have a body and a voice flexible and strong enough to portray a variety of characters. You also want to have the vocal and physical technique to fully communicate your ideas as a speaker. We'll start working on those sides of our triangle in our next lecture. But now it's time to continue our work on purpose. Now we're ready to explore what. The last 4 questions in Uta Hagen's series begin with the word what. What are my relationships? What do I want? What's in my way? And finally, what do I do to get what I want? Right now, we're looking at these questions through the lens of a play, but all of these questions apply in any meaningful interaction. I recently used them to help a group prepare for a meeting that had the potential to be contentious. We used them to clarify the group's context and goals and to understand the other organization's perspective. And I'm happy to report that the meeting wound up being very productive. So these are great tools, no matter what scene you happen to be playing. So let's pick up with the 6th question. What are my relationships? Now notice, relationships is plural. We're talking about any relationship that impacts a situation, whether the person is present or not. For example, think about a parent-teacher conference. Parents might discuss a child while the child isn't there, but their relationship with the child and their relationship to each other is just as important and just as much a part of the conference as their relationship with the teacher. Another example might be a family hearing a will read. The family's relationship to the deceased will have an impact on the way they receive the information. You can also have a relationship to objects and surroundings. For example, whenever I hear the grandfather clock in my own house, I think of my father-in-law because the clock lived at his house for many years. It reminds me of family dinners and holidays and talks in the kitchen. So back to Blanche and Stanley. What are their relationships? Again, we personalize the facts, so we'll do this question in first person. Here's what we get from Blanche's dialogue. Stanley is the husband of my sister. I heard about him in Stella's letters, but nothing prepared me for Stanley in the flesh. He's common. There is no part of a gentleman in his nature. There's something downright bestial about him. He acts like an animal, has an animal's habits, eats like one, moves like one. There's something subhuman, something not quite to the stage of humanity yet, something ape-like about him. The first time I met him, he had the audacity to take his shirt off in front of me, and I have to ask him to close the bathroom door. That sort of commonness isn't necessary. He is insufferably rude and goes out of his way to offend me. But I don't underestimate Stanley. Animals can be brutal, cunning. The first time I laid eyes on him, I thought to myself, that man is my executioner. That man will destroy me unless I can tame him. So that's Blanche's perspective on Stanley. Now, a lot of that narrative is directly from the script. Sometimes I'll ask actors to finish a character's partial sentences, which is what I did with that last statement. In the play, Blanche gets interrupted before she can say how Stanley won't destroy her, and that word unless is important. It tells us Blanche is fighting for something in this play. Blanche also has a relationship to a stack of letters in scene 2. They're love letters from her husband that she's kept all these years. If you're working outside in, these letters would be an excellent prop to explore and endow. How might Blanche handle them? How would she respond, say, if Stanley grabbed the letters and threw them on the floor? For Blanche, these letters would be precious. She'd try to protect them the way she wasn't able to protect her husband all those years ago. If you're working from the inside out, an actress playing Blanche might get a picture in her mind of what her husband looked like, and then she might think of him every time she handles the letters. She might explore how in love she felt when the letters were written. She might think of a time from her own life when she felt invincible and how, when she least expected it, how the rug was pulled out from under her. So however you work, inside out, outside in, your relationships inform your choices. Now let's look at Stanley's relationships to Blanche. He isn't quite the talker Blanche is, but he says and does enough that we have plenty to go on. How might Stanley answer this relationship question? Blanche is Stella's older sister, and am I glad I got the younger one? From the minute Blanche showed up, she's been lying and fishing for compliments. If she wasn't my wife's sister, I'd get ideas about her. She's not bad looking, but I can't stand a woman who asks me to tell her she's pretty. And I'm not taken in by her Hollywood damsel in distress act. Stella says Blanche's nerves are gone, that she'll go to pieces if I ask about our plantation. But I know a liar when I see one. She spent Stella's money on all those fine things she showed up with. She swindled my wife, and when she swindles my wife, she swindles me. Then, of course, both Blanche and Stanley have a relationship to Stella. So for Blanche, Stella is all the family she's got left. And just like in any family, siblings take on roles. Stella is the calm, sensible one, and Blanche is the fragile, excitable one. So it's all the more disturbing for Blanche that her sensible sister has married this brute of a man. Stanley sees Stella in a different light. He says that when he first met her, Stella thought he was common as dirt. He talks about pulling her down off the columns of her plantation house. Stanley and Stella have been very happy together before Blanche came, but now he's having to share Stella with her sister, and Stella's loyalties are divided. In the first part of scene 2, Stella and Stanley have an argument over Blanche and the loss of the plantation, and in the argument, Stella calls him an idiot and tells him he's stupid, which I think are things that Stella doesn't say when Blanche isn't around. So, trouble's brewing, yes? Blanche and Stanley are fighting for Stella's loyalty, and that dynamic is in every scene they have together, even when Stella's not there. Doesn't Tennessee Williams give us these juicy relationships? They're so complicated. They're fraught with agendas, just like real life. No wonder his plays are still around. We know these people, don't we? We see pieces of ourselves or people we know in them. We get these characters, even if they are a work of fiction. So now, and only now that we know all the background, the circumstances, and the relationships, and the time and place, now we start to explore action. Our 7th question is, what do I want? Now, typically with a play, we answer this question 2 ways. First, we look at what a character wants in each scene. Then, we connect all those dots of purpose together to create the character's overreaching objective for the whole play. Stanislavski called this the super objective. If you were to extend this idea to organizations, you might compare the super objective to a long-range mission statement, and the scene objectives are the short-term goals that lead to the accomplishment of that long-range mission. So Blanche's super objective might be to save herself from mental, emotional, and financial ruin. And Stanley's super objective might be to hold on to a future that's rightfully his. Now, in the smaller scenes, your answer to the what do I want question has to be more specific. And in my opinion, it's most effective if you phrase it in terms of the person or people you're sharing the stage with. So, wanting something like to be left alone isn't specific enough. Or wanting to show your strength, or your cunning, or your competence. Those kind of objectives cause you to focus on yourself and become self-conscious. So, as a performer, you're most effective when you want something from your partner. Focusing on your partner allows you to spend your performance energy thinking about what you're doing instead of how well you're doing it. Remember that? So what do you want from your partner? What does Blanche want from Stanley? What does Stanley want from Blanche? And you want to phrase this objective in simple, playable terms. It should be something you can actually do to your partner. And you should be able to test its success by observing your partner. So go on, make it subjective. I often tell my students to just use the juiciest words they can when crafting their objective. So Blanche's objective in scene 2 might be to win over an angry wolf who threatens my safety. And Stanley's objective might be to force a lying swindler to tell the truth. You can play these things. Even though your objective is simple, you choose it carefully because it colors all your choices throughout the scene. Before we move on, let's go back and match these scene objectives up to our super objectives. Does winning over an angry wolf gel with Blanche saving herself from ruin? Absolutely. Blanche has to win Stanley to keep Stella's loyalty. Does forcing a lying swindler to tell the truth sync up with Stanley holding on to what's rightfully his? Sure. Stanley believes that Stella and everything she owns are rightfully his. If the actor playing Stanley is working outside in or on his objective, he might experiment with physical intimidation. Think about it. How might he physically own the space? How might he physically claim ownership over someone else's things? If the actor is working inside out, He might think about the shame of being duped and how he might compensate for that. He might remember how he felt in his own life when he caught someone in a lie. So now we come to the eighth and the ninth questions. What's in my way, and what do I do to get what I want? It's the rocks in the stream that make it sing, right? It's the obstacles in our path that create the drama that forces us to do something. So what's in the way of these characters, and what do they do to get what they want? Well, Blanche's obstacles are, first, that she's just been through an ordeal and that her confidence is shaken. So immediately before this run-in with Stanley, she tries to buck herself up by drinking and taking hot baths. Second, she's on Stanley's turf. So she tries to take over the space by telling Stanley when he can enter his own bedroom and demanding that he button her dress. Stanley refuses, by the way. Third, Blanche doesn't have experience with people like Stanley. So she first uses her usual tactics of flirting and disarming, but these don't work. So then she puts Stanley down as being lower class than she is. And finally, Blanche is physically and mentally weaker than Stanley. And this is going to come to a head later on in the play. But in this scene, Blanche finally levels with Stanley and tells him the truth. The partial truth, at least. And throughout the play, Blanche puts her hopes into the one tactic that's always worked for her in the past, seduction. So she'll tame the wolf if she can seduce him. Now let's take a look at Stanley's obstacles and tactics. First, Blanche has been trying to take over the space. So just before the scene begins, Stanley goes through her trunk and pulls out all her clothes to see what he can find out. He also tactically threatens Blanche by not allowing her the privacy to get dressed alone after her bath. Second, Stanley knows that Blanche is better educated than he is and that she knows how to use her education to evade him. So he blusters. He uses tactics of rebuffing Blanche's advances and dismissing her attempts to lure him away from the subject at hand. He also challenges and interrogates her. And finally, Stanley knows that he's dealing with a confirmed liar. So he violates Blanche's privacy by grabbing those precious letters from her and then rattling her into telling the truth. Once he's gotten the information he wants, Stanley justifies himself by telling Blanche that the reason he was so concerned is that Stella is going to have a baby. And at the end of the play, Stanley commits the ultimate violation. He rapes Blanche. He says to her, "We've had this date from the beginning." One of them was going to win this conflict, and that winning would consist of a sexual conquest. Seduction, if Blanche wins, and rape, if Stanley wins. Now a word here. Do Blanche and Stanley do all of these interesting tactics all at once? No. They play their tactics one at a time and in direct response to the obstacles they're giving each other. And they're always watching each other to see if their tactics are succeeding. If a tactic isn't working, they have two choices. They can change their tactics and try something else, or they can intensify the tactic they're playing. But they can only play one tactic at a time. If they try to play them all at once, the audience won't be clear on what they're trying to do. Remember, in rehearsal and in performance, both actors keep checking in with one another. They keep listening and responding to each other, always as if they're hearing the lines for the first time. The test of their success, whether or not a tactic is working, is always in the partner. And tactics can change based on the responses they get. In the scene we're talking about, physical proximity and physical contact are in play. So if Stanley chooses to intensify his tactic of threatening, say by grabbing Blanche's arm, Blanche may have a very different tactical response than if he's just speaking to her from across the room. So you're not just acting when you're speaking the lines. There's an old saying in the acting world, half of acting is reacting. If you specifically and truthfully pursue what you want from the other person on stage, you'll create this amazing cycle of action and response. And that energy feeds on itself. Your partner responds to you, which causes you to respond to your partner, which evokes another response, and so on. This cycle, this reciprocal exchange between two actors who've integrated this kind of character analysis is so exciting and it's so effective. You can already see here that performance is much more than getting out on a stage and getting into a costume and saying the lines. This is the craft. This is what actors mean by creating or building a character. And you can also see that if you use the 9 questions, whether you're working inside out or outside in or both together, you can use these questions because they give you that physical and emotional context. Some of you are thinking, all right, know my context. Okay, know my relationships. Focus my purpose on my partner. Listen and respond as if it's the first time. Okay, makes sense. But what if you're giving a speech? What if you're not playing a character? What if you're just yourself, like in a meeting or a presentation or just in a conversation? You can use Uta Hagen's 9 questions in all of these settings. You can use them anytime you have to speak your truth in a crucial situation. Yes, they lead to nuanced, motivated characters, but they can also lead to clarity and focus for important seminars, meetings, teaching, or asking your boss for a raise. You can even use them to convince your spouse to go along with some harebrained idea. I know, I've tried it. Even though you're not in a dialogue, even if it's just you speaking to an audience, you can still use the 9 questions, because if you're speaking to one person or 1,000, you still have a partner. You still have a relationship. You still have a purpose. How you go about pursuing your purpose depends on who you're talking to and how they respond to you, whether it's one person or a whole stadium of people. So we looked at how we use the 9 questions within a dramatic one-on-one framework where our context was given by the playwright. But what about public speaking? How can we use them there? Well, here's a great illustration. Let's take Barbara Bush's commencement speech to the graduating class at Wellesley College in 1990. It's famous because Mrs. Bush had a very difficult task to accomplish. I'll use third person here since this is relatively recent history. So, who was Barbara Bush? Well, we know she was the wife of George Herbert Walker Bush, the 41st President of the United States. She was born in New York City in 1925, and her dad ran McCall's Publishing Company. So Barbara Bush had had a privileged upbringing, which included boarding school. In 1941, on a Christmas break, she met George Bush at a dance. She went on to Smith College, but she dropped out in 1943 to marry George Bush before the war. What time was it for Barbara Bush? Now, here's where it starts getting fun. It's 1990. Barbara Bush is 65. She supported her husband through his whole career as a U.S. representative, an ambassador, the chairman of the Republican Committee, the head of the CIA, and finally the vice presidency and then the presidency. She's raised 6 kids and now devotes her life to her duties as First Lady and to the cause of literacy. Now for the broader context. 8 years earlier, the Equal Rights Amendment had failed to be ratified despite the fact that Congress had passed it in 1972. But the roles of women at home and in the workplace were changing. Throughout the 80s, we had movies like, you probably remember some of these, Tootsie and Mr. Mom and Baby Boom, and young women were being told that they could have it all, a high-powered career, a marriage, and a family. They didn't have to choose. Doors were opening. After years of struggle, women are feeling a lot of pressure to achieve in the workplace. Where was Barbara Bush? She'd come to give this commencement address at Wellesley College, a top women's school just outside of Boston, not unlike the school she dropped out of. Boston is a hub, as you probably know, of higher education. It boasts over 50, I think, public and private universities. Harvard, Brandeis, MIT, Emerson, just to name a few. So Barbara Bush is in a place and time where people value career and drive and accomplishment. What surrounded Barbara Bush? Barbara Bush was surrounded by an audience of young, ambitious female Wellesley graduates and their families. She's on a stage, she's behind a podium, and behind her sit about 20 college administrators and faculty, and behind them are the flags of many different nations. Barbara Bush was also surrounded by television cameras and microphones from all the major radio and TV networks. Because you see, the selection of Barbara Bush to speak at Wellesley had caused a national debate. The eyes of the nation were upon her. Her speech was live across the country. What are Barbara Bush's given circumstances? Well, here's what Barbara Bush knew. She knew that she was Wellesley's second choice for commencement speaker. Alice Walker, the author of The Color Purple, had been asked first, but she'd canceled. The First Lady also knew that 25% of Wellesley's class of 1990 had signed a petition saying they were outraged that she'd been selected to speak. They'd said Mrs. Bush wasn't a suitable role model for career-oriented young women. After all, they argued, she didn't stand on her own merit. She'd only been asked because she was the wife of a president. Barbara Bush also knew, as did the whole country, that this petition had sparked a national debate on how women ought to define themselves. And in spite of the controversy surrounding her selection, Mrs. Bush had chosen to honor her commitment and go on and speak to the graduates of Wellesley. What were Barbara Bush's relationships? Here's what Barbara Bush knew about her partners, the 600 or so young women who were about to leave Wellesley and embark on their careers. They were ambitious. They'd had a top-notch education from an elite school. They were groomed for professional success. They'd also come of age during a very different era than the one Barbara Bush lived in, when she dropped out of Smith College to marry George Bush in 1945. Barbara Bush also knew that 75% of the Wellesley graduating class of 1990 had not signed the petition asking that the invitation to speak be revoked. What did Barbara Bush want? Well, first, let's talk about what Barbara Bush didn't want. She didn't want to continue the controversy. She wasn't there to shake her finger at those young women. She wasn't there to prove she was right or defend her choices. Barbara Bush wanted to connect with and honor those women, whether they thought she was a good role model or not. What was in Barbara Bush's way? Barbara Bush faced some formidable obstacles. There was a significant subgroup of her audience, her partner, who didn't feel she was worthy. She also faced a media storm that had maybe blown this whole thing a bit out of proportion. What did Barbara Bush do to get what she wanted? Barbara Bush disarmed them. She joked. She reminded the audience that this was the second time she'd been invited to speak at Wellesley, and that the first was when she came to talk about her experiences in China. She flattered them by talking about Wellesley's spirit of excellence, their tolerance for diversity. And she deflected the focus from herself by borrowing a story from Robert Fulghum about a little girl who'd held on to her identity as a mermaid even when mermaids weren't part of the game she was playing. She acknowledged the controversy head-on with a joke about the media storm around her speech. She recognized that the students had wanted Walker, who she said was known for the color purple, and instead got her, known for the color of her hair. This drew a big, warm laugh from the class of 1990 and their families. Then Mrs. Bush spoke frankly. She spoke about the challenges that women face, balancing their career with the personal connections of friends and family. She counseled these women to make their human connections a priority in their lives. She referenced a line from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, which was also popular during that time. Life moves pretty fast. If you don't stop and look around once in a while, you're going to miss it. Barbara Bush ended her speech by suggesting that someone in the audience might someday follow in her footsteps. Someone in that very hall might one day preside over the White House as the president's spouse. And, she said, I wish him well. Barbara Bush's speech was universally hailed as a triumph by everyone who saw it. And it was a triumph because Barbara Bush knew herself. Now, I don't think that Barbara Bush had formally studied the 9 questions, but her speech shows her astute understanding of context, perspective, and its influence on action. Barbara Bush knew she'd been shaped by the time she'd lived in, by the privileges she'd been afforded, and by the choices she'd made. She knew her partners had been shaped by a different time and perspective. Did Barbara Bush succeed in getting what she wanted? Yes. She connected with the Wellesley women. She honored them, and she did it with grace and humor. As we begin looking at the more technical aspects of movement, voice, and speech, I want to remind you that whether or not your movement is flawless, whether or not your voice is perfectly resonant, whether or not your speech is crisp and precise, you can still be effective if you understand and communicate your purpose. Purpose, first and foremost. In our next lectures, we'll study useful ways of moving, breathing, and speaking. But perfection is not our goal. Our goal is joy and confidence in expression, on stage, in conversation, and in life. Remember when I said this course was about you? Well, today, we're going to expand our discussion of context and purpose. We're going to look at how the role our own given circumstances play in our acquisition of what I call the habitual self. So, what's the habitual self, you might ask? And what's it got to do with stage presence? The habitual self is the person we create over time in response to what Hamlet called the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. In other words, it's our physical and vocal responses to our life and our cultural experiences. It's our reaction to stimulus, patterns of standing, sitting, moving, gesturing, speaking, communicating in general. And since being on stage requires us to do all of those things, our habits have a lot to do with how we present ourselves. Remember I said we act all the time? Well, what role are we playing here? We're playing the role of our habitual self, our patterns of walking, talking, and gesturing learned from our earliest experiences in our lives, and sometimes from the not-so-early ones. So just to give you an idea of what I'm talking about, try crossing your arms right now. Now try crossing them the other way. Does it feel strange to cross your arms the other way? It does for me. Probably does for you too. But there's no physiological difference between the two ways of crossing your arms. There's no reason it should feel any different. It's just a pattern that we've learned through years of repetition. There's nothing inherently wrong with creating patterns. Some patterns are healthy and constructive, like remembering to bend your knees when you lift something heavy or adjusting your voice for the space you're in. But some habitual patterns can actually get in the way of effective stage presence. Some of the ways we've found to cope with stress or gravity or aging or even excitement can create unnecessary physical and vocal tension. And when there's unnecessary physical or vocal tension, there's blocked expression. So the more aware you are of your habits, the more your habits can become choices. If a habit serves you in a particular circumstance, you can choose to use it. And if it doesn't, you have the awareness to change it and choose a more effective path. Our last 3 lectures were about accessing purpose, a character's purpose or a public speaker's purpose. We saw how context creates a sense of perspective and how perspective directly leads to action choices. Those action choices come from a habitual self you establish for your speaking persona or for your character. So now we're shifting. We're shifting from the mental focus side of our triangle toward the 2 technical sides, the body and the voice. We're moving from figuring out what our purpose is to exploring how we'll best represent that purpose on stage. We're beginning to study performance technique. The study of performance technique typically begins with self-awareness, because before we can create a habitual self for a character, we have to understand how and why we move and speak the way we do. We have to be aware of our habitual selves. So in this lecture, we're going to see how the habitual self develops. We'll look at the acquisition of physical and vocal patterns that occur over a lifetime, patterns that either allow you to work at your expressive potential or ones that get in your way. You remember the game of life? Can you believe that that game has been around since 1860? And what is it really but a game about given circumstances? Do you remember it? You'd spin the wheel of fate and you'd move your pawn to things like baby boy or car accident or move cross country, all of which have happened to me, by the way. And so your education, your stock portfolio, the size of your family, it all hinged on how many spaces the wheel of fate said you could move. So when we come into the world, we're poised for this game of life to begin. We have a body and a voice with unlimited potential. We haven't spun the wheel yet. We have a blank slate of possibility. As infants, we fill the room with sound. We move freely, without stiffness or pain. Then as we grow, we adapt to survive. We channel sound into words. We learn to direct our physical impulses to get what we need. We begin to exert control over our bodies and voices. We respond to whatever reinforcement we're given. We smile when smiled upon. We speak when listened to. We create all sorts of habits to cope with our world. Most of us do the best we can with what life gives us. But under the layers of habit we create is this core of the natural self, the free voice and body we've had since infancy. Then we move into early childhood, and the natural self stays relatively intact. Most small children don't understand the concept of purpose, but if they could, their purpose might be to explore the world or to have fun. Small children aren't particularly conscious of how they speak or move. They're too busy trying to make sense of everything. And they do it through play and through trial and error. Have you ever listened to a baby cooing to itself in the crib? It's experimenting with sound. It's warming up its voice for the day ahead, getting ready to make all sorts of new discoveries. When was the last time you warmed up vocally for your day? Have you ever watched children on the playground? Their capacity for volume is amazing. And their movement, it's awe-inspiring, isn't it? I mean, once they're comfortable walking, they move freely through the space, uninhibited, effortless. When was the last time you ran squealing at the top of your lungs and threw your body through the air with no thought as to how it was going to land? Of course, Heredity plays a part. Genetically, you may inherit your grandfather's flat feet or your Aunt Edna's overbite, which affects how you speak. You may be prone to a certain level of physical activity or inactivity. My second son moved a lot in the womb. And as an infant, he was in physical therapy for a shortened neck muscle. When he was about 8 weeks old, his therapist told me that he was going to be very active. And I thought, how could she possibly know that? He's 2 months old. But she knew. I've been trying to keep up with that kid for years now. So we play the hand we're given to some degree, but we also take up habits. Cultural and psychological experiences begin to manifest themselves physically and vocally in childhood. How could they not? Think about the phrases you grew up hearing. Children should be seen and not heard. Or, it doesn't matter what you think. You're not an adult. Or, I heard this one a lot. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. Of course, Oscar Wilde used to say, if you can't say something nice, come sit by me. The first word that many kids hear, though, the first word is no. And it's often for their own protection. No, don't eat the cat food. No, don't lean out over the stairs. No, don't scream in someone's face, right? And we need safety and civility and kindness in our interactions. And sometimes they have to be taught. But some of these phrases can take root in the voice and body. They may manifest in adults who have trouble speaking out or speaking powerfully when they need to. As children, we're taught stage presence by our families. We learn their breathing, their mannerisms, their movements, their dialects. We learn whether or not people will listen to us when we talk. We learn what kinds of physical choices carry the most weight. We learn the value of speaking or not speaking. My husband comes from a long line of Methodist ministers in Atlanta. His grandfathers, his father, and most of his aunts and uncles were ordained ministers. Before we got married, I used to say that his family was just a wedding waiting to happen. So my husband grew up hearing these sonorous public prayers, these rousing sermons, and these extremely heated theological discussions around the dinner table. Is it any wonder he became an actor? So we reflect what our families value. And as we grow, we either start to look and sound like our families, or we consciously alter our habits to separate ourselves from them. So family is our first culture. But movement and speech habits are also influenced by our larger culture or region of the country. I told a friend of mine, a librarian, that I was writing this course on stage presence, and she said, oh my gosh, better you than me. I'd sooner scrub the floor with a toothbrush than speak in front of people. Now, whenever someone says something like this, I always ask why. So she told me. She said she was from Puritan stock, raised in New England. She said where she came from, speaking in front of people was considered suspect. You were putting on airs, trying to be more than what you were. She said, I can just hear my father. Who are you to tell anybody what to do? Who are you to be an expert on anything? Well, my question to her, and to all of you who receive similar messages, it's who are you not? Who are you not to speak your truth? Who are you not to share your passions with the world? You have just as much right to this stage as anyone. So as children, we digest these kinds of messages, and sometimes we don't even remember them. And then they manifest themselves in our attitudes toward being on stage. For example, as a performer, I've struggled with mouth tension. And finally, one day in movement class, I felt myself begin to release it. And until then, I hadn't been aware of how I held my jaw all the time. And at the moment I released it, I remembered something I hadn't thought of since I was a kid. I was standing in the kitchen of the house where I grew up, looking at this picture of a French street scene that we had on our wall. and my mouth was open. I was just looking at it, And a relative of mine walked through the room and said, "Close your mouth." Now, for the record, I have wonderful relatives. This particular one just happened to think that I'd be better off in that moment with my mouth closed. But in that instant, I perceived, rightly or wrongly, that a relaxed mouth was somehow shameful, and a lifetime of jaw tension began. But, as my mother says, worse things could happen. It's given me something to work on. So what I'm trying to say is that there's memory in our muscles, psychological and physiological. Sometimes teasing in childhood can cause constriction in the body and voice. We may not feel we have a right to speak, or we may stiffen our bodies to shield ourselves from emotional pain. Words hurt. Things don't go the way they should, and our bodies adapt. Sometimes in childhood and later on, we don't use our bodies in ways that allow us to build our abdominal and back muscles. And when these muscles are underdeveloped, we sink into posture habits that affect our breath and movement. We also sometimes sustain physical injuries that impact how we speak and move. The great voice teacher, Patsy Rodenberg, she was hit in the mouth with a lacrosse stick as a child, and it impacted her speech long after the injury had healed. Because the body moves quickly to compensate for pain. And when the pain is gone, our muscles may continue to compensate, as if the initial pain might come back at any second. For example, a twisted foot can tighten the hips long after the foot has healed. Or sports injuries can cause lifelong changes in joints or in facial structure. Tight hamstrings can lead to lower back pain, and lower back pain can cause shoulder and neck tension. Shoulder and neck tension can cause vocal constriction. Then there are persistent conditions like respiratory infections or asthma that can alter the voice. Isn't it incredible? Everything in the body is related. Of course, no childhood is going to be without slings and arrows. Without them, we'd be pretty boring people. But sometimes, when we know the origin of tension and strain, we can bring it to the surface and begin to release it. So, let's spin the wheel of fate and move on to everyone's favorite time of life, adolescence. The columnist Earl Wilson used to say that snow and adolescence are the only problems that disappear if you ignore them long enough. That's the good news. The bad news is that the after effects of growing at hyper speed during your teen years can last into adulthood. Adolescence is where a lot of physical and vocal habits begin. A lot of kids want to avoid ostracism by conforming, or conversely, a few may want to avoid ostracism by rejecting the status quo before it rejects them. It's ironic, isn't it? At the very time most of us want desperately to be accepted as one of the multitude, everything about us starts to change. And part of why we develop vocal and physical habits during this time is that we're trying to cope with the gender pressure brought on by these changes. Ready or not, our bodies place us in one camp or another, male or female, and each camp has its own vocal and physical expressions. Some of these expectations have relaxed as society has changed, but culture still carries specific ideas of what it means to be male or female. If you're a male, you realize in adolescence that you're expected to appear strong, loud, assertive. You may try to dominate more with your voice. You might interrupt more. You're expected to move decisively, powerfully. You're expected to appear, well, masculine. If you're a female, you might be encouraged in adolescence to appear soft, demure, graceful. Physically aggressive behaviors aren't usually rewarded, though sadly, we do see some verbal and emotional aggression in girls. You might position your body in more supportive postures as you listen, leaning in, cocking your head, nodding. You might hesitate before speaking. or undercut yourself by offering a disclaimer before or after you present an idea. For example, this is just me. You're expected to appear non-threatening, pleasant, attractive, feminine. Now, neither of you may feel comfortable with your body or your newfound sexuality, so you draw your shoulders forward to take attention away from your height or your breasts. You'll sink into one hip to appear shorter. You might tilt your head to one side all the time so you don't tower over other people. I'm short, I never had that problem, but I did know a beautiful, very tall girl who used to do this. You might stand with your legs clamped together, unconsciously protecting yourself. Or conversely, you might try to overcompensate for your developing sexuality by swinging your hips or your shoulders when you walk, or accentuating parts of your body with your gestures. And what about adolescents who haven't shot up yet? They're uncomfortable in a different way. So they develop the habit of pulling their shoulders back, puffing themselves up, pushing their head forward or locking their knees. They might speak louder than they need to, or flatten out their vocal pitch to show that they value strength over sensitivity. The desire to fit in changes vocal and physical behavior. We can become very impressionable in these times of transition. And then, of course, different speech rhythms, phrases, gestures come into vogue. Who can forget the groovy hipster talk, man, in the 60s, or the totally awesome valley speak of the 80s, as much as we'd totally want to. People take these speech patterns and they take them on to conform with their generation. They may adopt a higher pitch or a whisper to sound less aggressive, or they might develop a bark or a grind to show people that they're in charge. Is it any wonder that adolescence can be a habit-forming minefield? We all know men and women who have carried these adaptive behaviors into adulthood. Consider whether you have any carryover behaviors like these. Are these adolescent compensations part of your habitual self? Now, many of us, thankfully, move into young adulthood with some semblance of ourselves intact. And that's when we look to separate from our birth families, to fill that basic need for autonomy. We may grow more comfortable in our voices and bodies in our 20s, while our habitual selves are still relatively flexible. We're figuring out how to posture ourselves as adults, how to find the appropriate body and the appropriate voice for the new roles we're called on to play. Recently, I reconnected with a voice teacher that I'd studied with in my early 20s. And the first thing she said after we'd exchanged pleasantries was that my voice had dropped. She was right. You see, in my 20s, I wasn't yet comfortable with myself. I wasn't sure I was on the right path. I was getting acting jobs and enjoying my work, but I struggled with the lack of control that's inherent in the acting profession. I wasn't sure where my life was going, and you could hear all my insecurity, all my uncertainty in my voice. It was only in my 30s, when I moved more firmly into directing and to teaching, that I found my voice and began to feel more comfortable in my own skin. We can also have experiences in early adulthood that cause us to clam up or draw inward. Just a few weeks ago, I was in Italy. I was in this small Italian town, and I was walking home from the market when I heard a young woman behind me walking down the street and singing, just joyfully singing in the sunlight. It was just beautiful. And there was an old man sitting at the cafe across the street, and he called her over. And when she came, she bent over to see what he wanted. He grabbed at her chest. And she said a few choice words to him in Italian and then walked away. But she didn't sing anymore. And I was struck in that moment at how the old man had literally snatched her voice away from her. Sometimes self-inflicted abuse of the voice and body begins in early adulthood. Smoking, drinking to excess, not eating or sleeping well, Sometimes the professions we choose lead to vocal or physical strain. Coaches, teachers, cheerleaders, singers, tour guides, even actors. Anyone who speaks or sings for a living can be prone to straining the voice through yelling or screaming. Physically demanding jobs like being a physical trainer or a therapist, being a construction worker or a large-scale painter, or being a first responder, these can cause repeated overuse of muscles and can lead to injury. You may relocate in early adulthood or beyond, which can play a role in your habits. You may move from the country to the city, or from the city to a small town. And if you do, you encounter a whole new rhythm. In urban cultures, you find more people, more ambient noise, more to compete with in the process of being heard and understood. Urban speakers sometimes learn to overcome these obstacles by moving and speaking more quickly and aggressively. In fact, some voice specialists hypothesize that urban speakers also have a more nasal sound because they're blocking the pollution that comes from urban living from entering their lungs. Rural cultures tend to move more slowly. Open space seems to give way to more open vowels and slower movements and speech rhythms. Maybe more space allows for more vocal freedom. Maybe cleaner air allows for deeper breathing. I remember a pediatrician I know who moved from Syracuse to a sleepy town in southwestern Virginia when he was a young man. For a few years, the small-town Virginians didn't quite know what to make of this guy. He was nice enough, but no one could figure out why he needed to do everything at the speed of light. And after a time, he slowed down a little, and after a time, his patients grew to appreciate that he stayed on schedule and did his best not to waste their time. He's retired now, and he never went back to Syracuse. He adapted both to the culture and the climate. I hear those Syracuse winters are brutal. Fashion choices can constrict the voice and body, especially some of the ones we make when we're young. High heels, cowboy boots, platform shoes, all of these can change your posture and your ability to support your breath. Tight clothes, neckties, collars, tight jeans or shirts, these can also hamper breath and movement. And that's why I ask you to wear loose clothes when we work. Heavy glasses or glasses that don't sit right on the bridge of your nose can cause neck tension from tilting your chin to see properly. And then, of course, sometimes people hide behind their hair or their hoodies, and this can change the position of the head and obviously obscure communication. And heavy jewelry, hair accessories, these can also force your neck to compensate in tension-producing ways. So there are all sorts of things that can create subtle tension in your body. So as you continue your analysis of your habitual self, look not only to how you're positioning yourself, but also look at what you're choosing to wear. Other things can cause problems too. Medical procedures, cosmetic surgery, dental surgery, they can impact your voice and body. So can inactivity, or to the other extreme, so much physical activity that the body becomes accustomed to tightness and tension. I've taught a lot of college athletes in my time, but I've never taught one who hasn't carried a lot of physical tension that's brought on by hours of bulking up in the weight room. Finally, we move to middle adulthood and beyond. Yay! Out of the awkward phases. We start to settle into who we are in these stages. As we age, we become more set in our physical and vocal ways. Change is still possible, though, and of course, some of our current habits might be effective in maintaining optimal function of our voice and body. You may be growing more comfortable with your natural self and relaxing into your full potential. You may have developed breathing or stretching techniques that keep you free and agile. But if you've developed destructive or tension-producing habits, it's here where you may begin to encounter stiffness or chronic pain. Sometimes, I know I do this, we get so busy with jobs and kids and homes and responsibilities that we just move from one task to another without stopping to think about how we're getting there, vocally or physically. And then we find ourselves all tense and exhausted from either inactivity or the wrong kind of exertion. We might hold our bodies in patterns we're not even aware of, patterns that run counter to maintaining an effective and healthy presence. As we age further, our bones tend to shrink a bit in size and mass, and our muscles may lose some of their strength and flexibility. And our proprioception, that's our sense of ourselves in space, may alter. We may experience challenges in balance, or we might need to move more slowly to feel confident of where we are in space. And our voices age too. In men, the vocal folds become tighter and thinner, which accounts for the rise in pitch for men in old age. And in women, it's the opposite. The vocal folds become thicker and looser, and you hear that in the lowering of the female voice in old age. And our mucus linings and vocal folds tend to dry out more easily too, and this can give the voice that hoarse, gravelly quality. So, a lot can happen over a lifetime, but we can cultivate habits that allow us to move and speak with ease. The breath and movement work we're going to do in this course is designed to help you become aware of patterns in your own body and to gently, mindfully begin to free yourself from the habitual tensions that don't serve you. The first step is to observe yourself. So right here, right now, take a physical inventory, starting at your head and working down. Can you tell where you're holding unnecessary tension? How are you sitting? Is your back supported? When you're cooking or driving in your car, become aware of your spine. What's it doing? Are your shoulders hunched over the counter and over the steering wheel? Are you reaching toward the windshield with your chin? Or are your ears over your shoulders? Observe yourself when you're in the checkout line or waiting for a table at a restaurant. How are you balancing your weight? Are you balancing evenly between your feet, standing more on your toes or more on your heels? And observe yourself at the computer. We're all at the computer a lot these days, it seems. What happens when you keep your spine straight and position your keyboard at the right distance away instead of leaning in? What happens when you actually acknowledge the tension in your shoulders and in your back or your hips and tell yourself to soften? Can you feel any release? The great English voice teacher, Cicely Berry, says, all tension comes from anxiety to please. And eventually, you have to come round to the view, quite simply, that what you have to offer is good enough. And what you have to offer, underneath any habits you may have acquired, is your most expressive, most free, natural self. And that's more than good enough. So, back to the question we asked at the beginning of the lecture. What's the habitual self got to do with stage presence? Well, we've discussed. You need to know your character's purpose for being on stage. Then, you have to learn to make your character's purpose clear. Stage presence requires the effective use of your movement, voice, and speech to communicate that purpose. It might help to think of yourself as your own instrument. The violinist has the violin, the painter has the canvas, the sculptor has wood or clay, but the performer has the self. If we're to create a habitual self for a character shaped by the character's given circumstances, we need to be aware of our own habitual self, the one that's shaped by our given circumstances. We have to recover our natural selves so that we can serve the needs of our performance. In our next lecture, we'll begin to recover the natural self, our next lecture, and then we'll prepare our instruments for movement and sound. So right now, I'm having some tea with honey. And for this lecture, you'll need a beverage too. It's for an exercise we're going to do. So choose something you like and put it in a glass or a mug. And also make sure that you have a straight-backed chair and a table where you can sit and drink your beverage. You'll see why in a little while. But first, a story. Just over 100 years ago, a man went to the doctor. So many stories start this way. He said, "Doctor, I'm an actor. I keep losing my voice and I don't know why." And the doctor prescribed 2 weeks of total voice rest and lots of tea with honey. It worked. By opening night, the man could talk again. But halfway through the performance, the man lost his voice again. He went back to the doctor, and the doctor gave him the same remedy, voice rest and lots of tea with honey. At this point, the man realized that while this may be the prescription to get well, it wasn't the prescription for how to stay well. And the doctor had nothing else to offer. So on his own, the man began a process of self-observation. He used mirrors. He listened to himself. He observed his own movement. And here's what he saw. Whenever he spoke, he'd stiffen his neck and retract his head. He'd feel his throat tighten. He'd feel himself gasping for breath instead of just letting it drop in. And these habits got in the way of his breathing. What he was doing with his body was causing him to lose his voice. He realized that his physical alignment was the gateway to his breath, his voice, and his movement. This man's name was F. Matthias Alexander. And what he found out by observing himself in the mirror has become a technique used by performers, public speakers, athletes, physical therapists, chiropractors, and people like you and me. The Alexander Technique. Students of the Alexander Technique have included Aldous Huxley, George Bernard Shaw, Julie Andrews, Paul Newman, and a whole lot more. The Alexander Technique is a simple approach to movement based on the idea of meeting the physical demands of daily life with greater ease and freedom. The technique heightens our awareness of the movement patterns we habitually choose, patterns that cause unnecessary tension in our bodies. And if we have unnecessary tension in our bodies off stage, chances are we're going to have unnecessary tension in our bodies when we're on stage. Sometimes our habitual ways of doing the simplest things, sitting, standing, bending over, can create strain and compression that undermine our own vitality. The Alexander Technique shows us that if we can become aware of patterns of unnecessary tightening in our bodies, we can choose a healthier path of movement. We can move with less effort and quite possibly reduce the chronic stress and pain in our bodies. And the first step of the Alexander Technique is awareness. So now that you've started to look at your own habitual self, you've begun to get a more or less objective idea of the way you carry yourself. You're starting to understand where tension in your body and face might lurk, and what physical accommodations you might make for perceived inadequacies, or for maintaining an acceptable gender or status role. The idea that links all of this together is alignment, how the whole body aligns with itself in various ways. In this lecture, we'll explore alignment, and we're going to look at the basic principles of the Alexander Technique. Now, the first thing Alexander looked at was what he called primary control. That's the relationship between the head, the neck, and the back. So let's look at our primary control. So stand wherever you are. Your feet should be hip-width apart, with the weight centered evenly between your legs. You're on all four corners of your feet, not leaning forward, not leaning backwards, not to one side or another. You're balanced. Now let your knees feel soft, like the spring suspension of a car. Your hips should be free here, in line with your legs and spine, not tucked under too far, which can lead to tight hamstrings, and not tilted out behind you, which can lead to lower back pain. So you're standing straight. Now bring your attention to your head and neck. Our tendency here, our habit, is to collapse the upper spine and stiffen the neck by lifting the chin slightly upward. I'm going to turn sideways so you can see what I'm doing. Like that. Now, Alexander called this tendency startle, and it settles into human beings in the head, neck, and back area. In some people, it's a subtle holding, And in others, it's more obvious, like what I just showed you. By stiffening the neck, we're concentrating the full weight of our head, all 10 or 15 pounds of it, on the smallest part of our spines. And so that causes our spine to compress. And that compression, in turn, causes our bodies to make extra unnecessary effort. An unnecessary effort can create pain or tension anywhere in the back and neck. It's the law of cause and effect in your body. So, when we release the head and allow it to nod forward just slightly, and when we bring our ears over our shoulders and allow the back of the neck to lengthen, we feel the rest of the spine lengthen. We feel the shoulders drop and spread. To me, it feels like my shoulder blades are dropping down and then moving slightly inward toward my spine. Now, as you experiment with this, be careful not to overcompensate in the opposite direction. Don't force the chin down farther than it wants to go, because if you do, you'll create neck tension in a different way. This should feel easy and free, never held. Your head should feel like a ball suspended gently above your spine. And as it floats there, think about creating just a little more space between each of the vertebrae. Now, take a minute here to just breathe. Do you feel a difference in how your breath enters your body? Now, let's go back to our unaligned version, where your head's pulling forward and your shoulders are reaching forward. Exaggerate a little. Do you feel that tension in your neck and shoulders? Try breathing in this position. Does the breath enter the body differently? Can you feel that the placement is different? It's a more shallow breath. It's more up here. When you collapse, you block the breath from entering the lower torso, which limits your vocal potential. So now let's return to our aligned neck and head. Let the neck be free so the head can go forward and up. Let the spine lengthen and the back widen. These are two of Alexander's concepts of good use, also known as Alexander's directions. And they're our first two steps in releasing physical habits that might be in the way of optimal alignment. We need optimal alignment for optimal stage presence. Now notice, I didn't say perfect alignment or correct alignment. We're letting go of that notion of perfection. What we want here is freedom. So we're letting go of some of the habits that stand in the way of standing and sitting that cause us to exert unnecessary tension and effort. As Alexander said, and this is one of my favorite quotes, people do not decide their futures. They decide their habits, and their habits decide their futures. Now, in case any of you are struggling with this, I'm going to tell you something here that's not a cue from an Alexander teacher. Occasionally, I get students whose bodies are so set in their habits that they don't respond to my cues or adjustments, or they have a hard time translating the alignment work that we've done on the floor, and we're going to do that in our next lecture, to the horizontal plane, to the vertical alignment. So in cases like this, I'll ask them to bring a yardstick to class. I tuck it lengthwise in the student's belt, so it starts at the tailbone and runs all the way up the spine. And I ask them to feel the yardstick with their spine all the way up to the back of their head. Now, sometimes the instant difference this makes in the student's presence it's really astonishing, vocally and physically. This approach is a little unorthodox. And if you keep the stick there class after class, you run the risk of stiffening the upper body, which we don't want. But it can be a quick way to introduce alignment to a body that, for whatever reason, isn't cooperating. So go on and try it if you're struggling, but only for a few minutes. You just want to understand that sensation of lengthening, but you don't want rigidity. So back to our concepts of good use. Let the neck be free so the head can go forward and up. Let the spine lengthen and the back widen. Now remember your hips. Balanced, easy, weight evenly distributed between the legs and on the feet. neither pressing the hips forward or tilting them back. And breathe. Doesn't that feel good? Never forget to breathe. You'll hear me talk a lot about freedom and release in these lectures. Freedom is different from relaxation in that the muscles are still exerting the energy to perform the task, but they aren't overexerting. When we overexert, we over-prepare for a movement, and we create strain and tension. And strain and tension are counter to the confident, centered presence we know is in all of us. If we're going to clearly communicate our character's purpose, or our own purpose, for that matter, as a speaker, then we want a free, supple body. We want a body that's flexible enough to serve the purposes of the character. We want a body that'll be able to do what the script asks it to do. If we're rigid and fixed in our tension patterns, then we have trouble creating the alignment and movement patterns required by our character. So feeling freedom and space in the body also helps counter those feelings of stage fright. It sets the body up to get a full breath. That breath stimulates your parasympathetic nervous system, which slows your heart rate and loosens that grip of fear that people get when they're in front of an audience. So it's important that your body understands what I mean here. So now I'd like to do a couple of exercises with you to illustrate the difference between the necessary energy and between overexertion. Finally, you get to find out what that cup of tea or that glass of wine is about. So, your beverage is on the table. You could reach it if you were sitting in your chair. So first, let's just try sitting in the chair. So if you will, just have a seat and observe what happens with your neck and shoulders as you sit down. Good. Now, are you lifting your chin and dropping your shoulders as you sit? If so, you're creating some unnecessary tension here. So let's stand again. Now this time, we're going to sit down with more awareness. We're going to focus for a moment on our primary control, our head, neck, and spine. So you're going to lengthen and widen. And as we move to the next step, try to maintain this sense of length, this sense of vertical space between the tailbone and the top of the head. So you're going to put your fingers on your hip creases, and you're going to let your knees bend forward, and you're going to focus at hinging on the hips and keeping your neck and back long as you sit into the chair. So let your sit bones guide you into the chair. Did you feel a difference in the way you sat down? Hopefully, the mental effort you put toward good use reduced the physical effort of sitting down. And think how many times you sit in a day. Think of all the exertion you can save by just sitting mindfully. Now, reach for your drink and bring it to your lips as if to drink it. Now stop there. Now, without moving the cup, consciously let go of as much tension as you can from your neck, shoulder, and arm. Do you feel the tension melt away? And yet the cup is still there. Your muscles are still doing enough to keep it there. Now, go on and take a sip if you'd like and enjoy your drink while we talk. This small motion of bringing the cup to your lips requires a certain amount of muscle effort, right? But it's likely that most of you brought more effort than necessary to the job. You probably focused more on the end result, having the cup at your mouth, than on the process of using the necessary effort to get it there. Alexander called this end gaining, focusing on the result of the movement rather than the movement itself. In both Alexander's context and in the broader context of working on stage, end gaining is the antithesis of presence. Simply defined, presence is the art of being here now. Being in the moment on stage, mindfully doing the task that's right in front of you, is key to vital spontaneous presence and performance. But to be able to find that spontaneous energy, often we have to get out of our own way. We have to let go of our comfortable but limiting habits and mindfully practice new ways of doing things. So often we look at the product of a performance and we forget the hours upon hours of planning, training, and rehearsal that went into the event we're witnessing. With endgaining, we focus on the show, the product, and not on the process of discovery in rehearsal that actually leads to the show in the first place. A performance or a presentation is the end of a process. To do your best work and to get the full benefit of a process, it's best to start at the beginning, yes? So the Alexander technique warns us against endgaining in the body, getting that swallow from our cup without first considering how we're going to get the cup to our mouths. Or plopping ourselves in a chair and hunching toward the remote control without first considering how much energy we really need for the task in front of us. In voice work, we might look at endgaining as trying to speak to the back row of the theater without first learning to access the breath we need for sound or the muscles we need for speech. In acting class, if we were working on a scene, we might call this anticipating, playing the end of the scene instead of just staying in the present moment. In life, we might call this putting the cart before the horse, worrying about the future instead of focusing on the present. There will be some moments when we're worried and preoccupied, I know. It happens to all of us. But to have stage presence, we've got to be present. And in the stress and stimulus of modern life, sometimes learning to be present takes practice. It takes being aware in the moment of an old way of doing something and then consciously deciding to try something new. So after you released your tension holding the cup, you used only the effort necessary for the task, right? You found you didn't need all that extra muscle effort. You didn't need all that extra energy you spent holding your drink. And that's what I mean by freedom and release. Being mindful, focusing on the process rather than the outcome, using only the necessary effort and releasing unnecessary tension. Because tension and strain don't serve us as performers, and they don't serve us in our daily lives either. So even though we're concerned here with aligning the body for better stage presence, you get the most benefit from this work when you apply it to all areas of your life. So when you're writing or at the computer, think about keeping the spine lengthened and hinging at your hips rather than collapsing and reaching with your head. When you're reading, hold the book so you read it without hunching toward it. When you're driving, consciously remind yourself to lengthen your neck and drop your shoulders. Be aware of how tightly you're gripping the wheel. And when you write, be aware of how you're curving your spine and how tightly you're holding the pencil. Stop and think, do I really need all this effort? Chances are you don't. Alexander called this stopping and thinking before you move inhibition. He believed that if you pause rather than habitually responding to stimuli, the body has the opportunity to move in the least restrictive way. Being mindful with your movement takes time. Remember, no one learns to play the violin in a day. Movement, effective breath support, voice, speech, these are all skills, and skill learning is a process. It might help to take a minute here to remember the 4 stages of competency in learning any new skill. Most sources attribute these stages to Abraham Maslow, the psychologist responsible for the hierarchy of needs that we discussed in the earlier lecture. The first stage of learning is unconscious incompetence. A child may enjoy moving her body to music, but she doesn't realize there's any technique to it until she goes to see the ballet. Then she sees dancers leaping and pirouetting on their toes, and she thinks, I want to be able to do that. So now she's conscious of the new skill, but she can't yet do it. And that's the second stage, conscious incompetence. This is the stage where people can get overwhelmed and say, oh, this is so hard, why bother? But like anyone who learns a new skill, the girl perseveres. She stretches every day at the bar, She practices her pliés, her pirouettes, her pas de bourrées, and she's always having to think about keeping her body in alignment. She's always constantly extending her body in the right direction. So the girl learns the proper form, but she has to think about it all the time. She has to be very conscious of what she's doing, and we call this stage conscious competence. Finally, the girl gets to where she too can leap and pirouette without thinking. Now she's unconsciously competent. That's the fourth stage of learning any new skill. But before you get there, you have to go through the first three. So, some of you may just be realizing that there's a healthier way to move and speak. That means you will have to stop and think before you move at first. You'll have to practice Alexander's concept of inhibition. But over time, your new way of doing things will become second nature. And the benefits you can gain, greater energy, more expansive breathing, more ease of movement, all of these are necessary to create an effective presence on stage. And off the stage, you may have the added benefit of an increased sense of well-being, which is worth the conscious investment right now. So let's apply our consciousness now as we move to standing. So return your attention to your spine. If you've lost a little of that newfound space, no worries. Just remind yourself again to let the head and neck lengthen and the shoulders drop and spread. Now, put your fingers back on your hip creases. With a straight spine, we're going to lean forward from the hips, leading with our head. Once we feel our body weight over our feet, we're going to press our heels into the floor and come up to standing. Ready? Long spine, shoulders down, back widened. Hinge at the hips and lean forward. Feel your body weight over your feet. Press your heels and come to standing. This probably feels different from the way you usually sit or stand. Hopefully, you're using your mental effort right now to reduce your physical effort. So let's go through standing and sitting one more time, this time with the arms at your side. Ready? Let the neck be free so the head can go forward and up. Let the spine lengthen and the back widen. Hinge at the hips and feel your knees go forward. Move the back, neck, and spine as one unit and let your tailbone lead you into the chair. Now, as you do this, you may feel yourself letting go of habits you've held for a long time. It may feel awkward at first. You may feel exposed or uncomfortable, like a part of you is missing. But you may find less strain and tension in your everyday movement if you can consistently let go of that old way of doing things. And if you're going to create a character, like Blanche or Stanley, a character you have to sustain over a series of performances, you'll want to start from this neutral, natural alignment, from this blank slate, not one shaped by your own circumstances. For example, a man who typically stands or walks with his head thrust forward might use that alignment to play an intellectual role like Bernard in Death of a Salesman, or the schoolmaster, one of the schoolmasters in a checkup play. But if you're playing a role like Stanley in Streetcar, his purpose is often to dominate and not with his brains. So you might experiment with an alignment that allows you to emphasize your chest or your groin. Mindfully starting from your natural alignment to create a character does two things. First, it frees you from physical carriage that characterizes you but may not suit the character. And second, it frees you to create a physical carriage that you've imagined from your script analysis. Let's stand up one more time using our effort cues. Again, try it this time with your arms at your side. Long spine, shoulders down, back widened. Hinge at the hips and lean forward. Feel your body weight over your feet. Press your heels and come to standing. Now take a moment to to stand and enjoy the space in your body. Make sure you're not holding anywhere, that your weight's balanced, your knees are soft, your hips are directly over your thighs, and that your spine is long. And think again about creating space between each vertebra. And while you explore your own alignment, I'm going to discuss some tension-producing alignment patterns that I often see. I just mentioned what I often call turtleneck, where the shoulders collapse and we reach with our heads. I see this a lot. And this is probably the stance that most of my beginning actors have trouble with. It's sometimes accompanied by a bending at the waist on stage, which further collapses your breathing apparatus. Now, we also have the other extreme, where the performer braces his shoulders back and tenses his neck. And I sometimes see that in people who come from military backgrounds or who play really aggressive sports like rugby or football. Now, sometimes I have students who will thrust their hips forward slightly, and this can cause lower back tension and can also cause your shoulders to constrict. And conversely, I've had other students, often former gymnasts, who arch the back slightly, and this creates tension at the base of the spine, and it can also cause your knees to lock. So lengthen, breathe, and before you move, pause and wait. Resist the habit of over-preparation. Resist the habit of going for the end result. Consider how you're going to move. How much energy do you need? How will you direct that energy? What parts of your body are unnecessarily trying to help you with that movement? Those are the lessons of the Alexander technique. And they're the lessons that will lead us to freer movement and breath support. Now, if you'd like to explore Alexander technique further, you may wish to find a licensed Alexander teacher in your area. And between now and our next lecture, be aware. Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. So is physical freedom." When you're standing at the sink, when you're sitting at your desk, when you're having a conversation or eating a meal, be aware of the length of your spine. Be aware of the level of effort you expend for any movement. Practice optimal alignment whenever you can. Stop and think before you stand or sit. See if it makes a difference in your breath and your level of energy. You know, when I was younger, I studied mask carving in Bali, Indonesia. It was a life-altering experience, and even though I didn't become a master carver, I learned a lot. Most of what I learned was about a lot more than carving. Believe it or not, my carving lessons taught me about the best approach to balance, which is, of course, to work with the body, to support its natural and healthy inclination. Let me tell you a story. The carving studio was in the tiny village of Moss. It was an open pavilion where master carvers and students sat side by side to carve their pieces. And my teacher took me over to the wood pile to choose my first piece of wood. He said he knew an old carver whose knives almost never needed sharpening. Now, I questioned this. How could carving knives not need sharpening? Well, he said this carver knew how to choose the wood and how to angle his knives so the wood seemed to just part itself. The carver made the wood want to fall away, he said, and so his knives stayed sharp. And then my teacher reminded me that when you carve against the natural grain of the wood, your knives will dull, your wood will splinter, and in the end, both of them will break down. So, I'd like to use the wood and the knives as a metaphor for our body work today. Think of the wood as different forces around the body: weight or gravity, space, time, environment. When we feel at ease and in balance with these forces, our knives can last for years. But when the wood seems abrasive or unforgiving, or when we carve in the wrong direction, we get friction. We get compression. And that friction, that compression, wears us out and dulls our blades. And as performers, our knives, our bodies, our breath, our voices, our imagination, all of our knives need to stay sharp. So today, let's begin to carve with the grain. As we begin to be aware of how our bodies want to rest, how our bodies want to move, we may find our knives growing sharper. And we may find that as we bring our bodies into balance, the wood around us takes on a different shape as well. Balance. The state of equilibrium that results from an even distribution of weight. It's through this equilibrium, this centered state, that we're able to economize and direct our energy in the most effective ways. And as performers, we want to economize. We want to direct all our energy toward the important work of pursuing our purpose on stage, because it takes energy, it takes focus. If our brains and our bodies are tense from strain and self-judgment, our performing energy dissipates, and we're not as effective as we could be. But before we experience the feeling of balance, let's understand its opposite, imbalance. So, stand up if you'd like, and bend at your waist, and tilt your torso and head to one side, as far over as you comfortably can. Now, start to walk around the room in this position. Notice how parts of your body begin to compensate, even the parts that have nothing to do with the activity of walking. How does your neck feel? Your shoulders? Your thighs? Are you putting more weight on one foot than another? And what about your hips? How do they feel? What you're experiencing here is your muscles compensating for the imbalance. So now go ahead and straighten up. Stand evenly. You see, the body always compensates for imbalance, consciously or unconsciously. So often when I feel tension in one part of my body, say my lower back, that tells me to pay attention to the opposite muscles to see what role they're playing. And sometimes what I find is that I'm underusing my opposite muscles, my abdominals in this case, and forcing my back to do all the work. Then that causes compression, and compression causes pain. So think of an old-fashioned hanging scale, right? The weight and effort on either side keep it balanced. But the balance isn't fixed. The scale isn't rigid unless one of the trays bottoms out on the surface. So stiffness and rigidity come with imbalance. When the scale is balanced, the trays hang at equal distance from the surface. And they're never fixed, are they? They sway in constant subtle motion. So true balance is fluid. You don't strain or force your way into it. And once you're there, you don't fix yourself into a rigid place. You find balance. You feel it by constantly exploring and adjusting, sometimes in large ways and sometimes in small. So first, we're going to balance the body at rest. In performance classes, we often call this floor work. We consciously remove one of the forces that creates imbalance, gravity. And when you can find balance at rest, you can be more present to begin to understand that sensation of balance. And once you can feel what it means to be centered on the floor, then we'll add gravity back in, and you're better able to find that center in the vertical plane. And then after that, we add movement. But today, we begin on the floor. You need comfortable clothes for this work, and you might find it helpful to work on a yoga or an exercise mat. And remember, if you feel any pain at all, stop what you're doing and adjust. Pain is your body's way of telling you to pull back or realign. So to help us, I have someone here today. This is Alicia, and she's going to be modeling some of the exercises that we're going to be doing. So let's lie down on our backs, shall we? Now, as we work, try to listen to my cues as you actually carry out the exercises. Even here, practice thinking and acting at the same time. In the theater, we often tell actors to act on the lines, not between them. And what we mean here is that we're reacting to stimulus in the present moment, rather than hearing it, taking a beat, and then responding. In other words, since balance is a fluid state, these exercises are best practiced continuously. So don't stop what you're doing to listen to my cues and then try the motion. Try them as you hear them. What we're going for here is complete release. Okay, so we're lying down. I'd like you to close your eyes and find an easy breath, in and out, just a natural breath. Now, beginning with your feet, do a scan of your body. Don't try to feel anything physically, just notice. As you focus on your feet and then work your way up, be aware. Which muscles and joints feel free and easy? Which areas in the body feel tight or painful? So bring your focus now to your back. Which parts of your back are touching the floor? Which parts are pulling away? Now, continue to allow the breath to slow down. Without forcing, increase the length of exhalation. Breathe in and out. And in and out. Keep breathing. The next time as you inhale, slowly tighten the muscles in your feet and ankles. As you exhale, release them. Let the tension go. Now let's move up the body. We're going to inhale and contract the calves. Exhale, let them go. Inhale, contract the quadriceps. Exhale, let them go. Inhale, contract the hamstrings and the glutes. Exhale, let them go. Inhale, contract your inner thighs. Exhale, let them go. Inhale, contract the abdominals and the lower back. Exhale, let them go. Now inhale, contract the chest, the pecs. Exhale, let them go. Inhale, tighten your shoulder blades, your biceps, your triceps, your fists. And exhale, and let them go. Now, let's tighten the whole body as a unit. Are you ready? Feet, legs, hips, torso, shoulders, neck, arms, fists, face, everything. And try to breathe in this position. It's difficult, isn't it? Now let it all go. Yes, now try to breathe. It's much better. Now, I had you exaggerate here, but most of us have some kind of holding pattern, subtle or pronounced, that constricts our breath and our movement. And these holding patterns can be the source of generalized strain or anxiety. They can also be the cause of chronic pain. So releasing them prepares the body, both for more fluid, expansive movement, and then for the vocal work that we're going to do in later sessions. So let's tighten the body once more and then slowly let go of each muscle group. Ready? Inhale and contract. Full body, even your face, everything. And now exhale, let go of the feet, the legs, the hips, the back, the stomach, the chest, the arms, the neck, the head, the jaw, the brow. Now you're relaxed. Sometimes we find more conscious freedom after conscious contraction. So continuing to breathe, draw your knees to your chest, just like this. And if it feels good on your lower back, you can do a few small rolls from side to side, like she's doing here. And just then put your feet on the floor and take stock of what we just did. How easy or hard was it to focus on the body just for those few minutes? Did you find yourself wandering, your mind wandering, or were you able to direct your attention to each area? Now, release the knees and put the feet back on the floor. So you're going to put your heels here. And then you're going to allow your arms to lengthen on either side of your ears. So Alicia's going to take her arms up over her head. And now I'd like you just to stretch and yawn. Just yawn out loud. Go ahead. Oh, feels good. Just give your body a stretch and a gentle shake. Give yourself just a little shake. And we're going to do a series of small movements now to release the shoulders and to begin to open the hips. Now, these exercises are from the Feldenkrais method, which is a body awareness system designed to release subtle holds in the body with gentle movements. We're going to focus primarily on the tension hot spots in most people, which is the connective tissue in the shoulders and then the connective tissue down here in the hips. So keep in mind, though, I want you to remember that these are tiny movements, but they can make a big difference in your level of physical freedom. So now, with both arms in parallel on either side of your head, you're going to focus on your right shoulder. We're going to lengthen and lift that right shoulder, that right arm 10 times. And what you're going to do, and you want to do even smaller movements, and you're going to let the movement emanate from the shoulder girdle right here. And so your arm doesn't want to come more than about an inch off the floor. And there you go. Ready? Yes. Even less. Even less. These are small, little tiny movements. So I'm going to do about 10 of these. Are you ready? We're going to go lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Small movements. Lift and lower. Remember, release comes from a smaller effort, from going with the grain rather than against it. To quote Feldenkrais, to understand movement, keep lifting and lowering, we must feel, not strain. Good. Let's do a couple more. Lift and lower. And lift and extend. Lift and lower. Right. Now, let's rest for a minute. You can just put your arm back down. And we're going to add now the right leg to this. Now again, this is a small movement, and it starts in your hip socket. So lifting and lengthening from your hip, you're going to raise your right leg an inch or so from the floor while you use your shoulder to lift your right arm. So she's going to do both of these movements at the same time. Are you ready? We're going to lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Good. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Two more. Lift and lower. And lift and lower. Now, you can stay where you are, but if you're near a mirror, bring your left arm down and roll onto your right side. So Alicia's going to do that now because we're trying not to undo anything we've just done. And now she's going to use her left arm to raise her torso up so she's on her hip. Now she's going to shift her weight evenly so that she's on her knees. And then she's going to roll herself up. She's going to put her toes, there she goes. Okay, good. And now you can go to the mirror and have a look at yourself. And you want to look at Alicia here. And look at and see, is your right shoulder lower than your left? Quite possibly. And does this side of your body, does that side feel any different than the other side, which we haven't worked yet? If it does, it's because we've used these tiny little movements to create release in these connective tissues. Now, a Feldenkrais practitioner might take you through more repetitions than we just did, but hopefully you're beginning to see or feel some effect. If your body responds well to this work, you can increase your repetitions to 20 or 25 on your own. But we can't stay lopsided, right? Alicia can't go back to her life lopsided. So we are going to ask her to lie back down. And if you would like, you can lie back down too. And we're going to do the same set of exercises on our left side. So now the left side becomes our focus. And we're again going to take our arms up above our head, both arms. And we're going to start just again with this left shoulder girdle. So remember, tiny movements, big results. Ready? So we're going to lift and lower. Lift. Good. Very small. And lower. Lift 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 and lower. And one more. Lift and lower. Good. Good. Now let's add the hip socket. So we're going to lift and lengthen from the left hip while you continue to lift and lengthen the left arm. Are you ready? Here we go. We're going to lift and lower. Lift from right there. Let the movement go from right there. And lower. Good. Lift and lower. 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 Lift and lengthen and lower. Good. Lift and lower. And lift and lower. There. Now we're starting to find balance. If you'd like, you can stand back up and check yourself in the mirror just to make sure. Or you can rest here and just bring your arms to your side, which is what Alicia's going to do. So scan the body again. Do you feel different parts of your back releasing to the floor? How does your back feel now? So now let's turn our focus to the pelvis. Most of our big and strongest muscles are connected to the pelvis. Our abdominals, our obliques, our lumbar, our glutes, our piriformis, our hamstrings and quadriceps. And often when we encourage freedom in this area, other parts of the body will follow. So let's continue. So for now, let's place our feet on the floor. So we're going to bring her feet up, and your knees are hip width apart, and you're going to be pointing your knees just like Alicia is toward the ceiling. We're going to do a little bit of stretching first, and then we're going to move on to our second Feldenkrais exercise. So place your right ankle on the top of your left knee. So if you were to straighten your left leg now, you'd have an upside down figure 4. So you're going to flex your right foot so that she's doing that so she can protect her knee. And you're going to bring your left knee towards your chest, keeping it bent. Now you can use your hands to guide the outside of your left thigh. You can do that with your left hand. And you can do, as Alicia's doing, just below the back of the knee. Or if that's too much of a stretch for you, you can come a little bit forward. Or you can actually take your right hand and reach through the knee and deepen the stretch by pulling it back with both hands. So you should feel a really nice stretch in your right hip there, a really wonderful stretch. And if you'd like to get a deeper stretch, take the hands, like I said, in front of that left shin. Actually, this is even further. You can take the hands in front of the left shin like that and clasp them just below the knee. You can also, if you want to go further, you can also use your right elbow to push the right knee away. But be very gentle with this because you don't want to feel any strain or any pain in your knee. And of course, don't forget to breathe. So see if you can release the leg and move just a little more toward the chest with each exhale. And if you can't, no worries. But it just feels good to stretch out that hip, doesn't it? Now, let's do the same stretch on the other side. So we're going to release that one, and then we're going to put our right foot on the floor, and we're going to stack our left ankle on our right knee. And we're going to flex the left foot to protect the knee. And now we're going to bring the right knee toward the chest as you guide the thigh with your hands again, either by holding the back of the thigh just above the knee, or you can hold the front of the shin just below the knee if you want to deepen the stretch a little more. Now take care here that your neck muscles aren't trying to help you here. Make sure your neck stays long, so you don't want to be reaching upward with your chin. And again, feel that wonderful stretch in the hip. And just inhale and breathe into it. See if you can open with just a little bit more with each exhale. Good. Now go only to the edge of your comfort zone. If you feel any pain at all, please pull back. By the way, if you're a passenger on a road trip and you don't mind putting your feet on the dash, on the seat in front of you, you can actually do this stretch while you're sitting in your car. It can relieve stiffness from sitting for long periods of time. Of course, I don't recommend this if you're the driver. So now place your feet back on the ground with the knees pointing up. The feet should be parallel and the same width apart as your shoulders. The arms are by your sides. Now, slowly, very slowly, begin to rock your pelvis back and forth. Lift it slightly. You're going to go back and forth, up and down. So yes, lift it slightly and lower it slightly. Again, really small movements, tiny movements, subtle. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. They're smooth and continuous, no more than a few inches in either direction. Slowly lift and slowly lower. Lift and lower. Keep this motion going. Lift and lower. Lift and lower. Now try to keep going while I talk. Now imagine there's a clock dial painted on the back of your pelvis. Your coccyx is at 6 o'clock. 12 o'clock is at the top of your pelvis where it joins the spine. So continue to rock back and forth and imagine you're going from 12 to 6 and back again. Keep the abdominals relaxed and breathe. 12 to 6 and 12 to 6. 12 to 6. Good. And continue to move back and forth. And as you're moving back and forth, answer these questions for yourself. Where does your body feel pressure against the floor when you move your hips to 12 o'clock? Now shift back to 6. Where does your body feel when you move to 6 o'clock? Where's the pressure there? What do you feel your hips and feet doing as you move from 6 to 12 and back again? Keep rocking. 12 and 6 and 12 and 6. And now begin to fill in the other hours on the clock. Place 3 o'clock in the area of your right hip joint, and 9 o'clock will be at your left hip joint. And we'll find the remaining hours in between those in just a little bit. So imagine these 4 numbers on your clock. And remember, you're making small, continuous movements. So you're going to start at 12, and then you're going to move slowly to 3 and back to 12. So 12 to 3, 12 to 3, 12 to 3. And now we're going to float down to 6. 3 to 6, 3 to 6, and back up to 12. 12 to 3 to 6. Now, feel your way from 6 to 9. Repeat this a few more times. So you're going to move from 9 back up to 12. 9 back to 12. And we're going to trace the circle now a few times. Ready? We're going to go 12, 3, 6, 9. 12, 3, 6, 9. And now let's reverse the circle and move around the clock face in the opposite direction. So we're going to do 12, 9, 6, 3. There we go. 12, 9, 6, 3. Keep circling. Circle around just a few more times in that direction. And now release it. And take just a moment to check in with the whole body as you work. If any unnecessary muscles have tried to creep in and help you where they're not needed, see if you can release those muscles as you work. We're going to go one more time. 12, 3, 6, 9. Once more. 12, 3, 6, 9. And back to 12. Now begin to feel the hours in between. 12, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Are there any areas that feel more difficult to move than the others? What can you do with your breath or your movement to allow those hips just a little more fluidity in those areas? So, Alicia's going to keep circling here, and if you'd like to keep circling, you can do that as well. You know, when I was in Bali, I was in awe of how the Balinese worked with the grain in almost every area of their life. Keep circling. The Balinese don't try to tame the environment. They live within it. They allow the moss to cover the stones, and they imprint leaves into the walls and sidewalks instead of trying to make them all square and smooth. And they line the sidewalks every morning with these little offerings of flowers in banana leaf boxes. Go on and, if you're still circling, change directions if you haven't already. So this Balinese approach is different from the way a lot of us try to create balance here, yes? Sometimes we try to force the world, the wood, to accommodate us, rather than looking for where the wood wants to fall away. Sometimes we press our voices and our bodies into shapes and positions and patterns that go against the grain of a centered, energized presence. But not today. Today, we're taking the time to find balance. So now extend your feet away from your body again so that you're lying flat on the floor. Good. Is there any difference in what parts of your body are contacting the floor? Breathe and observe any changes in your body. Now, I'd like to end our session today in a pose of constructive rest. So, now that you've had a chance to just observe what your body feels like when you're lying flat, I'd like you to draw your knees up and place your feet on the floor again. And this time, instead of placing your feet the same distance apart as your hips, you're going to widen your feet a little bit. So out to the side, there you go. And then you're going to drop your knees in toward one another so that they're resting against one another at the center line of your body. So then you're going to reach both arms up toward the ceiling, and you're going to let them cross in front of each other, like you're giving yourself a big bear hug. And a few of you may feel the chin reaching again toward the ceiling. And if you need to, try putting a thin book or a folded blanket under your head. Now remember our Alexander cues. Let the neck be free so that the head can go forward and up. Let the spine lengthen and the back widen. And breathe. Never forget to breathe. You can stay in this position for as long as you'd like. I hope our session today has encouraged freedom and balance in your body. Next class, we'll move to vertical and we'll explore how we can direct our energy with economy, fluidity, and grace. Think about all the expressions we have that relate to standing. We take a stand. We stand our ground. We stand on our own 2 feet. We stand for something, or we won't stand for something. We stand tall. We stand against. We stand up, or we stand out. Sometimes we know where we stand. Other times, we don't have a leg to stand on. I could go on, but you get the point. Often we learn what a society values by looking at how many idioms deal with certain subjects. A lot of the standing idioms I just mentioned have to do with being grounded. When we're grounded, we have a firm connection with the earth. To have a firm connection with the earth, obviously, we need gravity. So today we're moving from the horizontal plane, which is where we worked in the last lecture, balancing our bodies at rest, to investigating the vertical plane. And then we'll explore the dynamic alignment of the body in motion. But before we look at what gives our movement direction and definition, it helps to understand the body in a state of dynamic neutrality. Now, I use the word dynamic because just the act of standing requires your body to extend energy. By simply standing still, you're feeling the dynamic resistance that gravity provides as you lengthen upward. It's gravity that gives a performer a sense of life. Since gravity is always moving through us, you're active even when you're standing still. You're vital even when you're standing still. You have to use certain muscles to stay upright, yes? Otherwise, you'd crumple to the ground like a broken marionette. Which brings me to a warm-up exercise to get us started. Feet hip-width apart. Inhale and raise both arms overhead. Ready? Now, pretend you're climbing a ladder. Don't forget to breathe. Put your weight on your left foot and reach up with your right hand to stretch the right side. And then alternate with the weight on your right foot and then stretch up on your left side, reaching up. Use your whole body, not just your arms. Let's keep climbing. No wimpy climbers. You should feel a nice stretch in your obliques, the muscles in your waist, and in your intercostals, the muscles between your ribs. And you might also feel your shoulder blades opening as well. So keep breathing. In and out. Feel the breath enter your lungs as they expand, and keep climbing. Feel how nice it is to loosen the upper body. Now exhale and bring the arms down. Now, let's inhale and extend our arms fully overhead. Here we go. Go up on your tiptoes. Energize the whole body, even your fingers. Now imagine you're a marionette. Begin to exhale as someone cuts the strings to your fingers, your wrists, your elbows, your head, your upper back, your lower back. Soften the knees, let your torso hang, and fully release the breath. Now keep inhaling and exhaling. Your head is loose. Make sure your neck muscles aren't holding. Nod your head yes, shake it no. Just make sure it's nice and loose. And let your spine lengthen toward the floor. Let the hamstrings lengthen. Bend your knees as much as you need to here. We're not giving out prizes for straight legs. If you'd like, you can hold your elbows with your hands to create more weight as you hang. Inhale. Feel your breath fill your lower back. Exhale. Now let's roll up, keeping the knees bent and starting at the tailbone. Continue to breathe. You have 24 vertebrae. Let's roll up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Good. Now, feel your head suspended above your neck and feel that space that we've been working on between your vertebrae. I use the marionette image when I talk about dynamic alignment because when a marionette is upright, there's a sense of suspension. The marionette sways and bobs as it moves along. It constantly adjusts to the forces around it, just the way an old-fashioned scale does that I mentioned in our last lecture. The strings maintain a sense of vertical space within the figure. And like a marionette, we need to constantly adjust our skeletal and muscular systems in relationship to each other and in relationship to the environment. So we're always in motion. We're always fluid, even when we're standing still. Joseph Heller wrote a classic book on movement. It's called Body Wise. It's a great book. And he compares the human body to a suspension bridge. He talks about the misplaced analogy of comparing the skeleton to a rigid framework of a building. Because you see, what keeps our bones in place is our soft tissue, our muscles and our tendons. In this way, the body's like a suspension bridge with the bones as space holders. The dynamic resistance of our tissues keeps our structure moving fluidly. It keeps our bones from compressing in on one another and becoming rigid. You see, when our muscles constrict from exertion or fear or inactivity, they can obstruct the movement of our skeletal structure. We want our muscles and joints to work together to allow fluidity, to allow bending, extending, rotating, abducting, or adducting. Moshe Feldenkrais, who created the Feldenkrais method that I introduced in our last lecture, puts it this way. The ideal path of action for the skeleton as it moves from one position to another, say from sitting to standing or from lying to sitting, is the path through which it would move if it had no muscles at all, if the bones were linked only by ligaments, like a marionette. So before we start moving, let's remind ourselves of what it feels like when we become more like a building and less like a suspension bridge or a marionette. Find a wall and stand about a foot away, facing it. Lock your knees. Now, place your hands on the wall at shoulder height and push yourself backwards. What happened? With your knees locked, it's hard to keep your balance, right? It's hard to stand your ground. Now, try pushing away again with soft knees. Can you feel how the movement is absorbed in your joints? Can you feel how much easier it is to stay grounded when you're fluid and suspended? When you feel like you have space in your body? Of course, feeling like you have space in your body has a lot to do with feeling like there's space in your joints. And for that to happen, our joints need to be loose. So let's continue warming up the body by focusing on our joints. You can use the back of a chair, or you can use the wall for balance if you need to, and stand about an arm's length away from either one. We'll work our way up from the feet. To start, remember your vertical alignment. Feet hip-width apart, hips balanced and loose, spine long, back spread, and think of an imaginary string in the center of the top of your head, pulling your head forward and up. Try to keep this sense of space through the next set of exercises. Now, spread the toes by lifting your arches, and your toes should follow. And then replace the toes back on the ground, just a little more spread than before. Put your weight on your left leg, but resist the urge to sink into that left hip. Keep it lifted. Keep the space. Now lift your right heel off the ground, and while you keep the ball of your foot on the ground. Let's repeat that a few times. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Good. Now switch feet and let's do the same thing. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Good, very nice. Now stand on both toes, so you're on your tiptoes, and slowly, slowly lower the heels. Now, with the knees soft, rock your weight forward on the toes and back on the heels a few times. Forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. Now, rest in neutral and place equal weight on all four corners of your feet. Now, let's attend to the rest of the leg. Lift the right foot and circle the ankle, first outward for a few rotations, and then switch directions. Good. Now let's expand the rotation so it originates from the knee, kind of like you're stirring a pot with your foot and your shin. It can be a pot of anything you like, soup, stew, gold, diamonds. Now switch directions. Try not to let your hip get too involved yet. It's just your shin and your lower leg. Now let's widen the circle, and now we'll include our hip. So keep the knee bent and think about letting the movement stem from the hip. Allow your leg to cross your body's midline. Again, steady yourself with a chair or the wall if you need to. Always stop if you feel any pain at all. Now let's swing the leg backward. We're going to swing the leg backward and forward from the hip. Keep the knee slightly bent. Allow the leg to swing out behind you and then up front. So you're going back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth. Doesn't that feel good? It's one of my favorites. Okay, let's switch legs, and we're going to do the same thing on the other side. So start with your ankle. We're going to circle it. Good. And let's switch directions. There we are. Good. And now let's move up to the knee and stir our pot. It can be a pot of the same stuff you chose before or something new. Nice. Now switch directions. Circle a few more times. Excellent. Good. Now let's take it to the hips. Stay lifted in the upper body. Keep the space and make nice big hip circles. Large circles. Good. And let's change direction. Good. And then finally, let's swing this leg to and fro. Ready? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. For those of you who have desk jobs, this is a great exercise to do periodically. Our hip flexors, these muscles that lift your knee and help you bend at the waist, can get very, very tight when they're squeezed into an office chair all day. Great. Now put both feet back on the floor, and you're going to put them a little further than hip width apart. And now let's circle just the hips. If it helps, you can put your hands on your hips. Keep the knees soft. Don't lock out your knees, and just isolate the movement to just the hips. Like you're a hula dancer. You're going round and round. And now let's change directions. We're going to go round and round the other way. Is it harder to go in this other direction than the direction you began? There's no judgments here, just notice. It's actually rare that freedom in the body is symmetrical, since we tend to use the dominant side of our body more than the other side. Good. Now let's think of the hips and the torso as a unit and circle them together. When I was younger, I used to call this move the washing machine. Let's switch sides. That was before I had children. Before Mount Washmore. Now I just call them hip circles. So now let's take it up to the shoulders, and we're going to do just a few shoulder rolls forward and back. Try to explore your full range of motion here. Draw big circles with those shoulders. And now try drawing small, tiny ones. And switch directions. Good. And now if your shoulders allow, try circling one arm forward and then another, like you're swimming freestyle. Just open up those shoulders. Good. Now let's switch directions like you're doing a backstroke. So we're going back and back and back and back. Nice. Now if you'd like, you can do a few head rolls side to side, one ear to one shoulder, and then circling around to the other, just to loosen the neck. Now hopefully you feel just a little looser in your joints now. And as you begin to move through space, you find your joints will work most effectively if you spread your energy equally among all the parts of the body that complete a particular movement. To illustrate this, think about how a pitcher throws a baseball. It's about the whole body, isn't it? It's not just the arm. First, there's that gathering of energy. His arms are in, his glove and ball are close to his body. He points his glove side shoulder and his hip toward home plate, and then he winds up. And if you look, you'll see the impetus for the pitch starts in his core. His weight shifts to his far leg, and he uses his hip flexor to lift his front knee. He lunges onto his front foot and raises both arms away from his body. And then it's his hips that create the momentum. He twists his back hip up toward the front, and as he does this, his shoulder and arm follow. He releases the ball almost like it's from a catapult. And then there's the follow-through, right? There's the weight transfer and the arm finish. The arm takes the motion all the way around his body. So the pitcher's joints unite to share the energy in a powerful, continuous movement. And we want to do that in all of our movements here as well. So now that we're loose, let's just walk. Let's stroll around your space at a comfortable pace. We're marrying the vertical plane here with the sagittal plane, the forward and backward plane. Now, other planes of movement that we have are the lateral, side to side, and the diagonal. As you walk, you'll first explore these planes with your full body, moving backward or forward, side to side, or on a diagonal. There are all sorts of possibilities and combinations, aren't there? Think about different situations that require you to use different planes. Trying to make it across a ledge without falling, walking forward to approach a podium, backing away from an angry dog. Now, let the chairs that we've got in the space for this lecture, let those chairs dictate your traffic pattern. How does furniture affect the planes you use? Now, let's explore the planes with gesture. Often, when performers use the sagittal plane, the forward and backward plane, they seem to involve or implicate the audience more. Look at the difference between spreading and raising the arms horizontally, like this, and starting with the arms out in front of you, like that. The first one feels like, all this is mine, right? And then the second one feels like, all this is yours. So what's the difference between using only the vertical plane, for example, to wave at someone, like this, and then evolving the horizontal as well? It feels like the person that you're waving at is farther away when you incorporate this horizontal plane. Or try different ways of pointing. First, use only the forward back plane, like Uncle Sam, like the poster, I want you, right? Now, incorporate the vertical plane by bringing the gesture down from up high. That communicates something different, doesn't it? It feels more accusatory, at least it does to me. Now, bring the gesture from the horizontal to the sagittal. It says something different again, yes? Like, I'm choosing a certain person. Can you think of other gestures that use multiple planes of movement like that? You see, using all the planes in performance adds depth to your movement. If you want to create more intimacy with an audience, you can gesture in front of the body. You don't always want to close yourself off by always having your arms in front of your body, but using this plane is a great way to invite the audience in or connect with another character on stage. Now, let's begin to experiment with sitting in your different chairs. So take different positions as you sit. Be aware of the planes of movement. Does sidling into a chair feel different from stepping directly to a chair in front of you and turning around and sitting down? Does popping up out of a chair feel different than standing and moving diagonally? To me, popping up might communicate that I'm startled or that I'm excited to volunteer for something. Now, leaving a chair on a diagonal feels like I'm trying to avoid someone or something, like I'm trying to leave quickly. Now let's try something else. Now endow each chair with an identity. For example, one chair becomes a throne, another becomes a beach chair, another is a church pew, and another is the electric chair. By the way, you can endow the same chair with all of these identities too. But try sitting differently for each of these imagined chairs. How does endowing the chair change the way you sit? Does it change the planes you use? Do you have any emotional or physical response to your different chairs? What if one of your chairs is one of the chairs in Stella and Stanley's kitchen? What plane might Stanley use when he sits? I see him using more of the sagittal plane. And what about Blanche? How might she sit? I see her as more contained in the vertical plane. So these planes of movement give us physical, visual, and emotional variety. They can tell us something about character. Since performing is a three-dimensional art form, we need to think three-dimensionally when we perform. Actors, speakers, directors, designers, all of us, we use these planes of movement constantly. Otherwise, we run the risk of our work looking flat and uninteresting. Now, let's go back and look at how weight influences our movement. Let's walk some more. Now, become aware of how the weight of your body moves through your foot as you step. Notice the effort you expend, the way your hips swing. Notice any holding in the pelvis or the abdomen. Notice any holding in the shoulder or the neck or the jaw. Gently encourage yourself to release. And keep walking, keep observing. You know, a great way to understand how you transfer your weight through space is to look at an old pair of shoes you have. If some parts of the soles are more worn than others, they can give you clues to how your body is balancing your weight. Ideally, your shoe would be worn out evenly except for the arch. But sometimes we put more weight on the outer edges of our feet, which might tell us that we're holding our thighs or arching our backs. Conversely, we might put more weight on our inner arch, which might tell us that we're tightening our knees or our inner thighs. So go on. Experiment with placing your weight on the outer edges of your feet and see how your body compensates. And now, after you've felt that, try the inner edges. Do you feel how placing the weight can cause you to hold in subtle ways in other parts of your body? Of course, a lot of our shoes, especially shoes for women, have slightly raised heels, which pitch our bodies forward. We compensate. Remember, we always compensate for imbalance by leaning backward. And this can cause stress on the lower back. And it can also cause a lot of us to wear out our heels first. So if your shoes are especially worn in certain areas, ask yourself, what are you doing with your body when you walk? You might be able to make small adjustments that make a big difference in your sense of physical freedom. So let's walk again. Notice, does one part of your body pull the rest of you through space? People and characters have different centers of movement. Many of us lead with our heads. We have a lot to think about, I guess. A lot of work to do to get ahead. Some people lead with their chests. A dear friend of mine, a former drill sergeant, does this. Whenever he enters a room, his chest comes first. Sometimes when women are pregnant, they'll widen their base and lead with their hips to compensate for the front weight of the baby, like Stella's starting to do in Streetcar. Can you figure out what you typically lead with? Try using a mirror. See if you can see yourself in profile out of the corner of your eye, or get someone else to watch you and tell you what they observe. So now, if you're not standing still already, let's stand still again and find your dynamic neutrality, your balance. How does that feel? Do you feel any different from when this lecture began? Now, a question. What if we moved our body through space as a balanced unit? Let's try that. Let's remember our Alexander cues. Let the neck be free so the head can go forward and up. Let the spine lengthen and the back widen. And now focus on moving one knee forward and shifting your weight onto that foot. Try to let the foot make full contact with the floor as you step. Think of the ground as flexible, accepting. Now go very slowly at first. As you place the foot, bring your back knee forward and transfer the weight to the other foot. And you're going to do this in slow motion until it feels fluid and relaxed. The idea here is that you're carrying your torso with your legs. No part of your upper body, not your head, not your chest, not your hips, is leading you through the space. And as you become more comfortable with the way you're using your muscles to move through space, begin to increase your pace until you're at a natural, relaxed walking rhythm. No hurry, but with a sense of fluid energy. Does this feel different than the way you usually walk? Does it feel similar? See if you can maintain the space in your torso, that long spine and wide back. See if you can maintain the situation of moving one knee forward and shifting the weight and then bringing the other knee forward. See if you can maintain a sense of breath and softness in the joints. You might find that walking this way takes less physical effort. You might find that awareness and simple adjustment of how you move allows you to economize your energy and promotes a sense of freedom in your body. You might find, if you're working from the outside in, that walking in a balanced, confident manner makes you feel more balanced and confident inside. Remember the Eklund study about the facial expressions bringing about feelings? Well, as you're going to see in our lecture on the body in relationship, movement can do the same thing. Now, imagine a situation where you might need to walk across a room or a stage. You might give a toast at a wedding or walk up to a podium to accept an award. You might walk across a stage to give a speech or make a strong entrance as a character. Imagine that you're taking the stage now. The body is in balanced alignment, the spine lengthens, the back widens, and the shoulders drop. The head moves forward and up. You breathe freely and deeply. You use your legs to carry your torso through the space. You walk confidently, effortlessly, pleasantly toward your light. And when you get there, you'll step into it and perform. To end, I'd like to ask one final question. If the limitations you've placed on your bones and muscles can change, what else might be possible? What else might change for you? We're starting to see here that we have all sorts of physical possibilities available to us, both on and off the stage. We're becoming aware of how some habits and choices limit expression and promote tension, and how other habits and choices allow for more freedom and more constructive use of energy. Bodies tell stories, don't they? Sure, we have our voices, but the first thing we bring to any stage is our body. Body houses the voice, doesn't it? So to do any kind of performance, even one that's pre-recorded, the first thing a performer has to do is physically show up. They have to be present. And there's a difference between just being somewhere and being present. So how we use our bodies has a lot to do with the kind of presence we create. The body makes thought visible. The body accomplishes tasks. Now that we've explored the balanced body, now that we've explored grounding and dynamic neutrality and walking, now it's time to look at how we can shape our movement to tell our stories, whether those stories are fictional, like in a play, or whether they're our own personal stories. It's time to widen our focus and move from that wonderful sense of relaxed neutrality we found and consciously, constructively shape our physical effort. Think for a second here about all the scenes you've witnessed where not a single word was spoken. A man gets out of his car to escort an elderly woman across a busy street. A child fidgets at his desk and stops when he feels his teacher's eye. A woman visits a grieving friend, and they stand for a long time, not speaking, just hugging one another. The world is full of these silent scenes, these silent stories, and film and theater rely on them. For example, think of the breakfast scene in The Miracle Worker, where Annie forces Helen Keller to eat with a spoon. It's a long scene and no one says a word. Or that awful scene at the end of Little Foxes, where Regina doesn't lift a finger to help her dying husband. Or the opening of the classic film Metropolis. I don't know if you remember that one, it's a very old movie, but workers shuffle into the factory all together, shoulder to shoulder, in and out all day long. And another scene I really love is the one when Lucy first discovers the frozen world of Narnia in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. She doesn't say anything, but you know what she's experiencing by the way she moves. So, how do we move? How do we move in the real world? How do we move on stage? What are the forces that shape our effort into communication? To answer these questions, let's first go back to where we started. Remember why we move. Remember why we speak, to satisfy needs, to satisfy our purpose. So movement is energy shaped by purpose. And movement can either be an extension of our inner life, inside out, remember, or an external expression that informs what's going on inside, so outside in. It's the quality of the movement that makes our purpose clear. It's the quality of the movement that shapes effort into intention. So, you might ask, what's movement quality? Well, the best way I know to answer that question is to introduce the work of a movement pioneer named Rudolf Laban, who changed the way we think about movement. Here's a quick bio. Rudolf Laban was a Hungarian architect and choreographer born in the late 1800s. He created dance schools and festivals throughout Europe until Hitler came into power, and then he migrated to England. He's most famous for creating a movement language that helps us understand and record movement, kind of in the way composers notate music. Actors, directors, dancers, educators, therapists, even animators. Lots of us use Laban effort shapes in our work today. So according to Laban, movement quality is determined by effort shape. Usually, when we act or interact, we link together a series of physical actions that together create an effort shape. So to understand movement quality, we look at the influences on movement. We can even look at these influences as a series of steps. First, we have our attention toward a situation or a stimulus, and that influences our feeling about whatever we're attending to. And our feeling influences our intention about what we're going to do, our purpose, and this shows in our physical decisions, how we move. Another way to look at these four movement steps, attention, feeling, intention, decision, is to look at them as forces that shape our effort. So Laban called our attention, the way we respond to the world around us, he called our attention space. Space is the where of movement. Where are you? Where will you go next? How big is the space you inhabit? Is it the size of a phone booth, or is it the size of a football field? He described our use of space as a continuum, with one end being direct, moving from point A to point B with no deviation, and the other being indirect, moving around aimlessly without focus. For example, a direct use of space would be a football player who breaks free of all his opponents and runs straight to the end zone. And an indirect example would be that moment I mentioned from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, when Lucy leaves the confined space of the wardrobe and wanders into Narnia, not knowing exactly what she'll find or where she'll go. She doesn't move directly. She wanders indirectly through the space. So let's experiment with space a little, shall we? Imagine you're walking confidently, directly up to your new boss to shake his hand. Nothing's in your way. You move in a straight line, don't you? You reach straight through the space to shake his hand. Now imagine you're lost in Grand Central Station. It's crowded. You're wandering through the hustle to find the platform for the northbound express. Your attention is less on walking than it is on figuring out where you need to be. So how does finding your way through a train station feel different than moving directly through a space to shake someone's hand? It's your attention to your task, your level of focus, and that's what influences how you move through the space. Now, what about feeling? Laban called our feeling about what we're doing flow. Flow is the how of movement. How do you move in gesture? Flow is also a continuum, with bound flow being on one end, movement that's deliberate, contained, controlled, and free flow on the other. Free flow is uncontrolled, careless, spontaneous, difficult to stop. So in the miracle worker scene I recalled, Helen Keller is primarily in free flow. She's flailing and grabbing and careening around and refusing to do what Annie Sullivan wants her to do. Annie Sullivan, on the other hand, her teacher, tries to control the meal. She tries to make Helen sit in a chair and eat with a spoon. And Annie's movements, blocking, containing, forcing, those would be considered bound movements. So let's do a little exercise now to try to feel the difference between free or bound flow in our own bodies. Try taking off an article of clothing, a hat, a coat, your shoes, and do it with great abandon. Just fling things wherever they land. Don't break any windows. Ready? Go ahead, try it. So you just take it off and fling it. It's kind of fun, isn't it? Now, pick up whatever you chose and put it back on. And then let's try the same activity with a bound flow. So concentrate on continuously moving through your task. No surprise movements. Let one motion flow to the next. Carefully place your clothing in a very specific place. It feels different, right? With bound flow, you stop and control your movements. With free flow, you let it all hang out. So bound or free flow can inform a character or tell you something about the way a person perceives the world. For example, an actor playing Stanley might want to experiment with the unpredictability of free flow, especially in that scene where he's angry and he clears the table by flinging his dishes on the floor. And isn't that the great thing about acting? You get to do these things that you're just not allowed to do in real life. Our next force is intention. Now, Laban called our intention weight. Weight is the why of movement, the level of pressure behind the effort. Weight can be strong, we can force, we can withstand, we can halt something, or weight can be light. We can tap, we can soothe, we can caress. In the little foxes scene, both characters move with strong weight. Horace fights to lift himself out of his chair and crawls desperately up the stairs. And Regina's weight is rooted. She pointedly keeps her seat instead of acting to help him. Now, a good example of lightweight is a character we all know well by now, Blanche Dubois. Remember, Tennessee Williams calls her a moth. That bubbling hysteria, that panic over a life that's falling apart, it lifts her off the ground. She can't get centered. She can't pull herself together no matter how hard she tries. I can't imagine anyone ever describing Blanche as grounded. Think about how you use weight. Imagine dragging yourself home after a stressful day at work and falling into your favorite chair. Maybe after a good night's sleep and a cup of coffee, you bound out the door the next day to meet a friend you haven't seen in years. There's a reason we describe excited people as walking on air or having feet that don't touch the ground, right? There's a lightness to that kind of energy. Finally, we have the force of time. Time is the when of movement. It's the speed at which we make physical decisions. Time can be sudden, a burst of energy from relative stillness, or it can be sustained, a constant energy with a long duration. Sudden makes me think of children bursting through the door to go home on the last day of school. And sustained brings to mind our example of Metropolis, where the workers shuffle in and out of the factory, forever leaving or arriving at their shifts. Time, or lack of it, gives a situation its urgency or unimportance. Time tells us whether we can vacillate or whether we need to act immediately. Time tells us when and how long to move and at what rhythm to move. Think about situations when you've had to act quickly from a point of stillness, maybe to keep a vase from breaking or to save a child from running into the street. Do you stop to consider the options? No, you don't have time for that. You act, and often you act from a point of relative stillness. Now think about when you've sustained an activity over a long period of time, like maybe when you've hiked up a mountain, or maybe something a little less glorious, like wandering through a store to buy a new computer or a new piece of furniture. Unless there's a deadline looming, there's time, isn't there? There's time to consider how many gigabytes, what color scheme, Mac or PC. There's time to wander and think. And what about rhythm? How does time change your physical rhythm? Think about the times you've been in a rush and the way it affects your rhythm, or when you've had all the time in the world to get to your destination. Or what about cities you've visited? Have you ever noticed a different tempo, a different cultural recognition of time than where you came from? When I moved from Atlanta to New York, it took me a long time to adjust to a new cultural rhythm, new speeds of walking, driving, even talking. Changing rhythm makes us more aware of our own relationship to time. So these four forces, space, flow, weight, and time. Laban said these are the forces behind movement quality. And then he went one step further. He said that since we often combine these factors, we can use them to create 8 basic effort shapes, a movement language. So a strong, sudden, direct movement becomes a punch. A light, direct movement becomes a dab. Do you see how it's the same movement, just with a different weight behind it? A strong, sustained, direct movement becomes a press. A light, sustained, direct movement becomes a glide. Same movement, different weight. A strong, sudden, indirect movement becomes a slash. And a light, sudden, indirect movement becomes a flick. A strong, sustained, indirect movement becomes a ring. And a light, sustained, indirect movement becomes a float. Sometimes it helps to understand how Laban's effort shapes are related if you look at them in terms of categories. You can see that we have 4 direct movements versus 4 indirect movements, and 4 strong movements versus 4 light movements, and so on. So let's look at each of these more closely, shall we? Remember the continuum. With space, our where, we have direct to indirect. With flow, our how, we have bound or free. With weight, our why, we have strong or light. With time, or our when, we have sustained or sudden. Let's outline our direct effort shapes first. A strong, sudden, direct movement is a punch, remember? So try now punching the air with your fist. Notice there's an impact and a recoil. Notice your fist moves in a straight line toward a specific target, direct, strong. Now, we don't just punch with our fists. We punch with other parts of our bodies too. We punch with our fingers. We punch with our heads, our elbows, our knees, our hips, our feet. There's force behind a punch. There's weight behind a punch. When we punch, we mean what we say, and we say what we mean. So, what's the light version of a punch? A light, sudden, direct movement is a dab. Try dabbing the air with your fingers. It feels different than a punch, doesn't it? It conveys a different intention. But except for having less weight, it's the same movement. We still have the impact and then the recoil, but it's lighter. Most of the actions we relate to dabbing are lesser movements associated with the hands or feet. Dabbing implies careful attention, perhaps a desire for perfection. Sometimes it implies fastidiousness. We dab when we put on makeup. We dab when we doctor wounds. We dab when we tap someone on the shoulder. Sometimes we dab when we're not ready to commit, right? We test the water with our toe. We taste a pudding before we dig in. Figuratively, we dab when we throw a controversial idea out there and we're not sure how it will land. We don't dab when we're trying to cover a lot of ground quickly, or when we're jumping into something with both feet, or when we just want to bull ahead. For those intentions, we choose different effort shapes. Now, what happens when you sustain these two movements? What happens when you continue the movement? When you have the impact, but then you keep going? You don't have the recoil. A strong, sustained, direct movement would be a press. Try pressing on a table or a chair, or press your hands together. A press. That's strong, sustained, and direct. Now, imagine you're walking through a storm. The winds are high, the rain is pelting your face, and you duck your head and you lean in to press your way through the storm. You're dealing with resistance here, right? Weight. Pressing doesn't give up. It doesn't retreat. Pressing continues the effort to its completion. It's goal-oriented, diligent, deliberate. We press when we're determined, when we want to bull ahead. We press when we're resistant, too, either against something within us or something outside of us. Pressing can be a small gesture also, like gently holding a puppy at bay, or it can be a larger movement, like forcing a piano through an elevator door. We can press to bolster someone up, and we can also press to wear them down. What would be the light version of a press? A light, sustained, direct movement. That would be a glide. Try gliding your hand over a table. Try gliding with your body through your space. You're the king and queen of the cocktail party, making all your guests feel at home. Gliding feels easier than pressing, yes? There's less weight, less resistance to that movement. You're more in harmony with the forces around you. Your knives are cutting with the grain. It's still a bound effort. You're still moving toward a destination. You're still disciplined, but it's the discipline of a figure skater rather than a bulldozer. You coast. You stay on top of the current. You move toward your goal with ease. Gliding is graceful, fluid, elegant. So those are our 4 direct effort shapes, our bound shapes. Often, when we move our bodies or gesture directly through the space, we imply single-minded purpose. We focus on a goal, and it's the weight and duration of our effort that changes how we physically pursue the goal. We can have an impact on our goal with a punch. We can approach and retreat with a dab. We can push with a press, or we can slide toward our goal with a glide. How we move depends on our purpose and our situation. But all of our direct effort shapes express some degree of need to control the outcome. It's a fascinating way to explore movement and intention, and a valuable tool in the performer's toolbox. In my acting classes, I use these Laban effort shapes to get students thinking about all the distinctions they can make with movement when they're creating a character. Now, what about our freer shapes, our indirect effort shapes? These are the shapes that don't seek to focus our physical energy. A strong, sudden, indirect movement would be a slash. Try slashing through the air with your hand. Slash like that. Notice how it lacks the control of a punch. The motion only stops when it becomes physically impossible to continue it, even when you're twisting. We slash when we dismiss something. We slash when we're fed up, when we're frustrated, we're reactive. We might slash with our whole body in moments of danger, yes? When we're trapped and we need to save ourselves. Slashing implies impulsivity. It implies a lack of forethought or control. It's violent, unpredictable. The actor who plays Stanley Kowalski might try using a slashing effort. And of course, the film industry has built a whole genre around the effort shape of slashing, right? Sudden, surprising acts, or the suspense caused by the threat of them, makes for extreme dramatic tension. So what would be the light version of a slash? A light, sudden, indirect movement would be a flick. It's a little more innocuous, yes? A little finicky. A flick is something we associate more with a fashion designer than an axe murderer. Flicking doesn't usually save or threaten lives. It might save you from being bothered by a housefly or keep lint off your suit. Flicking implies compulsivity rather than impulsivity. Flicking is mildly reactive rather than radically impulsive. Flicking focuses more on detail and less on the big picture. Okay, so what happens when we sustain our indirect movements? What kinds of effort shapes do we create then? A strong, sustained indirect movement would be a ring. Try ringing with your hands. A ring can be indecisive, tortured. It lacks the purpose you'd find in a press. A ringing motion doesn't have an inherent goal. It seems to turn back in upon itself. We often associate ringing with worry and preoccupation. FBI interrogators, they're taught actually to look for self-soothing ringing kinds of gestures like hand wringing or finger wringing or neck rubbing when they question their suspects. These gestures can imply that the suspect is hiding something and feels anxious and then can warrant further questioning. So sometimes we link the ringing effort with violence or pain, as in when we talk about wringing someone's neck or when we're doubled over in agony. A ringing motion is strong but indirect, and the light version of that same motion would be to float. Clouds float, balloons float, will-o'-the-wisps float. People float too. Sometimes when they're carefree or unconcerned. They float when they explore a new place or when they're lost or indecisive. Floating implies buoyancy, space. It can imply pensiveness or preoccupation. Often when we float, we allow our fingers, wrists, and elbows to pull us indirectly through the space. Each gesture bleeds into the next one. There's no sense of one action ending before another begins. Our indirect shapes suggest more freedom and impulsivity, don't they? More focus on the immediate environment and less on the eventual outcome. In some ways, our direct movements would line up with the idea of acting upon the world while our indirect movements align more with reacting to the world. And different situations call for one or the other, direct or indirect. There are times where you need to bull ahead, and then there are times to just wait and see. Time to take charge of a situation and time to simply react to what you're presented with. So those are our 8 effort shapes: punch, dab, press, glide, slash, flick, ring, and float. Laban said that these 8 effort shapes, these intentional or instinctive ways we choose to move, indicate personality and purpose. Now, of course, we often use more than one effort shape at a time. And of course, we use different effort shapes for different scenarios in everyday life. I doubt you'd float in to tell someone they were fired or slash around uncontrollably at a faculty meeting. But the effort shapes we typically gravitate toward in our everyday movements can be clues to how we perceive and respond to the world. Think of our 4 sudden, quick effort shapes: the punch, dab, slash, or flick. These shapes imply a conscious or unconscious desire to resolve situations quickly, to get something done, to get it over with and out of the way, to move on. Conversely, think about our 4 slow, sustained effort shapes: the press, the glide, the ring, or the float. These shapes tell us that time can be prolonged. They suggest outcomes can be delayed. Situations can be considered or processed before they draw to a conclusion. So Laban effort shapes help us explore our physical and psychological relationship with force and compliance, with discipline and freedom. They help us become conscious of our attitudes toward our environment. They help us to understand other people's motivations. Laban effort shapes can help us step outside ourselves and create and try on new personas. One of my favorite assignments in acting class is what I call the effort shape etude, where a student chooses 2 effort shapes to create a character for a 1-minute scene. It's amazing to see them create completely new characters just by experimenting with the effort shapes that they don't typically use. Now, I often demonstrate the etude by showing them a scene of a woman waiting for an interview. Can you tell which effort shape I used? If you said dab and flick, then you're right. What do these 2 effort shapes imply about this character? What kind of person is she? What do these 2 effort shapes imply about her response to the situation she's in? How about you? What effort shapes do you typically use? What silent story does your body tell? What story do you want it to tell? Do you move directly through life with a goal always in mind? Do you punch and press? What would happen if you let yourself float or slash a little? Or do you drift from one experience to another, just going where the wind blows? Do you float or flick? And what would happen if you let yourself sustain your focus on one project or one aspect of your life? Do you physically withhold yourself or offer yourself to the world? How does movement influence how you feel? How do your movements and gestures impact how you're perceived? We'll pick up with these questions at our next class. We've discussed posture, freedom, and effort in our individual bodies. We've looked at the body at rest and the body in effortful motion. But movement isn't always a solitary process, is it? Often we move and gesture in relation to other people. Half of acting is reacting to cues from other actors. So performance doesn't just happen only when we speak. Freeing ourselves from the constraints of the habitual self, finding a dynamically neutral physical life, opens us to new possibilities for creating character with how we choose to shape our effort. It also opens us to new possibilities for responding believably to other characters. So this lecture is about the body in relationship. How do our movements and gestures help us clearly communicate our purpose and our character to other people? Do other people perceive us the way we want them to? And how do the movements and gestures of other people influence our perception of them? To get at this, I want to discuss status. I find it a fascinating subject. Now, we tend to think of status as a general way of being, but in performance and in other kinds of communication, it's helpful to look at status in terms of physical tactics. Anyone can play high or low status at any given time. Age, socioeconomic class, or health can influence a person's standing, but status can actually be independent of all these things. A quick example to explain what I mean. Imagine a Wall Street broker on his way to work. He's typically perceived as high status, right? But what happens if he trips over a panhandler on the street corner? For a few seconds, the status reverses, doesn't it? The broker has to pull himself back together. He might need to apologize. And the panhandler in that moment becomes the high status player, just for a few seconds. He might help the broker up. Or he might say, "Hey, watch where you're going, buddy." But he's the one with the status in that moment, even though he doesn't have the wealth or success that the broker has. So, even though we hear a lot about status in business and politics, it isn't always about class or power, and it isn't just a human trait. Status is played out constantly across the whole animal kingdom. Lions, monkeys, dolphins, penguins, geese, bees. These are just a few examples of the animals that practice social status behaviors. These animals recognize each other. They establish hierarchies. They work together in some way, whether it's to procure food or defend their territory or raise their young. So, for any society to work, it has to have natural laws that keep its members from killing each other. Now, of course, there are confrontations. Animals fight over resources, over mates, or pack dominance, and sometimes, yes, there are casualties. But social animals often resolve conflict by establishing a pecking order. Once they have a pecking order or a status quo, there's less fighting, unless someone comes along and tries to change the status quo. So the quest for status is innate. Status transactions go on all the time across many species. They go on among individuals, they go on among groups, and they even go on among societies. So, what does an animal do physically when it wants to raise its status? It gets big. It takes up space. It makes itself larger to show power. A gorilla opens his arms and beats his chest. A cobra will spread its neck. Birds spread their feathers. So high status players extend their energy into the space and into those around them. The opposite's also true. What does an animal do when it feels powerless? It closes up. It shrinks from the world. It draws inward. A monkey wraps its arms around its torso. A turtle retracts its head. A screech owl contracts its body when it sees a larger bird of prey. Now, of course, sometimes an animal wants to be lower status, maybe to protect itself or to connect with another animal. And when that happens, it'll often expose its vital parts, its neck, or its underbelly, or its reproductive organs to the dominant animal. Wolves expose their bellies, baboons expose their backsides, and cockatiels will present their necks. So low status players either withhold energy from the space and from those around them, or they offer their energy to be used on another's terms. You see where this is going, don't you? As Cole Porter said, birds do it, bees do it, even educated fleas do it. We do it too. Unlike Cole Porter, we're not just talking about falling in love here, even though we can look at courtship as a status transaction. But status is instinctive. We all play it. We all take power or give it, whether we're wooing someone, interviewing for a job, running for president, or just making a sales call. We may not always be aware of it, but we constantly relate with our bodies, our gestures, with our voices and our choice of words. We constantly play status, and often the way we do it isn't all that different from the rest of the animal kingdom. So, how does status play out in the human body? And how do we use status to define ourselves or our characters? Well, first, let's look at how we increase our status or the status of a character we're playing. What do we do when we want to increase our status? Well, we do what animals do. We loom large. We take up space. So how do we do this? Well, with our stance, we balance our base. We stand with our feet apart, so we won't tip over. We face people with an open body, which says we have nothing to hide and nothing we need to protect. We also remove barriers, such as furniture or crossed arms. There's a body language expert out there named Janine Driver, and she calls this facing our body toward people navel intelligence, and I like that. We face our belly buttons toward the people we like, toward people we respect, and toward people we believe. We also screw our heads on straight, as the saying goes. Or, to return to our Alexander work, we let the neck be free so the head can go forward and up. We get bigger by letting the back widen. An aligned head and torso communicates honesty and strength. But it's not just about stance and posture. It's also about how we move and how much we move. When we play high status, we might keep our head still when we talk. We might economize our movement so that we're not perceived as erratic. We might stride purposefully through the space. When we sit openly with our heads up and our chests exposed. I call this chair stance the boss pose. We make consistent eye contact. If a high status player wants to threaten, she might stare at a person until they look away. If a high status player wants to reject another person, he might turn his body away or limit his eye contact. If we choose to gesture, we gesture big. We're taking up space, remember? So we'll get our elbows away from our torso. Let's do a little arm experiment here, shall we? Keep your elbows in tight against your torso. Spread just your forearms and say, "Here I am." Ready? "Here I am." Now, say the same line with your elbows away from your torso. Are you ready? "Here I am." You feel bigger with your elbows away from your body, don't you? And spreading your arms out away from your torso lifts your rib cage and allows you to get a proper breath. So you even sound a little different. Now, just for fun, let's raise our arms over our head in a victory V. Ready? The way you might do if you've won a race. Ready? There, yes. Space. Victory. We're thinking big. Do you know that gesture is a universal expression of pride across all ages and cultures? In fact, social scientists have found that people use this overhead arm gesture even when they were born congenitally blind. Isn't that amazing? It just reminds us again that status behavior is innate. Now, often when we play high status, we'll gesture and move symmetrically so that we look balanced and confident. But too much symmetry can be boring and make you look like a robot. And too much movement, walking or gesturing, can take away from your message and dissipate your power. So in most circumstances, you want physical variety, symmetry, balanced by asymmetry, and movement balanced by stillness. What about the quality of high status movement? We've talked about movement quality in our last lecture. What effort shapes would communicate high status? Well, sustained, direct efforts like gliding and pressing tend to smooth our movement out. They keep us from appearing erratic or unstable. They allow us to coast directly and confidently through the space. But we also might punctuate with strong, sudden gestures like a punch or a slash. And these shapes can be powerful as long as they're controlled, bound. If they're not, we can look unpredictable, like we can't control ourselves. I suppose there's some status to be gained in appearing dangerous or unpredictable, but it may not be the kind of power we're looking for. Sometimes when we play high status, we touch other people. We pat them on the back, or we put a hand between their shoulder blades and guide them in one direction or another. We might put both hands on their shoulders to steady them so they can hear something important we have to say. Interestingly, high status players typically touch with an open hand. A closed fingered touch can imply uncertainty about the relationship. And of course, the most universal touch, at least in the Western culture, is the handshake. We shake hands with people in all sorts of settings, at the office, at places of worship, when we meet people for the first time, at social occasions like weddings and funerals. According to body language experts, a neutral handshake is when both people reach straight in through the sagittal plane, remember, and clasp their hands side to side. Now, some high status players might use a more forceful grip, a pressing effort shape, and then try to turn or wring their partner's hand so that it's on the bottom of the handshake. In other words, the high status player is literally gaining the upper hand. A high status player might also try to grasp the fingers of his partner to preempt a full handshake, otherwise known as the lady finger shake. And this is still acceptable in some social settings, but with the advances that we've made in gender equality, professionally, it's becoming a gesture from another place and time. Now, some of us might assume that it's always best to play high status. There's a lot of focus out there on how to appear powerful in professional settings, how to look strong, how to come across as assertive. We're warned away from the low status stances or gestures that we associate with fear or uncertainty. But if we're acting, we may be called upon to play a fearful character, someone like Laura in the Glass Menagerie. Or we might need to be able to assess our own physicality in times of stress and change it, or read other people's physical cues. What kind of physical choices might a low-status player make? Well, someone who plays low status out of insecurity might close off their body by turning away, creating distance between themselves and another person. They might create barriers between themselves and other people by hiding behind the furniture or behind their electronic devices or even behind their hair or their arms. In terms of posture, they might collapse their shoulders or bow their heads to withhold themselves from other people. They might close off their stance by clasping their legs together to protect themselves, not realizing that this makes a base that's easy to topple. I'm reminded of an actor I worked with once who was playing a strong, silent outdoorsman. And every time he stood on stage, bless his heart, he'd clasp his legs together. And so we made the very simple adjustment of widening his stance. And he immediately became more powerful and threatening, which was exactly what his role needed. In terms of gesture, a fearful low-status player might loom little by wrapping their arms around their body instead of letting them hang or expanding them away from their torso. They might try to offset feelings of stress with those self-soothing gestures we talked about, like face touching, hand wringing, neck rubbing. But notice here, I want you to know that playing low status isn't just about fear. And power doesn't always come from playing high status. Sometimes people don't want to play high status. They want to appear approachable, receptive, trustworthy. Sometimes we play low status when we want to draw another person out or broker a compromise. William Ury, one of the U.S.'s top conflict mediators, talks about the time that he brokered a tough negotiation between Russia and Chechnya. The vice president of Chechnya insulted the United States in front of all the other negotiators. Now, instead of playing high status and standing down the criticism, Ury took the low status path. He thanked the leader for his opinion. He said that he took the comments as a sign that they were all among friends and could speak candidly. And then he gently reminded the group that what they were there for was to stop the war in Chechnya, and negotiations got back on track. So Ury used a masterful low-status tactic to return the meeting to its purpose. And Ury's playing low status made it difficult for the Chechnyan leader to continue his attack. Now, I wasn't in the room to watch William Ury's physical choices during this pivotal moment, but I have watched him speak. He instinctively uses gestures and expressions that draw people in. He smiles a lot, genuinely, almost like he's always sharing a little joke with the audience. He opens his body and often gestures with his hands like he's offering something to the people he's speaking to. His energy is really free. It's not bound, and so his gestures don't often have a definite stop. He rarely punches, for example, for emphasis. So as a speaker, Ury's physicality comes across as friendly, but not aggressive. And I bet he makes similar choices when he's brokering tough negotiations. Now, in some situations, we might even want to appear submissive. For example, think about when you're pulled over by a policeman. Most of us have learned that playing low status in this situation decreases our chance of getting the maximum penalty. So, yes, people play low status out of fear, but they also play low status out of respect or consideration. So how do these low status players operate? The ones who play low status without fear? Well, they build people up. They amuse. They placate. Sometimes they use deprecating language and gestures. They agree. They empathize. They follow. And sometimes they lead. Low-status players might cock their heads to one side while they listen. They might drop their chin slightly when they make eye contact. They may affirm another person's power by nodding or mirroring that person's gestures. And as we just discussed, they may make offertory gestures with their hands. Low-status players lean in to show interest, but not so close that they make other people uncomfortable. And they smile, genuinely. They encourage people to talk. Sometimes they reach out and touch other people, but it's generally in the form of comforting, non-threatening gestures, like gently squeezing someone's hand or touching their forearm. In terms of movement quality, a low-status player might choose lighter effort shapes, like Yuri did, such as dabbing or gliding or floating. They might also be more likely to use physical indirection to appear less aggressive. Often in courtship, people play low status. They don't want to overpower the person they're interested in. So early on in an interaction, they might lean away or make small gestures because they don't want to crowd or intimidate that other person. But as flirting and romance begin, status starts to shift back and forth between the two people. They play little status games. It's not conscious or manipulative. It's just the dance of courtship. It's the give and take of a new relationship. Think of some of our most famous couples, Hepburn and Tracy, Shakespeare's Kate and Petruchio, Harry and Sally in When Harry Met Sally. Part of what made those relationships work and what makes them such a delight to watch is that status interplay between the two people. And you can use that in scenes that you do on stage with other people too. In courtship, people begin to lean in until they feel too vulnerable. And then they might shift their status and lean away. They begin to use their naval intelligence and face the other person until they become a little embarrassed, or maybe they want to seem mysterious. And then they might close off a bit for protection. They smile. They might hold eye contact for a little longer than necessary. And then they might look away again. They might tilt their heads, exposing their neck, remember? Or play with their hair or their jewelry. Romantic nervousness can cause a little bit of fidgeting. Or they smile and nod at each other. They laugh at each other's jokes, even when they're not funny. And sometimes they mirror each other as well. They may not even know they're doing it. Sometimes the desire to be like the other person is often unconscious. I recently watched people engage in every single one of these behaviors at the airport on my way to do these lectures for you. The airport, by the way, is a fantastic place to watch physical behavior. I couldn't hear what this couple was saying, but the give and take of status as they flirted back and forth was crystal clear. So we alter the status we play depending on the circumstances. We can do this in the course of a conversation, like the couple I just mentioned, or we can generally play a different status depending on our context. You might play one status in your personal life and then another in your professional life. Or you might exchange one kind of status for another at different times in your life, especially if maintaining a certain status came with a lot of stress. There's an old story that makes the rounds every once in a while. You might have heard it, about the retiree who is a greeter at Walmart. He has a great attitude and a fabulous work ethic, but he can't seem to show up on time. He's 15, 10, 20 minutes late to work every single day. So finally, the manager calls the man into his office and he says, Charlie, you're doing a great job, but this lateness is becoming a real problem. So Charlie promises to do better. And then the manager says, Charlie, I'm curious. You're retired Armed Forces, right? Well, what did they say when you came in late there? And Charlie paused and then answered, they said, "Good morning, Admiral. Can I get you your cup of coffee, sir? Now, even though the story I just told shows us that status can shift, a lot of us generally play one status most of the time. We're just more comfortable in that particular role. Some people hypothesize that we unconsciously seek to play the same status we had in our family of origin. I wonder if we seek to play the status we wanted to have in our family of origin. Who knows? But we typically gravitate toward one status or another. For instance, think about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He was comfortable as a high-status player, even when he related to other world leaders like Winston Churchill or Joseph Stalin. In contrast, Abraham Lincoln was often thought of as a low-status player because he disarmed his opponents with charm and folk wisdom. Can you think of someone in your life who generally plays high status? How about somebody who typically plays low status? Have you ever watched or experienced a status interplay in a romantic relationship or in a friendship? What status do you gravitate toward? Are you aware of how you reflect that status in your posture and gestures? Sometimes, of course, it's necessary to leave our comfort zones and play a status we don't naturally gravitate toward. For example, parents are always expected to play high status with their children. But as children age and gain more independence, sometimes the status shifts. Or we may be expected to play high status in situations where we feel intimidated, like when we're presenting to a board of fellow experts or interviewing for an important job. Oh, but there's good news about this last scenario. 2 social psychologists from Harvard and Berkeley did a study where they first pinpointed the physiological differences in powerful and powerless people. And in our terms, I want you to think about the powerless people as those who play low status out of fear or insecurity. Just like other primates, the major differences boiled down to 2 hormones. Those who were comfortable in positions of power had higher levels of testosterone, the dominance hormone, and lower levels of cortisol, the stress hormone. So feeling powerful isn't only related to dominance, it's also related to how we manage stress. So here's what they did next. They brought in subjects and measured their initial testosterone and cortisol levels. Then they asked some of the subjects to stand for 2 minutes in power poses, like the classic superhero stance, with the legs apart and the hands on the hips. Or they told people to sit in the stereotypical boss position that I talked about, with their hands clasped behind their head and their feet on their desk. And then they had another group sit and stand with their arms wrapped around their bodies and their heads touching their necks in protection. Guess what they found out? The people who'd done the 2 minutes in the power poses were 26% more likely to take risks than the ones who'd been told to take the self-protective poses. Well, this makes sense, we all think, right? We've all heard about the power of positive thinking. But guess what else they found out? When they measured hormone levels after the 2 minutes of posing, they found out that those who had done the power poses had a 20% increase in testosterone and a 25% decrease in cortisol. This was in stark contrast to the other subjects whose testosterone actually went down by 10% and whose cortisol went up by 15%. So most of us acknowledge that thoughts can change physical perspective, but what this study shows is that our physical perspective can change our thoughts and our body chemistry. So, does this mean you need to stand like Wonder Woman while you're in the lobby waiting for your interview? Not necessarily, although researchers did recommend spending a couple minutes in the bathroom stall channeling your inner superhero. It does mean, though, that maybe before a big entrance or a big meeting, You might not want to wrap yourself up in your coat or hunch over, checking your smartphone. And it also means that even when you don't feel powerful, even when you're feeling low status out of fear or anxiety, you can work outside in to change that. You've all heard the phrase, fake it till you make it. Well, these researchers put the science behind that advice. And more than that, they told us that we can, and I quote their study, fake it till we become it. So, high status, low status, status shifts, status play. The concept of status is an important tool on stage and in life. Think about it as you approach a character or a conversation or an interview. If you look for them, you'll see status plays everywhere. In our previous lectures, we learned about balancing the body at rest and in motion. We talked about the shape of physical effort and about the body in relationship to other people. What we learned in those lectures can help you on any stage, at conventions, meetings, presentations, classes, interviews, and in plays. They can also create healthy ways of moving in your everyday life. Our final lecture in our movement sequence deals specifically with the body on stage. Today, we're going to talk about stage savvy, the physical techniques that stage performers use to direct the audience's focus and maintain visual interest. Before we get to the nuts and bolts of stage savvy, I do want to remind you, first and foremost, you need to know your purpose. You need to know why you're on the stage and what story you want to tell. That's why we spent so much time on Uta Hagen's 9 questions at the beginning of this course. All movement and speech needs to come from the desire to fulfill a need. We move and we speak because we want something. So, work with your objective in mind. If you know what you're on stage to do, then you have some idea of the key moments you need to emphasize. They're the moments of decision or action. They're the moments when important plot information is delivered. They're the moments of discovery. For example, one of the important moments of discovery in Death of a Salesman is the instant that Biff discovers his father in a hotel room with another woman. How Biff enters the space, how far he goes into the hotel room, what he does when he sees that other woman, all of these physical choices reveal his character. And then the way he physically relates to his father after this moment reveals the change in their relationship. So movement reveals character. Movement reveals relationship. How you pursue your objective, how you enter a space, how you exit it, how you sit and travel within the space, how familiar you are with the space and the other people on stage. All of these things define your character. The way you respond when you hear a knock at the door tells us a lot about your relationship with who's behind it. If it's someone you love, you might rush to the door and throw it open. And if it's someone you fear, you might hide and not go to the door at all. The way you make an entrance tells us a lot about where you've been and what the stage space means to you. Think about Blanche's first entrance in Streetcar. She's been through an ordeal. She's been traveling for hours, and she's in an unfamiliar place. I doubt that Blanche would come striding on stage with her suitcase the way Peggy Sawyer does in 42nd Street. But an audience needs to receive these physical moments if it's going to follow the arc of your performance. Your physical choices have to be in the clear, as we like to say in the theater. Your story needs to be visually understood, and there are certain things a performer can do to make the story and character clear. You can enhance the clarity of your performance by understanding the principles behind focus and visual variety. First, focus. What is focus? Well, most of us think of focus as placing your undivided attention on something. But in performance, focus is where you want the audience to look and what you want the audience to hear. You see, despite all of our multitasking tendencies, the eyes can actually only look one place at a time. And often, the ears don't comprehend if the eyes aren't looking. So, part of telling any story on a stage is helping the audience know where to look when. And you do that by working with focus. Performers can either give focus or they can take focus. They can do this with body positions, body orientation, and movement. So, body positions. Possible body positions are full out, 3/4 open, profile, 3/4 closed, and then all the way with my back closed. And they can communicate different things. When you're full out, you're directly relating to the audience. You're acknowledging that the audience is there, that you have nothing to hide. You're open, comfortable, presentational. We often use the 3/4 position, though, when we're working on a proscenium stage. A proscenium stage is the stage that's framed like this, and then the audience is just out front. This position, this 3/4 position, is also known as cheating out. Cheating out at 3/4 open and allows visibility to the audience while the actor is relating to another person on stage. So a hint here. When you gesture in this position, think about gesturing with your upstage arm, the one farthest from the audience. Because if you gesture with your downstage arm, you close your body off, which can obscure what you're doing. Then we have half closed or profile. Now this can be used in confrontations or in secretive moments, and it's also used when performers work on a thrust stage or in the round. Those are spaces where the audience is going to be on multiple sides of the performance. On a proscenium stage where the audience is out front, working in profile can mask half your body. So you want to be aware of the fact that that can happen and then use this position consciously. Now finally, we have the 3/4 closed or the fully closed, where the actor essentially has his back to the audience. Now, many people are told in beginning acting class, never, never turn your back on the audience. And I understand this. It's because the novice actor hasn't yet developed that sixth sense about what's visible to the audience and what's not. I believe you shouldn't turn your back if you're speaking or if a major plot point hinges on the audience being able to see you in that moment. But in certain other circumstances, judicious use of backs can be really dramatic. I'll never forget a production of Death of a Salesman that I saw with Dustin Hoffman and John Malkovich many years ago. Malkovich, who was playing Biff, turned his back during an argument and just walked upstage. You got the feeling that he was trapped, that he was backed into a corner, and that he would come out swinging any second. He did explode a few lines later, and he re-entered the scene full on. It was such an effective moment that I'm standing here telling you about it 20 years later. So backs can be effective as long as they don't obscure important information. Now, of course, in public speaking, you typically want to face your audience, unless you're trying to throw focus to another person or to an image, in which case turning your body toward the focal point can be effective. Before we move on, I need to give a quick explanation here of stage directions. Upstage is up away from the audience. And this is because once upon a time, most stages were raked, slanted. So when actors were far away, They were upstage of the audience. They were actually up. And when they were down on that slant, they were downstage. Then we have stage left and stage right. And those are from the actor's perspective, not the audience's. So if an actor is standing down stage right, the audience would actually see him on the left side of the stage. So now that you understand the body positions and stage directions, we can look at how you might orient your body to give or take focus. How do you orient the body to give focus? Well, you might orient your body toward the character the audience should focus on, wherever that character is on stage. Also known, according to Janine Driver, as using your naval intelligence. Focus is really important, especially when there are lots of people on stage. Think about Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, for example, which is filled with moments where one character, Caesar, Brutus, Mark Antony, addresses a big crowd of people. So it's important that the actors in the crowd turn their bodies toward the speakers so that the audience knows to look at the action that's moving the story forward. Mark Antony can't whip his friends, Romans, and countrymen into a frenzy if they're not paying attention. Now, depending on the situation, you could orient your body position away from the focal character, and this happens sometimes when you're sharing focus. I mentioned that death of a salesman example. Now, a few others might be the first court scene in Shakespeare's Hamlet, where we often figure out who's playing Hamlet by noticing the only actor on stage who isn't orienting his body toward Claudius. Remember, Claudius is Hamlet's uncle who just took over the kingdom and married Hamlet's mom, and Hamlet is not happy about all that's happened. Another example might be in Ibsen's An Enemy of the People. The town could literally turn its back on Dr. Stockton. The focal point isn't the townspeople so much as it is Stockton's reaction to them rejecting the news that their water supply is polluted. But what if your character is the focal point? Sometimes you need to take focus on stage. So how do you do that? Well, you can take a power position. You can stand straight up, face full out toward the audience. We see a lot of this in musical theater. You could stand at the center of a group, as long as they're staged in such a way to highlight you. You can put your space between your body and other people on stage so that they're in more of a group and you stand alone. You can also be at the highest point on stage relative to all the other actors. Or you can be at the lowest point on stage relative to all the other actors and take a different kind of focus. For example, if you're, say, playing the subject of an interrogation. You also give and take focus by knowing when to move and when to be still. Performers often give focus by being relatively still while another actor speaks or moves. Often they move less when they listen and more when they speak. They know it's hard for an audience to hear and see what one actor is doing if another actor is moving a lot. Performers can take focus by moving while others are still. They can stride purposefully across the stage. They can rise suddenly from their seat. They can raise a glass for a toast or hold a prop up to the light. All of these things are focus-taking gestures. An extreme example of giving and taking focus are the old Shields and Yarnell mime routines from the 70s. I don't know if you remember those. They used to do these robotic versions of domestic life, and if you watch them, you'll see crystal clear technical examples of giving and taking focus. In a lot of their sequences, they literally take turns moving so the audience knows where to look. Now, often the give and take on stage is more subtle than this, but the principle is the same. Another way a performer can take focus is by being still. either after a period of their own consistent movement or by being still when everyone around them is moving. And stillness can be just as dramatic as movement. It can reveal character and relationship just as much as movement. So if there isn't a reason to move on stage, be still. You might cross the stage and be struck still by a particular thought or discovery. You might have to be still while you take in shocking new information. You might stay still while the whole cast bustles and dances around you. The Who's Tommy, which was a Broadway hit in the 90s, used this technique. Another way to take focus is through stage business. We touched on this when we explored the 9 questions for Blanche and Stanley. Stage business is telling your character's story through the way you handle props, the way you respond to your costume, the way you sit or stand, or the way you enter a room. Remember, we explored how Blanche would handle the letters, or how Stanley would handle meat. Remember? That's stage business. An actor snapping a parasol shut to button the end of a line is stage business. A character stirring or sipping a drink is stage business. A woman flaring her dress and sitting down with a sigh, that's stage business. All of these activities are an opportunity to use focus to punctuate a line or to tie up a thought or to illustrate a character choice. Stage business, of course, needs to be connected to the character's purpose, but don't forget, it's a valuable tool. Finally, a movement pet peeve of mine. If you're taking focus with a cross, which is what we theater folks call walking across the stage, walk in front of your fellow actors. Don't cross behind them or we'll lose you and we're going to lose what you're saying. It's your focal moment here. It's your chance to shine, so enjoy it. Don't obscure yourself by trying to be polite. If you cross behind other people, we actually lose some sense of the story, and that's what everyone on stage is up there to tell. Now, also be careful of upstaging your fellow performers. We upstage people when we stand in front of them, when they should be the focal point, or when we move too much while they're speaking, or when we stand upstage of them and force them to turn away from the audience to talk. Allowing focal moments to be in the clear for the audience, it's a form of theater etiquette, and it's also good storytelling. Directing focus helps keep character action and relationship clear, and clarity keeps the audience interested. But there are other tricks performers use to maintain visual interest. The main idea behind visual interest is variety. You create visual variety by using all the tools available to you on stage, your stage planes. Horizontal, diagonal, vertical, sagittal. These tools are for creating variety, and they're part of your toolbox. The kinds of lines you create on stage with your body and the furniture, the way you use the depth of the stage, these are all tools in your toolbox. If you've taken any visual art classes, the principles are similar, except that stage is 3D. It's a moving medium. So line, shape, mass, color, and balance, they're just as important as in visual arts, but unlike visual art, these elements are constantly changing on stage, depending on where people are in the space, or how the scenery is configured, or how it's all being lit. Your elements of shape and design are more fluid than they are in the visual arts. So just like with a painter's canvas, or even with a football field, actors can create a dynamic geometry on stage. Directors think about this all the time, but it helps if a performer understands it too. For example, we don't often need to be in the same plane as other actors on stage unless we're trying to create an image of stability or uniformity. And it's interesting if some actors are high and some are low, or if some are upstage and some are down. The shape of the onstage group helps the audience know where they're supposed to focus, and it tells us something about the character's status in relationship with one another. So bodies and scenery can create lines and shapes. For example, let's say you stand vertically near a horizontal structure. You're creating a nice perpendicular contrast with your horizontal plane, like a table or something. Or if you lean on that table, you create a diagonal line. Or if you lie on a bed or a couch, you reflect the horizontal line of your furniture. On stage, diagonal lines are your best friend. Diagonals are dynamic. They imply excitement. They're the quickest way to create depth and visual interest. An actor taking focus can be on the upstage diagonal with others turned toward him in 3/4, or he can be downstage, facing out, with the upstage actors turned toward him. The possibilities are endless. And it gets better. When you're with 2 or more actors on stage, you can use diagonals to create triangles, which are infinitely more interesting than straight lines. 3 or more actors can create tight triangles, standing close together, or they can create long triangles with actors standing farther apart. Again, the stage is full of all sorts of possibilities for triangles. When you're moving through the space, you might want to try breaking up the lines of movement. Sure, the quickest way to get from point A to point B is a straight line, but it's also the most predictable. So what happens if you start going another way and then remember to go in another direction? Or what happens if you ricochet off a person or a piece of furniture? What happens if you hesitate in the middle of a cross and then decide to go anyway? So straight lines are fine for tabernacle choirs or kick lines, where an audience is supposed to look at everyone all at once. But like many aspects of performance, uniformity should be a choice. Focus and status are much better understood through variety. So pay attention to stage geometry. Make it work for you as a performer. Also remember, stage is a medium with depth. You can use the full depth of the stage to create wonderful three-dimensional moments. Watch hosts or speakers or comics of any kind, and you'll see they like to be relatively close to the audience, not right on top of them. No one wants to send the entire front row to the chiropractor, and no one wants to be a floating head for all the folks in the back row. But when you're close, you're accessible. Your response to your world, real or imagined, is visible. It's recognizable. An audience connects with what it recognizes, and when an audience connects, it buys into your performance. The opposite is also true. When you're upstage, farther away, you're mysterious, mythic, tragic even. Ballet dancers know this. Think about the sad and mysterious finale of Swan Lake, where Prince Siegfried and Odette drown themselves in the lake. Most of the major action takes place in the upstage half of the stage. Conversely, think about the finales of musical comedies like 42nd Street and Will Rogers' Follies, or the Rockettes' most famous kick lines. Most of that dancing happens downstage, doesn't it? So challenge yourself to use the whole space, your diagonals and triangles and stage planes. If there's a spot on a set you never go to, try relating to it in rehearsal and see what happens. Remember, downstage is accessible, upstage is mysterious. Another thing to consider with visual interest is balance. If you think of the stage like a massive seesaw with the fulcrum in the center, you can see that if everyone stands on one side of the stage for too long, things start to look lopsided, especially if there's no scenery on this other side to counterbalance the people. But if one actor stands downstage while the rest of the group is upstage on the other side, then you get balance. Or if all of the people fill out both sides of the stage in different planes but at equal distance from one another, you get balance. Now, balance is not the same as symmetry. Too much symmetry on stage can get boring. So can too much balance, though audiences tend to like at least some. Balance simply means an equal distribution of stage weight. You balance a stage with two people standing at the same distance from center in the same plane. Or you can balance it with one person standing downstage and another standing upstage at a relative equal distance from center. You can create balance or imbalance if you pay attention to physical distance on stage. Distance between actors is a powerful tool. How close your character gets to another person says a lot about that relationship. It tells us the level of intimacy or the level of intimidation. It tells us about deception and barriers. It tells us about belonging or isolation. Do keep in mind that stage is not like film. Film acting sometimes requires close talking so that actors stay in the camera frame. But on stage, you don't want to be right up in another actor's face for too long, or the audience isn't going to be able to see either one of you. An acting teacher I had years ago used to call this molar to molar acting. And I see a lot of this kind of close acting with beginning actors. They tend to equate proximity with intensity. So remember, you don't have to be especially close to intimidate someone or seduce them or accuse them or perform any number of the tactics that help you achieve your objective. Create a little distance so we can see what you're doing. Distance is also a powerful tool in public speaking. With public speaking, you want to be close enough to your audience to establish rapport. It's hard to speak across a gulf and have the audience truly relate. When I'm speaking, especially if I'm teaching a lecture class, I actually try to get out from behind the podium and walk among my students as a way to keep them engaged. And finally, you can use physical rhythm to create variety. Remember my pediatrician friend from Virginia who wanted to move at the speed of light? Well, his physical rhythm was really fast. People tend to have natural physical rhythms, and characters have them too. Like most acting choices, a character rhythm will depend on your given circumstances and the action you need to take in the scene. Some characters might be more likely to sit right down and get to the point, while another character may hem and haw and take more time to make it to their seat. Or characters might travel at different rhythms through the space. For example, Natasha in Chekhov's The Three Sisters. She's a take charge kind of character. And often the actress playing Natasha will choose a fast, forceful rhythm. But an actress playing somebody like Laura Wingfield in Tennessee Williams' The Glass Menagerie, who's debilitated by her own shyness and disability, might choose a slower, more tentative rhythm. Think about the two characters we've studied in depth in this course, Blanche and Stanley. What kind of rhythm would you experiment with for Blanche? Might she have a fluttering rhythm like the moth that Tennessee Williams described? What happens to her rhythm when she drinks, as she seems to do throughout all the play? And what kind of rhythm might Stanley have? What speed might he typically move at to exert the most power in his world? You can also change your rhythm on stage. If we all went at the same rhythm all the time, it would get pretty boring, wouldn't it? For example, Blanche in Streetcar might begin her scene, the scene 2 we've been working on, with a slower rhythm and flirt and toy with Stanley, and then move to a faster rhythm as he interrogates her. Scenes are like dances, with fast parts and slow, and it's up to the performer to find the tempo changes. To review, The stage-savvy performer does his homework. He knows his purpose for being on stage. Based on his purpose and given circumstances, the stage-savvy performer uses his body to focus audience attention to where it needs to go. You can use positioning and orientation, you can use height, and you can use movement and stillness. To maintain visual interest on stage, the stage-savvy performer uses all the potential for variety in his space. He uses his vertical, his horizontal, his sagittal and diagonal planes to create interest and depth. He understands and uses the geometry of the stage. He understands balance and rhythm. And he uses all that he knows about physical freedom, dynamic alignment, effort shape, and status as he works in his space. Hopefully, you're beginning to see performance is equal parts rigor and mystery, equal parts technique and intuition. So use your intuition and use your technique. Be aware of your movement and explore all of your physical potential. And don't be too attached to perfection. You'll falter on stage. You'll make mistakes. We all do. And sometimes those mistakes can be wonderful physical discoveries, like when you open a door at the wrong time and realize it's actually the perfect moment to make a fantastic entrance. If you focus on what you're doing and not on how well you're doing it, you're not going to dwell on those missteps. You'll just keep moving. We begin our segment on the voice in our next lecture. I'll see you then. I have some wind chimes in my backyard that I love. After years of city living, I've come to deeply appreciate backyards and wind chimes. They sound so beautiful. The sound has such clarity. And wind chimes are a great way to introduce our segment on the voice. True to their name, wind chimes need wind to make them work. They need air moving through them. And they won't make a clear sound if they're all tangled up. They also won't work if they're lying unused in a box somewhere. They can only work if they're suspended and free. They work best if they're aligned and active, so they can allow the wind to go through them and cause them to vibrate. Suspended, free, aligned, active. It's starting to sound familiar, isn't it? So, in our movement lectures, we explored how the body can feel suspended and aligned. We freed the body for the sake of physical communication, but the body also needs to be free for vocal communication. Wind chimes need wind, and for the voice to work, it needs breath. And just like wind chimes, if the body is constricted from tension or lack of use, the wind, the breath, can't fully enter the body. And when the breath can't fully enter, the voice won't work to its potential. Remember our story about F.M. Alexander. He first went to the doctor, not because he was in physical pain, but because he was losing his voice. As we've seen, it's possible to perform without the voice. You can tell a story physically, but the voice can't perform effectively without an aligned body and proper breath support. So we began our exploration of the performer's craft by studying movement and the unconstricted body. Now, as we move into vocal technique, we find that a balanced body serves us here as well. Why do we learn vocal technique? Well, for a lot of reasons. A few of us may be naturally able to access our breath for a full, open sound, but most of us have to work at it. A few of us might have a natural gift for clear speech or effective pacing, but most of us have to train to reach our full potential. Some of us might already have the vocal endurance to do 8 shows a week, as many stage actors do, or give 6 lectures a day, like many teachers do. But most of us need to build up our stamina for those kinds of demands. Athletes train for strength and flexibility. Musicians rehearse for tone and precision. We practice vocal technique to improve our sound, to enhance our clarity, and to increase our staying power. We learn how to breathe and how to speak to open up the glorious possibilities of our instrument, and they are glorious. We study vocal technique so that we can talk to our audience and fellow performers rather than at them. We study to be heard and understood at all times. You see, your voice is like your oral fingerprint. It's your sound identity. It's one of your most basic, foundational ways to share what you think and what you know with other people. Like it or not, people infer a lot about someone by the sound of their voice and the way they handle speech. Do they sound lost or like they know what they're doing? Do they sound rural or urban? Educated or uneducated? Threatening or kind? Confident or shy? Do we understand them when they speak to us? It may not be fair, and it may not always be accurate, but people make quick assumptions based on the voice. Judgments about intelligence, class, approachability, even power. So being able to speak to your fullest potential allows you to present your best possible self. Now, we know why we speak, right? To meet our needs. But if we want to increase our effectiveness as speakers, we need to understand how we speak. We need to understand all the possibilities available to us. So in this lecture, we're going to go on a guided tour of our vocal mechanism. By understanding what's involved in the process of speaking, we'll better be able to isolate the areas in our own bodies that we use for sound production. We can become more aware of the sensations we feel and the sensations we want to feel when we're using our voices effectively and constructively. Before we begin our tour, let's take a second here to review our performance triangle. Remember, at the center we have presence, which is always at the center of technique. And then we have the 3 sides of our triangle. We've got mental focus, voice and speech, and the body. Now notice, even though voice and speech are part of the same side, we differentiate between the two. Voice, remember, is the process of producing sound. Speech is the process of shaping that sound into words. So in our next 4 lectures, we'll discuss how we produce sound. Once we explore how we make and color sound, then we'll move on to how we shape that sound with speech. But first, here's an overview of how both voice and speech work. We have 4 stops along our tour: breath, phonation, resonation, and articulation. So let's prepare for our trip. We're packing light today. We're traveling in a vessel we've come to know well, our free, aligned body. Your body houses your voice. It has different chambers, each with its own essential job: the head, the nose, the mouth, the neck, the chest, the belly, the pelvis, and right on down to our legs and feet that ground us. These chambers work in tandem with one another to produce sound. So let's get started. Our first step is to find a grounded stance. We always prepare the body for breath. So your hips and knees are soft, your spine is extended, shoulders are dropped and spread, neck lengthened, head floating. And just breathe here. Feel that balance. Feel that suspension and freedom. Now do a quick body inventory. Are you holding anywhere that you could let go? If so, gently tell those extra helping muscles that you're not going to need them on this trip. Just release them. And now let's move to our first stop on our vocal mechanism tour, breathing. So place one hand on your belly and the other on your chest, and just breathe in. Inhale and exhale. And inhale again. Do you feel your chest and belly expanding? Now exhale. Do you feel your chest and belly contracting? So now take both hands and put them on your belly. Inhale and see if you can let the breath drop all the way down to where your hands are. So ready? Let's inhale. Good. And exhale. All right, now we're going to inhale again, and then we're going to let the breath out on an S, like you're gradually letting air out of a balloon. And as you inhale, I'm hoping you're feeling your hands expanding a little bit. Are you ready? Let's try it. And inhale. And good. Could you see your hands contracting inward as you exhaled? Now, breathe in again. Can you see your hands moving out with the breath? Now, exhale. Good. Do you feel your lower torso contracting? Now, keep breathing in and out. Keep feeling that expansion and contraction. Now, as you continue breathing, take one hand and place it to one side of your lower back. So as you breathe, you're going to continue to feel that expansion and contraction in your back body as well as here in your front. And breathe in and out. See if you can feel those back muscles expanding when you breathe. These are your intercostals, the muscles between your ribs. They allow you to expand your rib cage and take in the air you need. So keep breathing. Just enjoy it. Your intercostals also help you sustain your breath so that you use it over time instead of blowing it out all at once. The hand on your belly is where your diaphragm is. Your diaphragm is a dome-shaped muscle that sits just below your lungs. And by filling your lungs with air, you're indirectly lowering your diaphragm. And this creates more space in your body for breath. So think of this part of your body as your deepest source for sound. To access the voice in all its potential, you drop the breath down here into those lower lungs. If you only breathe shallowly into your upper chest, you use a lot of effort and you only get a small amount of breath, and that can lead to a breathy, unsupported sound. That kind of sound is not going to make it past the first two rows of a theater or an auditorium. And if you sustain that breathy sound over a long period of time, you can actually dry out or strain your vocal cords. And shallow breath also creates unnecessary tension in the chest and shoulders, which, as we know by now, also hampers free expression. So to truly access the voice, we reach down to our centers and we take deep belly breaths. We access a larger amount of breath with a smaller amount of effort. We work deeper, not harder. Now, for some of you, this might feel completely new, especially if you learn to breathe by playing certain sports or by doing certain types of dance. Some of you might feel like your breath isn't yet dropping in as deeply as it could, and that's okay. The process of centering the breath takes time and practice, especially if it's a new sensation for you. And it might be good right here to remember our competency stages. Remember, new skills require conscious repetition before they become unconscious. We'll spend more time on accessing a constructive breath in our next lecture, but at this point, it's just important to understand that ideally, this is where your sound originates. So, what goes in must come out, right? What happens after we exhale? How do we use our breath to create sound? That's the next stop on our vocal tour, phonation. Let's see how that works. So let's leave one hand on the belly and take the other hand up to the neck. Place your fingers at your throat, just under where the head joins the neck. This is your larynx. Now, drop your breath back down to your belly and send it up in the form of a hum. Ready? Let's inhale. And hum. Do you feel the vibration? Try it one more time. Breathe in and What you're feeling here is the vibration of your vocal folds. The vocal folds, also known as the vocal cords, are two thin bands of muscle tissue here in the larynx. They vibrate when your breath hits them, like this. And that's how we get sound. And just like sound waves, your vocal folds vibrate at a lesser frequency when your sound pitch is low, and at a greater frequency when your sound pitch is high. And when you lose your voice, these vocal folds stop vibrating altogether because they're swollen or inflamed, usually from infection or overuse or from not properly supporting the voice with your breath. And if you should continue to overuse your voice, or if you use it incorrectly for long periods of time, you can begin to have chronic swelling. And that chronic swelling can create polyps or cysts on the linings of your vocal cords, sometimes known as vocal nodes. And vocal nodes cause chronic hoarseness and can severely limit your vocal range. Sometimes they can even cause pain when you speak. But vocal nodes are absolutely preventable if you learn to breathe and use your voice properly. And in these next few lectures, we're going to explore how we can do just that. By the way, you can just as easily overuse your voice by whispering as you can by screaming. Both are going to pull on those vocal folds. So if you ever lose your voice, try to rest it completely and drink lots and lots of water. Avoid the temptation to whisper. Use a humidifier. And even though Alexander's doctor recommended tea with honey, it's best to avoid caffeinated drinks or acidic foods or alcohol, not to mention smoky bars, when you're trying to get your voice back. Caffeine and alcohol actually dehydrate the body and the vocal folds, and acidic foods can promote acid reflux, which can coat your throat with acid and keep you from healing quickly. Oh, and one other tip. If you're struggling with a lot of mucus due to illness or something, avoid dairy products and nut butters, which tend to encourage that mucus to hang around. So, water and voice rest. You can't go wrong. And true voice rest means no talking, not even on the phone, unless it is absolutely necessary. To quote a dear friend and colleague of mine, voice rest is not saying anything you're not paid to say. And if you have to say anything at all, you must do it with proper breath support. So, back to our tour. Our vocal cords, or folds, vibrate in our larynx. But the space in your larynx is small. It's only about the size of the top part of your index finger. So it only amplifies your sound a little bit. Most sound amplification happens in the other chambers of your body, and we call those chambers the resonators. And that brings us to our third stop on the tour, resonation. Resonation is the amplification of vocalized sound. And there are 4 major chambers in your body where the sound can resonate: the pharynx, the chest, the mouth, and the nose and sinus cavities. Let's try feeling the sound vibrating in our resonators now. We'll just work with vowels to start because it's easier to feel the voice resonating on a vowel sound. So put your hands on your upper chest on either side of your sternum. Let your breath drop in. And even now, think about inhaling into those lower lungs and then allow the breath to contact your vocal folds on a low pitch ha sound, like this. Ha. Now, try it with me. Let's breathe in and ha. Can you feel the sound vibrating in your chest cavity? Let's try it one more time. If you want to make sure you're getting a good constructive breath, you can put a hand on your belly if you'd like, and then the other on your chest. And inhale. And ha. There it is. Do you feel it? Sometimes we call this lower resonance our chest voice. So now let's move on to the pharynx. The pharynx is a little tube only 4 to 6 inches long, that goes from the top of your larynx past the back of your mouth and reaches into the back of your nasal cavities. So put both hands on either side of your neck and angle your fingers so they're holding the base of your head, like this. Now let's switch our vowel to a slightly higher pitched ha sound. Ready? Let that breath drop in and ha. Do you feel the vibration moving up your neck? One more time. Inhale. And ha. Can you feel those vibrations moving up towards your sinus passages? Now next, bring your fingers to your jaws. Let's change our vowel again, this time to he. Ready? Inhale. And he. Do you feel the sound resonating in your mouth? All right, let's try it one more time. So we inhale. And he. Good, good, very nice. Now, drop your hands and close your mouth and pretend that there's an egg in your mouth, but keep your lips closed. And so we're going to try our hum again. Ready? And inhale. And hmm. Do you feel your lips tickle? Let's do it again. Inhale. And hmm, hmm, hmm. That's the sound resonating in your mouth. And singers are told that if their lips tickle when they hum, that they're doing something right. So now let's check out our sinus resonators. So put your fingers on either side of your nose. You're going to say the word hung, and you're going to hold that NG sound. Ready? Hung. Ready? Here we go. Let's try it. Let's breathe in. And hung. Good. Can you feel that sound vibrating in your nose? Let's try it one more time. We breathe in and hung. Nice. Now finally, place your hands on top of your head. And we're going to keep the he sound and we're going to raise our pitch a little bit. So we're going to inhale. Ready? And he. Can you feel the sound vibrating out of the top of your head? Let's do it one more time. We inhale. And he. Sometimes we call this the head voice. Now, a head voice often penetrates the space more clearly than a chest voice, but it's underused in our culture today. Of course, if we overused our head voices, we'd all sound like Julia Child. So I guess it's best that we have balance, right? Even in resonation. Unless we're making boeuf bourguignon. Didn't you love Julia Child? So to make sound, we breathe, phonate, and resonate. We start with a free, open body, and then we access the breath and send it up through our vocal folds to resonate into space. And voila, we get sound. We'll talk more about how we color that sound in future lectures after we've explored accessing the breath. But speaking is more than about just making sound. To truly communicate, we need to be heard, but we also need to be understood. And that's where speech comes in. Speech shapes sound into words, and that's the final stop on this tour. We break our sound up into words with articulation. Articulation is how we position the parts of our mouths to create specific sounds in any language. So if language were music, articulation would be the percussion. So your articulators are your facial muscles, your lower jaw, your lips, your teeth, your tongue, your hard palate, and your soft palate behind your hard palate, and then finally your gum ridge. So let's become more aware of these. First, the lips. Just blow out of your lips for a second to loosen them up. The way you imitated a car going by when you were little. Let's try it again. Good. Now, pucker your lips and kiss the air, and then smile. Ready? Do it a few more times. Whenever I do this, I feel just a little bit like a game show host. But what I'm trying to get you to see here is, do you feel those lip muscles working? Try one more time. Kiss and smile. Good. Now, spread your mouth as wide as you can, as if you're going to say, ah, and then you're going to change your lip position to make the sound ow. So we're going to go, you can do it with me if you'd like. Ow, wow, 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 wow. Do you feel your mouth stretching? Now, this is a fun one. I told you we'd do some crazy things. So bare your teeth like you're snarling, like this. Arr. Sometimes I tell my students this is the prettiest they will ever look. Let's try it again. Arr. Voice work isn't about vanity, is it? Never sacrifice a good lip stretch for beauty. Let's do it one more time. Ready? Arr. Don't worry. You only do these things in the studio, unless you're playing a tiger. And how many of us get a chance to do that? You're more likely to use these stretches when you're warming up. By the time you get in front of an audience, hopefully you'll have integrated all of this. So now let's move on to the inside of our mouths. So use your tongue and feel your lips from the inside. Move on to your bottom teeth and across your top teeth. So you're putting your tongue over your teeth. Like that. And now place your tongue behind your top front teeth and draw it back until you feel the gum ridge. You can call this the alveolar ridge if you want to impress your friends. You use it with a number of speech sounds, the D sound, the T sound, the L sound, the N sound, the S sound, and the sh, SH sound. So let's try those sounds in quick succession with me if you want. D, T, L, N, S, sh. Do you feel how your tongue is contacting the same part of your mouth to make all those sounds? Now travel backward with the tongue until you reach the hard area in the roof of your mouth. That's the hard palate. And then if you go back a little further, you'll begin to feel a spongier area in the high rear of your mouth. That's your soft palate. You use it in speech, but it also figures in how you place your sound in your mouth. Now, bring your tongue forward again. We're going to do some calisthenics. So you're going to stick your tongue out of your mouth, and you're going to lift it up, down, side, side. Did you know we have calisthenics for the tongue? We do. Let's try it one more time. Up, down, Good. And then let's do it once all the way around. Ready? It's hard for me to do that way. Let's try it the other way. Remember, it's not a beauty pageant, it's speech exploration. So if you can stop now if you'd like, and if you want to just, wipe yourself off, that's fine. Your tongue is actually a group of muscles, and they work in conjunction with your teeth and your alveolar ridge to form a lot of your speech sounds. Now, I know some of what I ask you to do might feel a little silly, but it's important to be aware of the tools that you have available to you for speech. Effective stage presence involves delivering your lines or your speech with clarity and vitality. Just as our movement needs to be clear, so does our speech. And when we strengthen these muscles with exercises, just like we strengthen any muscles, then we have clearer speech. Remember, it's not enough just to know our purpose. We have to clearly represent our purpose by being seen, heard, and understood. So, the lips, the teeth, the tongue, the hard and the soft palates, and the alveolar ridge. These are the tools that shape and stop the sound. When we move into our speech lectures a little later, we'll look at their relationship to vowels and consonants. We'll also investigate pace, phrasing, and clarity. Let's play with a little bit of text and just get our feet wet with the whole process, shall we? And heightened language requires heightened expression. So how about a little bit of Shakespeare? Let's use the first few lines of Jaqui's All the World's a Stage speech from As You Like It. I told you we'd get back to this, and here we are. It goes like this. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Find your balanced alignment. Let your breath drop in and concentrate on making a free, easy sound. Ready? Let's fill the rib cage. And all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Let's try it again. Let that deep belly breath drop in again, and without yelling, focus on filling the room with supported sound. And enjoy it. You're doing Shakespeare. All right, you ready? Inhale. And all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. Good. Let's try it one last time. And this time, let's focus on our articulation. Let's use our consonants and speak clearly. Ready? Let's inhale. And all the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. And there's our voice mechanism in action. Nice work. So, we've arrived at our destination, the integrated voice. Let's take a minute here to wrap up our tour. We began with our fluidly suspended, aligned bodies. We allowed the breath to drop low into the abdomen, and we felt our bellies and our lower rib cages expand. As we exhaled, we began the process of sending air through our vocal folds and causing them to vibrate. That phonation produced resonance in one or more of our sound cavities, the chest, the pharynx, the mouth, the nose, the sinuses, and the head. And glorious sound rolled forth. And then we shaped that sound into effective speech by using our articulators. In our next sessions, we'll explore each part of this process more deeply. This is going to be fun, isn't it? There's a lot more to learn, but you've made a good start. And in the work we're going to do, I hope you'll find sounds you didn't even know you could make. I hope you'll begin to feel the potential in you for beautiful, supported sound. Next lecture begins with an extended stay at our first stop, the breath. It all begins with the breath. So dress comfortably, and I'll see you next time. Have you ever waited for something with bated breath? Or seen something that took your breath away? Have you ever been so busy that you couldn't catch your breath? Or told someone not to waste their breath, or that they were a breath of fresh air? We talk a lot about breath in our culture without even thinking about it. We take it for granted. It's instinctive. We assume that the breath will always be there when we need it. It might feel a little strange to focus on something so basic as breath, something that's so innate. But we do well to focus on it because, of course, breath is the energy for life. And as we learned in our last session, breath is also the force behind the human voice, the source of sound. So when we study vocal production, it makes sense to start at the source. Think about when a baby's born. Often, the first thing an infant does when it leaves the womb is fill the room, the world, with sound. And what do we say to that infant? Do we say, go on, go ahead and cry, let it all out? No, often the first thing we do when we hold an infant is we say, shh, hush, be quiet. So from birth, we all have in us these amazing tools for powerful sound. But these tools become muted or blunted as we grow into adults, maybe by socialization or by lack of use. So if you can access your breath to its fullest potential, you can find your natural voice, that instinctive power you've had in you since infancy. And that's why with voice work, whether you're a singer or a speaker, we start with the breath. Even though breathing is instinctive, as we saw in our last lecture, it's still a complex process. And to access a free, productive breath, you need a free, unconstricted body. Often the best way to access that breath is through what we call floor work. In this lecture, we'll do some stretches to promote physical freedom and then move on to floor work to access a supported breath. Once we know what a supported breath feels like, then we'll begin to explore sound and resonance. So, let's pick back up with our aligned body from the last lecture, and you're going to need a chair for this class or a couch. You also might need a book that's about 1 inch thick for neck support a little later. You can do all of the following exercises next to the chair so that it's ready for you when we get to the floor. So let's begin. So, I'd like you to stand with your feet hip-width apart, toes pointing forward. Make sure your weight is balanced evenly between your legs and between the balls of your feet. Now keep the knees soft, because when you lock your knees, it creates tension. Tuck your tail slightly and lift your rib cage, and keep your ears over your shoulders, and then just let the shoulders melt down away from your ears. And let's just breathe here for a moment. Nice, one more breath. Good, now you keep breathing, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit while you breathe. So as we begin these exercises, please work to your physical comfort zone. Take it slowly and take it easy, and always, always breathe. Remember, this is a practice. Performers train their muscles just like athletes. So I hope you'll come back to this lecture whenever you need a breath and relaxation session. Keep breathing. You remember, I studied mask carving in Bali. While I was there, I learned a lot about Westerners and their relationship to effort. You see, many of the carvers I worked with knew very little English, but because a lot of Americans and Australians came to study with them, they picked up a few choice words to teach people how to carve. And here's what they knew how to say. Little, soft, not so hard, no push, smooth. This tells us something, doesn't it? About how a lot of us in the West try new tasks. Press seems to be our favorite effort shape when it comes to new things. Now, of course, my personal favorite was how they described the ultimate goal of wood carving. Smooth, like plastic. So, as you breathe through these exercises, let's work the Balinese way. Little, soft, not so hard, no push, smooth. And let's think of plastic as plasticity. Allow the body to spread and stretch, but don't force it. Remember, physical and vocal freedom comes from the release of tension. Force or strain only causes you to constrict, and constriction gets in the way of the natural voice and body. And that's going to limit our body and our voice in our creation of believable characters. We saw in our earlier lecture that when we balanced our bodies at rest, we let go of holding patterns. And today's lecture focuses specifically on freeing any holding patterns that may be getting in the way of our amazing potential for sound. The goal is to find a sense of physical freedom so that you can fully access the breath. When we remember to breathe and breathe constructively, we can perform on stage with the greatest amount of ease and focus. And doesn't all this breathing you've been doing feel good? Doesn't it feel good to wake up the body, give it some oxygen, allow yourself to follow that basic instinct? So let's try our first exercise now. So take the heels of your hands and put them at your hairline. Now, you're going to slowly drag them down your forehead until they rest gently in your eye sockets, like this. And when you get there, let any tension melt away in your brow. I think this feels really good. And then you're going to continue with the heels of your hands to go down your cheeks and all the way down your face and stop when your fingertips reach your jaw. And now that you're here, give your jaw a massage like this. And during what I'm going to say next, go on and massage your whole face, the cheeks, the nose, the brow, the temples, the forehead. Massage your face all over. Now, sometimes I think of the face muscles as this well-meaning extended family. They want so much for things to go well that they try to do the voice work for you, all that work of vocal production. But the time we really need our face muscles is when we add speech. So as you massage, think about releasing any facial tension between the brows, with the jaw, and the lips, even with your tongue. There's no need to furrow the brow, there's no need to clench the jaw or park your tongue on the roof of your mouth. That's something I like to do. Now, use your face muscles economically, just the way you use your body. Otherwise, they might actually get in the way of both intention and clear vocal expression when you perform. Now, let's move on to the neck. So first, let's give it a little massage. Let's massage behind our head at the base of our skull. That feels good, doesn't it? And now, go all the way down to the back of the neck where it meets the shoulders. Good. We carry a lot of tension in this area, and it's good to allow a little of it to find its way out through our fingers. Now for some stretching. So you're going to drop your hands by your side, and you're going to allow your right ear to drop towards your right shoulder. Now, if you'd like, you can take your right hand and place it gently on your head with your fingertips almost touching your left ear. Don't press here. Just let the weight of your hand stretch the neck. And if you'd like to deepen that stretch, you can gently press with your left arm down with your left palm parallel to the floor. But be careful not to force this. It's important to stretch before performance work, both to loosen the body and to focus the mind. It's also good to stretch a little before breath work to allow the body to relax. And to improve the breath significantly, you need to do this work every day. It needs to be a daily practice, even if you can only do it for a few minutes. So now you're slowly going to roll your head so that your chin is on your chest. So you're going to come down here, and you're going to take both hands and place them on the back of your head. Now your elbows are going to come down to the front, about 8 inches apart. And again, without pressing, you're going to allow the weight of the hands to gently stretch the back of the neck. Now you're going to slowly lift the head and spread the elbows at the same time. And then you're going to go down again. And if you'd like, you can inhale and exhale as you spread and drop. So you're going to inhale and exhale. And inhale and exhale. And inhale and exhale. One more. Inhale and exhale. Nice. Now drop the arms and slowly move your head until your left ear is towards your left shoulder. Let's repeat the exercise we just did by placing our left hand on the head. And again, if you'd like to deepen this neck stretch, you can gently press your right arm down with your palm parallel to the floor. Good. That feels good. Now, drop the left hand, drop the head to center, and gently roll up until your head floats above your neck and shoulders like a ball on a stick. Now let's inhale both arms up and exhale and drop the right arm and reach with the left hand toward the ceiling. Tuck your tail and really lengthen that left side by reaching up first and then leaning to your right. Nice. Now breathe into that left lung. Feel your intercostal muscles, the ones between your ribs, expand and contract. Now let's inhale the right arm up, straighten the body, and exhale, both arms down. Let's do the same thing on the other side. So we're going to inhale, both arms up. Exhale and drop the left arm this time. Reach with the right arm up first, and then leaning to the left. Now breathe here. Feel those muscles surrounding the right lung expand and contract. Now, raise the left arm to match the right, and exhale and drop both arms. Feels good, doesn't it? Now, clasp your hands behind your back, and you're going to look up. And you're going to gently, gently open your chest. You're going to inhale and exhale. You're going to keep your tailbone tucked slightly. That's protecting your lower back. And we're going to feel that breath drop into our bellies as we open up our chests. As we continue to breathe, let's go on and stretch our backs. So you can let that stretch go that we just did, and you can do the back stretch two ways. You can do what I call a bear hug. You're going to cross your arms in front and press the arms slightly down. Now, if your body needs a deeper stretch, you can do something we call eagle arms. You can cross your elbows, and if you can put your hands in a reverse prayer like this. And then experiment with lifting the elbows up slightly or down. Now remember, these are small movements, little, soft, not so hard. Be careful not to strain. And of course, don't forget to breathe. Good. Let's switch the arms and do the same stretch with the other arm on top. So if you're doing the bear hug, you can do it like this. And if you're doing the eagle arms, you can do it like this. Remember to pull back if it feels like too much. This should never be painful. Oh, doesn't it feel good to open up the back? It feels good. Now, let's roll our shoulders. Okay, since our back is getting open, we're going to go backward first. Big circles. Really explore your full range of motion here. And now we're going to do smaller circles. Do you feel the difference in your range of motion? All that range that your shoulders have? Let's switch directions. So we're going to go big circles forward now. Good, nice. Now, for some people, doing breath work for the first time can trigger a great sense of release. And others find release over time with repeated breath work. Let's do some small ones here. Nice. And now let's reverse our shoulders again. We're really loosening them up. So either scenario is a natural byproduct of the work. The important thing is to commit to your process regardless of whether you experience a breakthrough or not. You might experience incremental changes, and that's great too. You're working the muscles of breath support here, and muscle building takes time and repetition. Okay, so now let's bounce. So we're just gonna keep our feet on the floor, and we're just gonna bounce with our knees. Easy bouncing, very easy. Swing your arms and breathe, kind of like a cross-country skier. And if you'd like, you can add a little hum. We'll just sort of bounce and hum. Good, good. Now give yourselves a little shake. Soften your knees. And now we're going to inhale both arms up. And then we're going to exhale and collapse like our marionette, bending at the waist. Are you ready? Inhale. And exhale. Great. Now just hang. And if you'd like to add a little weight, you can clasp your elbows again while you're down and observe whether you're holding any tension in your neck. If you are, you can just let that go. So you're hanging here. Now, drop your hands to the floor and bend your knees further so that your chest is resting on your knees. Take your right foot back to a high lunge. Now stay there. Drop the knee to stretch the hip flexor if you'd like. If you might have enough with just the high lunge, but if you'd like to stretch your other hip flexor, go right ahead. That muscle is in the front of your hip. Doesn't that feel good? Nice. Now take the hamstrings back, the hips back, for a hamstring stretch. Nice. Now switch legs. It's important to balance the body when you're stretching, so you always want to do both sides. If we're lopsided, one side of our body will always compensate. Let's take our hips back now for that nice hamstring stretch. And our goal here, of course, is to release tension, not to create it. Now, move to hands and knees. In yoga, we call this a table pose. Your knees are directly under your hips, and your hands are directly under your shoulders. Now let's take our hips back onto our heels for child's pose. That feels really good. Nice. And now we're going to reach the arms forward on the floor and lift our elbows for a nice full stretch. Now walk the hands to the right diagonal and really breathe into that left lung. Feel that stretch. And then we're going to walk to the left diagonal. And we're going to really breathe nicely here and feel that breath in the right lung. Now, just use your hands to walk yourself up until you're sitting on your feet or kneeling. Now drop to one hip, bring your feet out from under you and around to the front. Now, roll back, tuck your knees towards your chest, and just roll your body, small motions from side to side. Take care to let the neck be free. It feels good, like a massage for your lower back. Feel all your muscles, the face, the neck, the shoulders, the lower back, the hips, all of your muscles release. Now it's time to use a chair if you'd like. So now lie on your back with your lower legs and calves on the chair or the couch and your bottom against the vertical plane of the furniture. So you look like you're sitting, but your back is on the floor. Now it's important that you feel comfortable here. You're going to stay in this position for the entire exercise and even do some practice speaking from here. If this isn't comfortable, you can lie with your legs straight out, with your feet about 18 inches apart, or with your knees up and your feet planted hip width on the floor. If you feel your chin jutting upward in any of these positions, place the book I mentioned under your head and allow the neck to lengthen. And breathe. Never forget to breathe. Now, starting at our feet, take a mental tour of your body. Notice, but don't judge, anywhere that you feel a bit of tightness or tension. Pay special attention to your joints, your ankles, your knees, your hips, your shoulders, your neck and jaw. Now begin to allow those areas to soften, to release. If you're against a couch, gently wag the ankles back and forth and then allow them to rest. Now, lightly press the heels into the seat cushion, only a half an inch or so. Feel the knees tense and release. Finally, slowly windshield wiper the knees and ankles back and forth, allowing the hip sockets to loosen. Say to yourself, ankles free, knees free, hips open and loose. It's amazing how your body reacts to your own commands. Keep breathing, and now move your attention to your back. Encourage it to spread over the floor. You can do this by applying gentle pressure with your elbows to the floor, just enough to lift the shoulder blades and allow them to move inward toward the spine. Then rest your back on the floor again. Lengthen the arms away from the shoulders. For me, it feels best to have my arms at about 45 degrees at an angle from my torso. But if this is uncomfortable, you can place your hands on your abdomen. Now lift the wrists and shake them gently and allow them to drop. Feel your back spreading on the floor. Imagine lengthening your spine. Picture slightly more space between each vertebra right down to your tailbone. Now gently lengthen the neck by imagining the ears drawing away from the shoulders. Be careful not to tuck the chin and cause more tension. These are small movements we're doing here. If you feel any tightness in the lower abdomen or groin, let it go. No strain. Allow the back to open, the shoulders to spread, the neck to release. Let the body be peaceful and free. Compare what it feels like to breathe now to what it felt like to breathe at the beginning of class. Notice the difference. Notice how much more aware you are when you're lying in this position instead of being upright. With the floor pressing into our backs, we can feel that intake and exhalation of breath so much more. And we're better able to let go. We're letting go of anything that gets in the way of a strong, clear breath. Now, simply breathe in and out through your nose. Breathing through your nose allows you to take a full, deep breath, and it keeps your vocal cords moist. Feel your ribs opening around the sides as you breathe. Feel the breath dropping deep in your lungs. And then, through an open throat and mouth, let the breath out gradually and completely. Find the natural breath. Don't try to gasp it in or blow it out. When you feel the ribs wanting to move to take in a new breath, allow it to drop in and fill the abdomen and gradually escape the body. If at any time you feel tightness in your chest, turn your attention to your lower ribs. Visualize the breath dropping all the way down to the bottom of your rib cage. Feel the back and sides naturally expanding as you breathe in and naturally contracting as you breathe out. And all of this should feel easy, no tension, no strain, just natural expansion and release. Breathing in and breathing out. In and out. A fluid circle of breath, moving in, down, and out again. You're finding and stretching those muscles between the ribs. You're feeling your diaphragm, that umbrella-like muscle underneath the lungs, contract downward and release upward with each cycle. Just breathing in and breathing out. Good. When I do this exercise in the studio, we breathe like this for at least 10 minutes. Whenever you feel anxious or tense, if it's convenient, you can try again to regain your natural breath by lying down like this and breathing with the floor against your back. Now let's begin to focus more on your exhale. So you're still allowing the breath to drop low into the ribs. You're still feeling your back and sides expand as the breath fills the lungs. Now, as you breathe out, without forcing, you're going to release the breath in 8 counts. If you'd like, you can do this on an S sound, but you don't have to. Ready? Inhale. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale. And exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now keep going on your own while I talk. While you're breathing, I want you to know what we're working on here. Often, beginning singers and actors will use all their air up at the beginning of a phrase. They don't drive the breath through to the end of the line, so then the sound drops off. That means the audience loses half of the thought. So we learn to spread the breath out, to use it gradually. So we're going to sustain the breath again a few more times through the count of 8. So let's inhale and exhale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Again, inhale. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Continue one more round on your own, counting in your head. Remember, the energy to breathe comes not from your will, but from your muscles needing to take in the next breath. Before we add sound, take a moment here to scan the body once more. Release any tension that may have crept back in. Adjust yourself if you need to. Make sure that you still feel free and relax. So first we accessed the breath. And now we're going to add sound. Once we've added sound, then we'll begin to work with speech. So this time when we exhale, we're going to vocally sigh out the breath. You'll start with the H sound, and you're going to use the short vowel, ha. Putting the H in front of the sound activates the exhale before you contact the sound, and it keeps you from clamping in your throat. So we'll start again with the count of 8. Ready? Inhale. And ha, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice. Again, inhale. And ha, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Now, as we continue, use your hands to feel where your sound is resonating. So you can touch your chest, your throat, your mouth, your cheeks, your forehead, between your eyes. So let's inhale. And ha, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Feel that sound vibrating. You can begin to experiment with pitch if you'd like and see how that impacts where the sound resonates. Remember, just let the breath drop in and vocalize when it wants to come out. There's no strain here. Let's try another vowel this time. Hey. Inhale. And hey, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did the new vowel change how the sound resonated? Sometimes I feel that A sound more in my mask, in my mouth and sinuses. So hopefully on the floor, you're feeling your diaphragm, your lower rib cage, and your back expand when you take a breath, and a clear, connected sound coming out. Think about easily filling the room with sound, not with a great deal of effort, but simply with the deep, natural breath vibrating your vocal folds. Doesn't that feel wonderful? Now, this may feel to you like an odd way to prepare and act or speak on the stage. But just remember, breath is the foundation of both physical and vocal communication. Breath requires muscle effort, and those muscles need to be stretched and exercised. Performers can be just as vulnerable to bad breathing habits as anyone else. They do these exercises regularly and mindfully so that this more relaxed and beneficial way of breathing eventually becomes second nature. We're going to stay on the floor while we add the next layer here, speech. We'll keep feeling the sensation of our back spreading on the floor as we breathe in, and then of our breath connecting with and sustaining the sound as we speak. And since we're trying to heighten our vocal potential, let's choose a text with open vowels and heightened language. The opening lines of Shakespeare's Henry V are especially good for this, since they begin with that nice open O, and they require you to sustain your breath energy. Plus, it's one of Shakespeare's most famous speeches. It goes like this. Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. So you have a relaxed body. There's no impediment to the breath. Don't think about expression yet. Just try to connect the breath to those open vowels. Take the breath you need here. Don't worry about getting the whole line out in one breath if that's not what your body wants to do right now. Are you ready? Let's inhale. And, oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. Let's try it again this time, still focusing on connecting the breath to the voice, filling that space without any strain. So we inhale, let that breath drop, and oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. Yes, what I hope you're finding is that with supported breath, you're able to access your vocal power without creating tension in the body. This is how actors do a 3-hour Shakespeare play 8 times a week. They have the power of the breath. If you want to practice connecting with your breath, you can practice any speech on the floor like this. Sometimes in the studio, we spend an entire session on the floor. But for now, we're going to try to access that same breath, that same sound, standing up. So let's get there carefully so we don't undo any of the work we've done. So roll to your left or right side and use your hands to press yourself up to a seated position. Now move to hands and knees and rock back to a squat. Now straighten the knees slightly and roll up the spine, stacking each vertebra on the next until you get to the top. Your head should be the last thing to come up. Now again, find your alignment. Feet hip width apart, weight balanced. Knees soft, tail slightly tucked, rib cage lifted, shoulders dropping away from the ears, head floating like a ball on a stick. And here we go again. Inhale. And, oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. Now place the hands on your lower abdomen. Feel the breath drop in and move your hands slightly outward. Let's try our text this way. Ready? Inhale. And, oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. Can you hear that sound? That sound is always with you. It's always in you. It's been in you since the day you were born. But to access it, you need to connect it with a centered, natural breath. You're breathing deeply into your diaphragm instead of shallowly into your upper chest. And with that wonderful breath comes powerful sound. And you shouldn't reserve that sound just for Shakespeare. You can use it whenever you speak, at staff meetings, conventions, whenever you need to make an important point or drive an idea home. It's the voice of confidence, of stability. It isn't shrill, and it won't strain your throat or your vocal cords. Remember, powerful sound isn't realized through force and strain. We find it when we get out of our own way. To access the natural voice, work the Balinese way. Take little steps. Soften the tension. Don't strain too hard. Allow the breath in smoothly. Let the plasticity of the body support it. And that's how you can find your way to richer, more glorious sound.